Hi, I'm Nadia Combs, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through adults in our workforce program.
I'm Henry Shake Washington, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
Our district is diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are also streamed live on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archive.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They are posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting on May 9, 2023 is now called to order. Member Washington will now lead us in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Member Washington, will you now please acknowledge our student entertainment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the Tampa Palms Elementary and Intermediate String Orchestra along with band director Tori Bernhardt and Principal Angela Gloof. These wonderful students entertained us prior to the start of our board meeting. At this point, we would like for them to come up and introduce themselves.
I'm Vu. I play the violin and I'm in 5th grade.
Okay.
I'm Sharon Yoker. I'm in 5th grade and I play the violin.
I'm Bryson Vizzi. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin.
I'm Arnav Nasa. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin.
I'm Zachary. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin.
I am Zachariah. I'm in 4th grade. I play the violin and I'm also the proud son of Member Vaughn.
All right. Woo! Way to go, boy.
My name is Pragna and I play the violin.
My name is Mia. I'm in 5th grade and I play the violin.
My name is Daniela. I'm in 5th grade and I play the violin. My name is Sia Mohan. I'm in 5th grade and I play violin. My name's Iswaddle. I'm in 5th grade and I play the violin.
My name's Adriana. I'm in 4th grade and I play viola. My name's Brendan. I'm in the 4th grade and I play violin.
My name is Savannah. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin. My name is Evan. I am in 4th grade and I play the cello. Also, I am the son of the conductor of this group, Mrs. Bernhardt.
Good job. I love this. I love it.
My name's Olivia. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin.
I'm in 4th grade. My name is Shane and I play the cello.
My name is Preeti Jaju. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin. My name is Mariana Muntef. I'm in 4th grade and I play the violin.
My name is Bryce. I'm in 5th grade. I play the violin. My name is Rashawn and I'm in 5th grade and I play the violin.
My name is Ryan. I'm in 4th grade and I play the drums.
My name is Mrs. Bernhardt, and I am the very proud music teacher of these students. Wonderful students.
Great job, students.
Parents, if you want to come up and take a picture.
Yeah, parents, if you want to come up, please come up and take pictures if you would like to. And we love those T-shirts. We would like to have one. Wouldn't you think so, board members? All right.
You guys want to stand? Stand.
Okay.
All these proud children.
All right. Everybody smile. Keep holding. My colleague got a camera? Yellow.
Okay, thank you very much. Our drummer, you want to lead us out?
Awesome.
Thank you.
Good job, good job.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ms. Lisi, for bringing all these wonderful students throughout this year and letting us listen to their beautiful music. Great job. Let's go. We have one withdrawn item today, F101 public hearing for recommended instructional materials for elementary and high school social studies. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by member Gray. I have a second by member Washington. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights appear. Adopt the agenda. And it passes unanimously. Let the record reflect that all board members are present today. We have 4 sets of minutes to be approved today. March 28, 2023, special called board meeting. April 4th, 2023, school board meeting. April 11, 2023, school board recognition meeting. April 18, 2023, school board meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by member Washington, and I have a second by member Gray. Any discussion? If not, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Board members, I would like to go over the format of today's meeting. As a reminder, we're a nonpartisan board who believe that all children can be empowered to learn to succeed, and our decisions will be made with that understanding. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and/or questions, board members will have 5 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back into the queue. Member Washington will now read the board guidelines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we begin this afternoon meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed caption on live webcasts, on cable TV, on video monitors here in the auditorium. It also can be viewed with closed caption in the online video archive.
Thank you, Member Washington. We have one item scheduled for time certain, and that's 6 o'clock, and that's employee input. I'd like to now go over the board guidelines. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses.
Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board member, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. This afternoon, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Reminder that your 2 minutes start when you begin speaking. When there are 30 seconds left, you'll see a yellow light on the lectern and a red light and a chime will indicate when your time is up. I'll now call up the first speakers, the first 5 speakers. If you'll please line up against the wall. First speaker 1, please. No. Thank you. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Danielle Eichmann, and I stand here with my wonderful fellow Carol Cade Initiative committee members, and we just are here to express our appreciation for each of you, and we are so grateful for your dedication to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We're so grateful that we've had the opportunity to get to know each of you over the past year, have phone calls, meet with you personally. We are very confident that transitioning Carrollwood to a K-8 is absolutely the right thing to do, that it will continue to help our school flourish and keep our children in our community school. So once again, thank you for voting yes last meeting, and we really look forward to another yes vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Stanley Gray, and I represent the Urban League of Hillsborough County. After our last meeting, I asked to speak via email to the board members who voted to close Just Elementary School. One never responded. One wrote telling to me that they didn't have to talk to me and did not like the tone of my request. One denied my request for an in-person meeting while offering only a virtual meeting. One called and set up a meeting on 5/8/2023 but we ended up not doing the meeting because we talked on the phone. As I'm not from Tampa, and as a result, I have no long-term emotional or historical ties to Just Elementary School. Other than the fact that the school is named after one of my fraternity's founding fathers, it's truly just another school to me. My proverbial bone to pick is that I am all about equity. I see and feel the opportunity for it being executed relative to just being trampled. Equity has no shades of gray. It's as they say in Ranger School, one of our nation's best leadership schools, it's a go or a no-go. I listened to an interview on the radio on or about April the 19th after the last board meeting with Mr. Davis. I heard him respond with a question about his intentions for the closing, just that he had no definite plans for the building of the property, which was just talked to be vacated. And the disposition of the school not dictated by state statute? I distinctly heard the word maybe when he shared a few options. I find it improbable to believe that Superintendent Davis got to where he is today without planning and knowing what his reactions would be to an action that he initiated. In this case, the closing of Just Elementary School. I'm not going to be able to share my whole statement, but I will tell you, I share the feeling that this proposed action is not about kids. Efforts by the principal to gain parental support are not evidenced. Efforts by the principal to gain community support for either setting up an informal or formal community school are not evident. It was purely a numbers game. Why wasn't Just considered to be a 1 through 8 school like Tinker and Carrollwood? Why wasn't the allocated federal Title I funds spent? That is $194,000.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
My name is Alvin Hamilton, and the reason why I'm here to speak today is because I'm a graduate of Just High School. Years ago, back in the 60s, during segregation, Just was the fundamental school for sending kids on to Blake. From there, we went on to college. Now that we're going to destroy that, what are these kids to do? I just happened to stop by Just today when the kids were getting out of school, and looking at the faces of these kids, to be moved to another area. And I don't think it's because the land is so valuable behind Just, but I look behind Just, there's acres of land back there to be developed. But why do we always have to do it at the price of our kids? We could find a better way to do this than closing up a school. And hopefully someone will come up with a better suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's KJ Allen, and I just wanted to stop in because I'm a former educator. I originally taught school in Virginia at a private school. I probably taught on every level from kindergarten through 12th. When I moved down here in 2019, I came under the achievement program, which is essentially like we were incentivized to teach in the schools. And just having conversations with different people in the community and seeing that the discussions about schools that have F grades and D grades and C grades and seeing them make the jump, I feel like an entirely like Hillsborough County Public Schools, like they're struggling across the board. And I honestly feel that we definitely need to take a look at how we can really gear down to this generation of students, because I understand the importance when it comes to like books and stuff like that, but this is a new generation, so we need to start thinking about ways for experiential learning, more hands-on, more STEM, and not just the schools that, produce high-level test grades, but the ones that are at the, the bottom of the percentile as well. Because as you've seen, like, you put stuff, let me take a second. Students are naturally inquisitive, so if you put something in front of them, they're going to figure it out, but you have to be able to spark that curiosity. But at the same time, when you have schools that are understaffed and then the students are underperforming, like, what are we doing as a school system? The retention rate in a lot of these schools is terrible. I've been in situations where we've had new principals. I've been in situations where we brought in subs, whether it be through Kelly Services, and then the substitutes quit. Like, nobody's going to stand for it. It's already hard enough in Florida. It's already hard enough to make a living. So when you have people who are willing to give their time, giving up on education, you really have to double down on the fact that what you're doing. And if it takes another plan, another option, I'm running out of time at this point, but I just want to say that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Tell me when it's time. Oh, good afternoon. Giving honor to the Most High. I'm Pastor Tucker Johnson. I was disturbed, a little dismayed at the last board meeting when you all voted. I just wanted to leave a few notes. We all know this was quoted from one of your board members. We all know that our history and our knowledge that if we don't get them under control and get them into a passing state by the time they're in 5th grade, it's a downhill spiral from there because it just keeps rolling. I just want to remind everybody that when we are looking at things in that particular nature, you have to understand this control would include the narrative that those who voted with this board member, when you move an individual from its core community with the control of something that does not look like you change the algorithm of the data to accomplish cutting the umbilical cord that actually feeds you. And I'm going to end with this because I don't have that much time. I can just call to those who stand with us. Remember this, when they cut the cord, they wrap you in a blank, which is called blanket. They rewrite your history and give themselves top rank. You build your community, they give you a little clout, they take control, and then they move you out. They are the little red riding the hood over the blood, sweat, and tears where our ancestors stood. To the community, be strong, because just like the dust, it may seem long, but the just will rise. And I want to thank Karen Perez, Shade Washington, Jessica Vaughn, and all the board members who stand with the community, because remember, you all were elected to be our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Tucker III. I am 12 years old and I attend Young Middle Magnet School. I am here today because of one word. That word is connection. I am speaking to those of you who are here today with the passion to remain connected to your community. Many of you are here to share your feelings about the closing of Just Elementary. I am too young to understand your individual connections with Just Elementary School. But what I do understand is why you are so passionate about your connection. You see, I had a mother. She passed. I had a grandfather on my father's side. He passed. Those people made up my community. When I lost that connection, I felt I lost a piece of me. I hear teachers say all the time, and I quote, "If I can save at least one student, then I have done my job." Well, how about saving 284? If all 284 students can save at least one each, that's 568. School is about being a part of a community. It's about making connections. When you cut the connection, the line goes dead. This is not about an outside bus to connect us to another line outside of our community. This is about unscrambling the word bus, making it a USB line to connect to our heart, making it a heart line to connect to our blood, making it a bloodline, which makes it then a defining line, which makes it a bottom line, which makes it a root, and that the root connects to the bottom line that you should not cross. And that's the boundary line. Save the line, and you save the community. You save the just.
Thank you. And can I please have speakers 7 through 12 line up? Speakers 7 through 12.
Good afternoon. My name is Edwin Costa. I am a Latino American standing with my black and brown brothers and sisters with a plea to save Just Elementary. I come from West Tampa, but have since moved to East Tampa as an 8th grader attending Young Middle Magnet School. I understand the importance of remaining your connection with your roots, but when you are the minority, there are certain words that come familiar no matter how old you are. Words like steal and oppression. Can somebody tell me, does the oppression and stealing stop? Words like fight. And then you wonder why there is so much gun violence in the world because you have not examined the root of the problem. It is systematic, and it's always have been, to shut out and shut up a group of people that look just like me. It's called self-esteem, which is tied to mental health. There should have never been, ever been, a time in this world that people need to fight for justice because of the color of their skin. I come to let my voice be heard and to shine the light on continuous oppression systematically put in place for those who think they have the education for my growth. What happened to our land? Oppression and stolen. What happened to our families? Oppression and stolen. What happened to our music? Oppression and stolen. And now what is happening to our schools? Oppression and stolen. Still in bondage, and the fight continues. I am brown with roots, the unity wherever my community goes. We will continue to fight, strengthen our bands. We just open. Oppression must cease. Where there is just, there will be no peace, because we will rise. I am Edwin Costa, and I approve this message.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Deacon Ron Hannah from Beulah Baptist Institute Church, and also retired out of the United States Army Master Sergeant E8. And I speak for the children. I've had an opportunity several times to go to Just Elementary and just see the happiness of children that are less fortunate. So when we're talking about resources, when you look at substitute teachers, 100% of these are substitute teachers. I mean, my parents didn't have a high school education. They made sure that I learned how to read and write. I would not have spent 22 years in the United States Army without that leadership of this being able to encourage me to move from an E1 and retire as an E8. And I'm grateful for that, and I'm humble to that. So I would ask that you think about these children. My daughter works for TikTok. She went to Lato High School. She graduated from Florida Gulf Coast, Howard University. And my oldest son played 7 years in the NFL, and I'm humble because when you look at what people say you can't do, and you put your trust in the Lord, and He'll help guide you. So this is about the children. So I'm asking that we pray about this and think about your children. But when you're talking about resources, 100% of substitute teachers that can go other places and be in better situations and environments. That's what I'd like for you to think about today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chairperson, honorable board members, my name is Michael Randolph. I'm with the West Tampa CDC. I'm also the chairperson of the Center for Nonprofit, as well as the Center for Strategic Planning, which is a national organization that works with distressed neighborhoods throughout the nation. Madam Chairperson, I would like to submit this in terms of a presentation. The West Tampa CDC comes with a public-private deal in order to save Just Elementary. You might have heard from a show that's called Living in Color. And the theme that came out with Living in Color is that homie don't play that. When it comes to our kids, we don't play. We come as a village, as you see here. But that's only part of it. We also bring money. As the CDC, we're able to bring in dollars that the school can bring in or other entities. Because we're a community development corporation, we have a special status with the federal government. Means that we get special priority in terms of bringing money into the community. In addition to that, our commitment is to train at least 2 to 3 grant writers whose own purpose will be to bring money into Just Elementary School. In addition to that, we also work with what's known as the Community Benefit Agreement. The Community Benefit Agreement is whenever a development occurs in the neighborhood, the community get an opportunity to use that money towards a just cause. In this way, Just Elementary School. We bring to the table best practices. It's all about evidence-based. We bring to you strategies from the Harlem School Zone in New York, as well as community building and partnership. Both of these initiatives show that when Community Development Corporation mixed with the community, we bring in additional dollars. In addition to that, we got one very important person that we bring
so much.
to the
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay. Speaker number 9. Ms. Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is Delphine Jones. When I walk up here, I feel the word bias. Now, a group just left from up here, and they said, thank you for voting yes. So it's your duty to vote yes for Just also. Our children are in our community. It's a community that we work hard to maintain. I've been working for this AFRA for 28 years with no rest. They deserve what every other school deserves. We have people who came the last time, offered to step in and take over. I think it was some frat brothers, is whatever we call them. Our frat brothers, Omega, Rocky. They offered to step in. If anything is more vital than a man stepping in to help students, a lot of these students don't have fathers. That's a father figure. So whoever voted no, it's time to step up and vote yes.
Speakers 13 through 17, please line up. Next, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lee Rayner. I'm kind of new to the Tampa, Florida area. I'm from Washington, D.C. area, so I've been around for a long time. I've never been in a city where they closed the school where children attend. So I just wanted to cover a couple of things. I'm not speaking tonight because I have kids or relatives that's going to be attending this school. It's not for any personal or financial gain on my part. And it's also not to argue with the possibility of redeveloping the city of Tampa, because as I see, there are a whole bunch of other areas in Tampa that could be redeveloped into more generous and prosperous areas. My reasons for speaking tonight is that I feel it is just absolutely wrong to close a school where students attend to get an education. Nobody closed the school that I attended. Nobody ever talked about closing the school that I attended. And I haven't seen or heard in the last few years that there were schools being closed in China, in Russia, in Korea, or places of that nature, only in America. Schools should not be closed in America. They should be funded. Teachers should be paid, and students or young men and women need to go to school to learn how to become prosperous in their lives. Closing an educational facility for political gain is wrong. Closing an education facility for any reason is wrong. I looked around this room and I saw preparing students for life. How can you do that when you close a school? What life? Prosperous life is what we want to prepare students for. Let's rewrite that and say preparing students for a prosperous and courageous life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, school board members, superintendent, administration. My name is Fred Hearns. I'm a member of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Pi Iota chapter. With all of the Omega men here, please stand with me as I just share a little bit of information with you. I brought with me a book that's titled The Best of That World. This book was written in 2006 by Dr. Barbara Shercliffe. It talks about what happened here in Hillsborough County in 1971 when George S. Middleton High School and Howard W. Blake High School were pulled from the students in this community and reduced down to 7th and 8th and 9th grade centers. That was trauma that many of us still feel today, all these years later. And here we are 52 years later, and now we're talking about closing Ernest Everett Just Elementary School. Dr. Ernest Everett Just, a brilliant scholar, a man who graduated from universities and did work overseas because he could not get a job at a major university in the United States. He could only work at HBCUs, and that was really a good thing because our black students benefited. But what this book says, in summary, it's a major theme focusing on the power of white privilege, how it's shaping policies purported designed to extend educational opportunities to African American children. Drawing on critical race theory, the book exposes how desegregation policy discriminates against African Americans. It was true in 1971. It doesn't have to be true today. This is a legacy that you're going to have to live with, how you vote today.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Horch-Smith. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Support for Cornerstone Family Ministries. Last time I spoke to you all, I told you that I spoke on behalf of 65 0 to 5-year-olds. Well, today I stand before you and I speak on behalf of 536 signatures on the petition that you've just received. As the author of that petition, and I want to make sure I say this very clearly, there are some very clear strategies that I think you all as educators have failed to consider, at least those who did not vote no. One, keeping a school open as a school is critical because what we understand is by law, if you repurpose that building, it makes it vulnerable for selling. And that's why, Mr. Superintendent and other school board members, that's not an option. Also, we think that you all need to increase the transparency around community engagement, around decision making, by developing a present plan to recall recent teacher transfers that were recently done by teachers at Just Elementary before the vote even happened. Why are they transferring out? That's an alarm. We think that you all need to develop a strategic marketing plan to recruit more qualified teachers. This would involve being intentional around engaging colleges and universities, specifically HBCUs, and encouraging their graduates to come and teach at Just Elementary. We also think you need to partner with private stakeholders to reevaluate the existing teacher incentive structure so that it is appropriate for the current needs of Just Elementary. So we want to ask that a member of this board tonight puts a motion on the table to extend the decision so that you all as educators can make an educated decision, and call a special committee to review the school improvement plan to assess its viability and how the allocation of resources and funding were had to really make sure that that plan was set up for success at the ongoing. We know that there's a 2040 city comprehensive plan. We know that just removal is a part of that plan. It's not a part of our plan, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jamal. I'm 5.5 years old. Don't close down the school so all the little boys don't have to drive so far and they can stay with their friends. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Horch Freeman. I come to you today as a fourth-generation native of West Tampa, product of Hillsborough County Public Schools, graduate of Cornell and Duke, and member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. I'm also an educator, a wife, and mother of two. I come before you to request that you vote no to close down and repurpose Just Elementary, a school that carries historical significance to the community. I invite you to work collaboratively with community members to determine what resources, support, and solutions are necessary for Just Elementary to thrive. We know firsthand the impact that a school closure would have on our community. We know it because my parents and many people here lived it 50 years ago with the closure of Blake and Middleton. Back then, it took courage from the then superintendent and other leaders to ensure that the schools could be preserved and later reopened. Closures like these are not coincidental. It's by design. I reviewed the West River Master Plan written 8 years ago, which had already removed Just and Stewart, erased them from the map as a calculated decision with minimal consultation from the community. That was wrong. But it's also salvageable. Let's right this wrong by co-creating a collective vision together. So I urge you to make a motion to pause this decision in order to hear our ideas about proactive teacher recruitment strategies, to launch a special review committee, to reassess the status of Just, to commit to transparency around decision-making and invest the resources with corporate partners. Over 500 people have signed our petition. We stand here in support not only of Just, but of justice in all of its forms. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And if we could have speakers 17 to 22, please line up.
Good evening. My name is Paul Johnson. I live in West Tampa right now, and I live right in front of Just High School, practically. From what I've seen, the neighborhood has grown, and you're gonna have a big growth. What you gonna do with all these kids? Put them on the bus every day, endanger their life? You know, you got mothers and fathers that's there, or whoever's taking care of the kids don't know where they live. You put them on a bus, they're not going to know where they live. You know, something might happen, I don't know. But anyway, that's, the thing, what's going on, this board right here, at the other meeting, sent a text to tell us to stay out, let the kids out of the building and let them do some repair in it. Don't put no kids in there for a little while. You counselors, and I know there's a few of you in here that's deep-pocketing money, all right? And that's not right. You got to be getting paid to do what y'all are doing, but don't get paid from doing something wrong. Do the right thing, you know? From what I've seen, you guys, some of you guys are pocketing money somewhere. You're getting paid to do something under the table. But you know, the difference between you and me, let me tell you what the difference is. I pray to God to help God. I don't pray to God for money. You guys go ahead and pray to God for money all the time. And I don't like that. God ain't got to answer you. He's going to give you all the money. You could get all the money you want. But go somewhere else and get it. You know? Leave Just Elementary alone. People like Alvin right there, veteran. You got a lot of veteran down there. They need help to come to the meeting. Do y'all ever think about that? Send a bus around to pick up the veteran that can't make it here?
Thank you.
You know?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Reverend Dr. Glenn Dame, Senior Pastor of the Allen Temple AME Church, here to represent Allen Temple and the Coalition of Pastors. We want to start off by saying no justice, no peace. And that if just is not open, you should not expect peace. Because just is a piece of us and a piece of our community. It's important to us, and if we can't have it, we want you to understand that we vote too. Not only do we vote, but we got money too. And we know how to put that together and make sure that our voices are heard, because justice is important. If you think it's hard for parents to get to meetings now, if you start busing those children, how do you expect those parents to be a part of their children's school's life? They can't be if they're bused. And so we urge you today, please, ma'am and sir, to think hard and critical about your vote, and to know that there's a lot of folk who are watching, not just the folk you see here, but I want you to know there's some folk who are not here that we represent today, and we're watching. And not only we're watching, but we're ready to work against you if we have to. God bless you and have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Pastor Dave.
Good afternoon. I'm Bishop Michelle B. Patty. This board has totally disrespected the citizens of West Tampa, the parents of Ernest E. Just. I stand as a former student. You have not come into the community to speak to them like you did down at Plant. You went to every other school when we was talking about borders, and you talked to those parents. You asked them what they wanted. But here, you're acting like we're still slaves, and you know what's best for us. And we're here to say that Just should not be closed. This school district is the 7th largest in the nation. And you're talking about children, 283 children failed. That's a systematic thing. That is an indictment on the school board. You have allowed it to happen because you want that land. That is waterfront land. We're not foolish. We know what it is. We know what it's about because we had other failing schools. You poured resources into those schools and you brought those schools up. So now if you would take a moment to go into the community, you would see Rome Yard, you would see other development. Those people that are moving into those areas, they need a school that is walkable. So it makes no good sense, only if you're an investor, to shut the school down. So we're not here begging, we're not here pleading, because we are free people, and we're saying that the time has come that this board do the right thing. Those who don't care, you continue on, but those that do care, I'm looking for you to stand up and do what is right for this community. We're talking about the Ernest E. Just community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chairperson, members of the school board, Superintendent Davis. My name is Michelle Denard, and I'm a resident of Hillsborough County, a former student of Just Junior High and Howard W. Blake High School, and as a retired educator. But in my role today, I am a concerned citizen speaking for those that cannot speak or vote for themselves. I am speaking in opposition to the recent decision made by the board to close Just Elementary. Having spent 39 years in the educational system here in Florida, I am keenly aware of the school improvement planning process, the grading system implemented, and the plight districts have had to face to educate their children according to the standards coming from the state, as well as the inadequate funding coming from the state. I have reviewed the school's improvement plan, and I am aware of the strategies put in place with regards to moving the achievement of the students. I have also looked at the areas where the students were lagging in achievement. As a designated Title I school qualifying on the basis of socioeconomic status, it was not evident to me what research-based practices were put in place for students and staff to address their needs, or how Title I dollars were utilized for the improvement of the education of the students of Just Elementary. As I reviewed the school improvement plan, it did not mention as a strategy for improvement or performance that they should close their school. I'm also concerned about the void that would be left in the community, as parents would have one less choice and more hardship placed on them navigating the circumstances that come with their children being bussed away from their neighborhood school. With the redevelopment of West Tampa and the families moving into the neighborhood, why are we closing the school? Why are we downsizing when the area is growing? The message is clear that those families moving in, that there is something more important than them.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I could have speakers 23 to 28, please line up. Speakers 23 to 28.
Good afternoon. You've seen me before, Terry Rock. I am a graduate of HB Plant High School. I went through segregation. I didn't come here to speak about just being closed. I came here to read you some more nasty porn. My heart has led me to actually talk about my years at HB Plant High School and what I saw happen to friends. I did make friends that came from other communities, but at the same time, I saw them lose a piece of themselves. And that is something that is not fair and can't happen to the children. You have to take a second look at this. Getting rid of these schools, especially in a growing community, is something that has to be addressed. I'm sorry, it's not going to be long today, but please, please, for the children's sake, keep them in the community that is what's going to support them, and don't shove them out where they're bused for 45 minutes to a half hour, whatever it is. Keep them where their world is. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Teresa Miller, and my kids went to Middleton High School and Tampa Bay Tech. But I'm here today because we've had parents throughout our county, and I'm so glad to see so many people here, because I had no idea some of the books that are in our media centers that are horrific, that I as an adult wouldn't even read. I'm going to tell you, I feel uncomfortable reading this, but you need to hear what's in our schools. There's been groups of people coming here, and it's been 2 years, and we've gotten one book removed. If we wonder preparing students for life, some of the books in there are preparing them a life of human trafficking, pole dancing, and prostitution. The books are horrific and need to be taken out, and our kids need to focus on math, English, and learning to write, not these books. So one of the books is Collateral. It's clearly not for minors. Some of the things it says: I opened my legs wide, pushed his face in between, urged his tongue deep inside me, asked his fingers to follow. He lifted his hips, slid in backwards, yada. I mean, it's just, I kissed his eyes, his mouth, his neck, down his chest, and so on. This is horrific, and these books are in our schools. We need to change our policies for having them in our schools. It's inconceivable that they're still here after parents have been here speaking for 2 years. I hope some of you guys join us. This is outrageous, and we need to have these books replaced with some good books so that our kids can learn how to grow as adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Superintendent Davis, ladies and gentlemen of the school board, distinguished guests, and fellow concerned citizens, good evening. I am Charles Benjamin Houston, a constituent of 33621, 17-year Army veteran, and the political action chief for Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. My brothers could please stand. More importantly, and more proudly, I am the father of 11-year-old Madison, 8-year-old Michaela, the 7-year-old twins Malachi and Mackenzie. Our children are names, not numbers. Tonight, I speak as part of the 536 on the petition on behalf of We the People. We the People ask the school board members vote no to busing students from Just Elementary. We the people ask that you keep the school open as a school and do not allow it to be repurposed so that it doesn't become vulnerable to being sold. We the people ask for increased transparency and community engagement around decision making. That we develop and present a plan to recall the recent teacher transfers from JUST, develop a strategic marketing plan to recruit more qualified teachers with an intentional focus, engaging students from colleges and universities, HBCUs, and other schools. We the people ask that you partner with private stakeholders to reevaluate the existing teacher incentive structure so that it is appropriate for the current needs of the school. Finally, we the people will remember your actions this and every election season going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. We're back. Of course, you guys know I'm Al Sharif Bossless of Pi Iota chapter of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Ernest Everett Just, I've already shared the history with everyone sitting in front of me, one of our founders. We do not support the current vision that's been in place. We were disappointed by the vote. We do have a vote as well. I think you guys work for us. I think you do, because I'm a resident of Hillsborough County. We all are. And we will work our butts off to ensure that we have people in these seats. See, I have 2 daughters that go to school in Hillsborough County. All these brothers do too. We've got different professions. We shouldn't be going through something that we've already talked about. It doesn't make sense. You've heard different sides in the community. You said you didn't have enough people from the community. Can the community stand up, please? Community. What you said we didn't have, we do have. We've got kids. We shouldn't have to talk too much. You said you didn't see the kids. I called every single one of the people that said no or reached out to you respectfully. We want to make a difference. We've asked for your understanding and allowing us to make a difference. And hopefully you make a difference by making the right choices for us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm a parent to students at Jess Elementary. These are my kids. I'm in Hillsborough County School. I don't agree with y'all closing the school due to the fact I have other kids that went to Jess as well. We've been in Columbus Court for years. That's the only school we can really rely on, where there's a lot of low income where we stay at, a lot of single parents. Transportation is the biggest issue. And I don't recommend busing the kids to no other school due to the fact I have one that's ADHD, one that gets seizures. There's too much incidents and stuff going on as well on the school buses. You don't know who to trust. These kids, they're little. They don't know their way around. That's not going to be fair on them. It's too much. Then with the meetings and all this stuff being far out, how do y'all expect parents to show their support for their kids when everything's far out? Last minute information, like, half of us didn't even know Jess was closing. We didn't even get no information. So, like, how do y'all do this? How is this a school board education? Y'all push education. Y'all taking the only thing that these kids rely on. Like, there's a bunch of teachers that still work in Jess from when my older kids went to Jess. Like, Jess did have resources to help certain parents with certain things. Now it's like Everything's just closed.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. And then if we could get speakers 29 through 33, please, lined up.
You ready? Okay. Yvette Lewis, president of the NAACP Hillsborough County branch. You say pairing kids for life, students for life. I question that statement. I question why on the news, Channel 10 reported last night that all of the schools, Just and Stewart, was not in the overlay of this whole West River Rome Yard project. I question that. I question why Transformation did not receive notice to come out to the school until August and didn't start implementing anything to these students until October. I question why the leadership constantly stated she didn't want to be there and to close the school down. I question why you have a STEM program as a window dressing and don't have nothing in there for those kids. I question why all of you come out here and ask us for our vote, but now I got to stand here and ask you for your vote. You know the slogan, you say preparing students for life. I ask this question here. What type of quality of life are you preparing these students for? You're ripping apart them and creating undue trauma that has already been inflicted on them by the community and their friends and everybody moving out from the side, on the side of them. Hillsborough County School District, I want you to know, because I come here to tell you, you have wrote these kids an insufficient check that is no good to them for their life. Just elementary students deserve better and deserve more. This right here is awful. Unbelievable.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Connie Burton. Your other part of city government, the Tampa City Council, wrote a resolution 568 in 2020, not 1920 or 1820, but 2020, acknowledging Tampa's past historical legacy of racism and segregation that continues on to this day. In the resolution, it talks about the harm that had been done and the miseducation of our children. And although they are not educators, they get a chance to see what you have produced. And what you have produced is an inferior quality of education for Black students. You continue to move in an overt way as if you care. But if you care, Black children wouldn't be looking through the looking glass when you're talking about magnet schools and higher education performance school, and right across the street, we can't even participate. We call on this board and talk about they love children and you're doing it for the goodness and the kindness of the children, to invest so we can have a real healing process in this city. We say invest in just now. Give the children in that community an opportunity. We'll watch the demolition of that community that is transforming. But what we say, that if you move forward in moving those children out, you continue the historical legacy of slavery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. County Commissioner Gwen Myers, representing District 3 and serving as Vice Chair of the Board of County Commission. West Tampa proud, West Tampa strong, and a graduate of Ernest E. Just Junior High School. I come today to ask you to do what's right. I sit in a seat just like you. And when we hear all these public comments, community engagement, public comments, it should change our mind how we should vote, because you're hearing from the public right now. But most of all, it's a legacy with Just Junior High School. It's a part of West Tampa. Just been there for years, and just think about the number of students who have graduated and went on to Blake like I did for 1 year and end up graduating from Henry B. Plant in 1972. I know what it's like when you have to close a school and go to another school that's not in your community. But we stood the test. We graduated. But today, you'll have the opportunity, this board, the school district board, to make a decision, change your vote, and do what's right. Do what's right for the people. Do what's right for the people of West Tampa. Do what's right for our community. Very seldom that the black community come together. But today, all of us, sometimes we disagree, but we are together today to stand for what is right for Just Junior High School, but today is Just Elementary. I just ask you, do what's right. Do what's right. I'm an elected official just like you. But when I listen to the people, and I ran on a theme, it's about the people. And the people come first. And that's what you all should be about today. We're here, and I ask that you support and do what's right for Just Elementary and for me as a graduate of Just Junior High School. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Greetings, school board members and Superintendent Davis. I am Sandra Davis Myers, a retired teacher and administrator with 37 years of experience from Hillsborough County School System. I live in Hillsborough County. I'm here to say that we need to keep Just Elementary School open. I'm very concerned about the 4-3 vote from school board members to close Just Elementary School at the end of the school. I am aware that Just Elementary School is under capacity and has a school grade designation of F and has many substitute teachers, all of which are contributing factors to its current plight. But which of these factors can be improved upon or eliminated to avoid displacing and inconveniencing hundreds of students and families while helping return this school to a sought-after academic learning site? Articles from professional publications present statistics data supporting direct correlation between high student performance and highly qualified teachers who have high expectations for themselves and their students. Has the board created or offered extra earning incentives as a means of attracting teachers of excellence for this school? Has the board considered redefining or changing the type of choice assignment to attract students from all over the districts for this school? Perhaps its proximity to Stewart Middle Magnet School, which is a nationally recognized NASA Explorer School and located only steps away from Just, could be an attraction. It has been shown that our students do well in performing arts programs. One possible way to keep Just open is to merge Just Elementary School with Dunbar Middle Magnet School. Dunbar Middle Magnet School is a school of the arts a few blocks away
Thank
from
you
Just.
so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, school board and Superintendent Davis. I'm Dr. Larry Shannon. I represent the Saturday Morning Breakfast Group. I want to say right off the bat that at least 6 of you have been to our Saturday Morning Breakfast Group meetings. At the meetings, one of the things that we ask is, what can we do to help you? And we also say that there are some things that you can do to help us. Most of the time, that comes when you are out seeking votes. Today, one of the things that you can do to help us as you seek votes is to vote no on closing EE Just. Now, one of the things that I want to say too is that E.E. Jeffs is considered a low-grade school. And why is that? It's because you have not put the necessary resources there to make it the kind of school that it should be. Certified teachers. I taught a number of years in the public schools. I'm a former university dean, and I work with a number of schools. I also want to say that back in the day, in the late 60s, I worked on school desegregation for the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. What I am seeing now is closely akin to what I saw in many of the southern states back then. We went to, we being the team to go see what's happening in the school districts. And we saw the lack of resources necessary. Do what's right and do not vote to close E.E. Jeffs.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon or evening, whichever is appropriate. The Hillsborough County School Board contracted with WXY Architecture and Urban Design to analyze how to address overcrowded schools in the district. The consultants presented 3 unbiased recommendations that could save the district between $15 to $30 million. After community input, the board selected Superintendent Davis's recommendation that fails to address school overcrowding. If the goal or the objective was to relieve overcrowded schools, when did the emphasis change? Or was it your original plan to repurpose and close Title I schools in mostly urban and low-income areas? I have to exclude some of this, so forgive me. I'm in complete opposition to the district closing Just Elementary School, repurposing Title I schools, and changing the attendance boundaries. This administration needs to be held accountable for what happens in the schools. What measures did you take to ensure justice student success? Were local, state, and national searches made to hire teachers? The students and their parents are being held accountable for just school failure, but the administration failed the students. How can you expect the children to excel academically with substitute teachers? When it comes to underutilized schools, there's a simple remedy to that problem. For instance, West Shore Elementary is 148% overcrowded. Why didn't you transfer 30% of those students to Just Elementary or other underutilized schools? Dawson Elementary and Sumner High School are over capacity.
Thank you.
Too.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have speakers 33 through 38 to please line up, 33 to 38. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Sahajian, and I stand here before you asking you to revisit the superintendent proposal. The theme tonight is community, and I'm moved by all of these people that have just come up. My situation's a little different in that in my community, in that we're being taken from our feeder schools, which are Brooker Elementary, Burns Middle, and being moved to Brandon High School. That is completely disruptive. You're breaking apart families. Siblings can no longer go to the same schools. Friends have to be separated at the most important adolescent period of their lives. I started a petition online. I've emailed each of you, so you have access to it. We have over 600 signatures to date of folks that oppose the change of moving the students and the families from Bloomingdale to Burns. And the superintendent's proposal that came out late one Friday evening, there was one change for River Hills that moved them from Newsom to Bloomingdale. That was quickly reversed. And I'd like to understand why. Is it only the influential who have a voice? Yeah. Is it only the powerful who have a voice? Yeah. And can make change? It's not okay. This needs to be an equitable and fair process. We need to do what matters We need to put our money where our mouth is and actually make the schools good for these children. They're not numbers, they're not boundaries, they're not buildings, they're not budgets, they're people, and your job is to be able to serve them in an equitable manner. Our communities need to stay together. I ask that you revisit your proposal and actually make changes that make sense instead of creating Band-Aids that will only make the situation kick the can down the road and continue to have the problems exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You've heard me. I'm always here every single time. You already know who I am. I'm here to speak on behalf of anyone, everyone, even the people who just got born, like right this second, who just got born in those areas. I'm here to speak for those people because those people matter. Every person matters. I see human rights, and human rights is what it matters. I see, like, human rights, human rights is the same rights. Everyone has rights. I mean, animals have rights. You know, everyone has rights. So I'm here to just making sure those rights are fulfilled because rights matter, and I know that because what happens if we don't have human rights? Well, lots of bad stuff. I'm not going to list it because I just don't want to list it. All I'm here to say is that human rights matter. I just am here as your check to make sure that you follow those rights, to make sure every voice is heard. I really am including every voice, every single voice, even people living off sawdust. So every single voice is mattered and included in these discussions because we need every single voice. Everyone needs a voice. I mean, what happens if no one has a voice? Then nothing happens. If nothing happens, then how are we going to make progress? How are we going to make progress? How are we going to solve issues? Then, that's just a downward spiral, okay? So I'm here to just make sure those rights are followed, and every single human being is here. And I just want to tell you, every single human being is being affected about this. Because one kid you might think who's just a kid might cure cancer, for example, who went to one of these schools. So these decisions really, really matter. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Thanks, Liam. My name is Deborah Westlake, and I'm here for two reasons for the children. One is I think you need to listen to your constituents. I was not bused. My two brothers were bused. It creates all kinds of havoc within the family, like the one lady said, picking up your children, rearranging logistics, being able to have family meals, etc. It's a nightmare. So please listen to your constituents. The second reason, when the filthy language was being read, I heard some people saying, why is she reading that? Why is that happening? It's happening because these are books. The young man said, we have a USB to community if we stay. Once your children are in the schools you want them to be, what are they learning there? That's the question. So I apologize, children, you need to cover your ears. Parents, you need to open. These are direct excerpts from books in the Hillsborough County school system. We don't have to get rid of all of the books. What we need to do is create a system. Movies has systems. PG, PG-13, etc. Even rides at carnivals have a system for age. So here's the first one, and I would ask, what benefit is derived from these books? My clit swell up, thanks, Daddy. Daddy sick me, disgust me, but still he sex me up. I'm nauseous in my stomach, but hot tight in my twat, and I think I want it back. The smell of the bedroom, the hurt. He slapped my face till it sting, my ears sing. He bite me hard, hump, hump. He slip his hips into my hard. I scream pain. The next one, that's from Push. The next one, thank fuck he granted, and then he reached between us, his finger snacking from the front of my britches. And it goes on and on and on. These are all books that your children have access to. If you don't know about it, get involved. Have the Hillsborough County school system do what they can. And right now it's taken it took 8 months to get one book like this out. I apologize for my language.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Horace Rowe, Hillsborough County resident. Also, following up, it sounds like There's some problems with decisions. We've decided to close the school, but the people aren't happy with it. So here we are, because we're closing a school. I'm here because in those schools that are open, there are books that have stories and language and mental images that would be found in a Penthouse or Playboy forum in the front of the book. Everybody talked about how they enjoyed the articles in the books and not the pictures. And now we've got the books and the articles in our schools. These should be preparing the children for this future, but the language in these books, I'm wondering what they're preparing them for. Another man said that children are very curious, and when they find out that it's there, they will go for it. And when they find out things like what's in this David Steele book, it's kind of a pedophile. He's talking about, you don't look much older than 15 now, He said almost shyly and pulled her gently into the bed with him. She came easily to him, and he slowly unbuttoned her blouse as she slid off her velvet skirt. She wondered for Christmas. I love you, Lisa, he said, whispered into her neck as she felt and desired for his mouth and his hands. Is this what we need in our schools, in our libraries? I don't think so. Thank you very much. Please put ratings on these books. Allow children to attend school, but also allow them not to have access to things that should be in a Playboy Penthouse forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have speakers 39 to 43 to please line up? 39 to 43.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Dana Glenn, and I am a board-certified family practice physician. I live and work in Hillsborough County. I live with my husband and 2 children, and I regularly attend Beulah Baptist Institutional Church. I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today. Thank you for your time and attention. I am speaking strongly in favor of keeping Just Elementary open. To help me explain my position, I look to the amazing legacy of the one and only Ernest Everett Just. Dr. Ernest Everett Just was a leading American biologist born in 1883. He made significant contributions to the fields of invertebrate zoology and embryology. His signature work was one of his 2 books called The Biology of the Cell Surface. And as part of his work in biology, he tried his best to stimulate a natural environment for the study of the whole cells instead of breaking them down in laboratory conditions. So today, I ask, let us keep Just Elementary School open to stimulate the 284 future student leaders and not break them away from their nurturing natural nearby families and community systems. Number 1, keep the kids identified by some as experiencing crisis close to their home and close to their community. In the same way, there are some in-home crisis stabilization programs that have worked, school stabilization programs that are strong and have the proper resources can be very effective. Please give the students more resources. Yes, there are risks, but resource-rich environments can help mitigate bad outcomes. In my opinion...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Gilmore. I'm the mother of 2 black boys here in Hillsborough County, in the new Tampa Palms area. My son was Bryce, who played the violin just outside. I have an oldest one, Caleb Gilmore, as well, who plays the violin, and he's in 10th grade in first chair. And so what I have seen as a black mother on the other side, and I know there's a lot of people here for Just Elementary, and I can't stand the fact that it always comes to us that we always have to fight. We always have to go through hoops and hurdles. Mr. Davis, you know my email. I email you constantly. Nadia, Lynn, everyone. And what I get a lot of time is ignored. I get ignored on the multiple complaints that I make when it comes to discrimination, retaliation for my two boys. And what I see is there were a lot of people that ran for school board when I ran for school board in 2020, and they sat in my face and said that they were the better candidate and that they were going to do things for our students. And what do we see within the last 2 years? Schools closing, kids being failed, kids not being able to graduate. I sit here even with Stacey Hahn. She had her face down the whole time while we were sitting up here talking. I watched speaker after speaker and I recorded it to show how literally when we come up here and speak, no one cares, right? We get deaf ears, right? And so I'm just here just saying that clearly my kids, just like all these other kids that are fighting for, are able to be educated. These test scores do not mean anything. They try to deem my son Caleb down as a 1, but he's a violinist, he's in honors, he's in AP classes. So we know that these tests are lying on our children, but we continue to believe that our black children cannot read, and we're tired of it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Gephards, and I wanted to start by saying I'm moved to see the community involvement expressed here today. While I don't understand the ins and outs of all these decisions, I hear a lot of people and their heart to protect their community. So I really do hope that the board is able to find a way that addresses everyone's needs. On a different note, 3 years ago, my daughter took an AP World History class at Newsome. She came home after learning about communist China under Mao with a favorable view of communism. But because my daughter has been taught to think for herself, she independently researched more on her own, and then she was stunned to learn that upwards of 60 million people had died in the Cultural Revolution under Mao. Not once was this fact presented in her class. Beyond all the tyranny, loss of freedom, unspeakable torture, control, oppression, etc., the deaths alone not worth mentioning in her class. This is the epitome of changing history to serve an ideological end. I hope that the rejection of communism is a big tent issue that garners widespread support among district officials who are teaching our children, because I can assure you that your constituents will stand firmly against communism and its track record of terror. Communist regimes around the world are responsible for upwards of 100 million deaths. Communism is a global threat, and any curriculum, such as the McGraw-Hill that was on the agenda today to be adopted, is a threat since it feeds young minds misinformation about communism and excludes or glosses over the horrendous atrocities that have always accompanied communism. This curriculum promotes a revisionistic view of communism that paves the way for kids like my daughter to come home from school with a favorable opinion of the most deadly political regime of the 20th century. You have received an email from the Florida Citizens Alliance detailing the problems with this curriculum, and I would encourage you to take time to review that and look into the curriculum yourselves. Any curriculum promoting communism must be rejected and put where it belongs, in the trash. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I have please speakers 44 to 49 to please line up? We'll have speaker 44 now. Or 43.
Hello, my name is Stacy Fox. I was also moved today definitely by everything we've been hearing. I support what I've heard today, and I would also request you think again in terms of your vote. In terms of what I am also here for today is in relation to the school boundary plan, and more specifically, I live in Hillsborough in Twin Lakes community in Valrico, and we also found out about the new recommendations on February 24th after all of the meetings have been held. So this is my opportunity to at least speak to you all because I didn't have an opportunity before, and so that's what's brought me here today. In terms of some of the same things said for us as far as disrupting school feeder patterns with the changes, disrupting students being able to participate in school activities in preparation for college and scholarships, as far as moving students to underutilized schools that are largely in that state due to parents' disenrollment or choice, not really putting the investments in the schools, so people leaving. Really, as far as kind of the impact specifically to my area, there's 1,561 high school students being rezoned out of Newsome, Bloomingdale, and Riverview, and unfortunately not one of them is going to see a positive school ranking impact. All of them are actually going to be dropping school ranking, and the average drop is about 30 in terms of school ranking. Outside of that, I would really just recommend that this group really think long and hard about these decisions questions. I would also ask, if you do push forward on it, I would ask as far as a grandfather exception as well for siblings. If a child is in a school and their siblings in the school, they should both be able to be grandfathered in. Personally, my own son could actually stay at Newsom, but my daughter will need to move to Bloomingdale, so she won't get to be with her big brother.
Very much.
So
Thank
that's
you.
all.
Next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please.
Oops. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Robin Lockett, and I'm before you to try to find out what lens you're looking through. You cannot understand I hear Carrollwood, I was here when South Tampa was talking to you guys, and you understand, you related to that. You guys were sitting astute, you were paying attention, right? Giving them your undivided attention. But what lens are you looking through, right? You can't look through our lens because all the conversations that has happened today, I hear hurt, I hear mistrust, I hear deceit. But how do you look through those lenses? How do you change that? You can't understand what the black community is going through because you'll never be able to walk through somebody's shoes, right? So what lens? The only thing you could do is respect what they're saying and try to move forward with it. Just Elementary. Everybody's here about Just. I agree with it not being closed. I think that Just needs to have the right resources. You allow the superintendent to put the cart before the horse. You're his boss and we're your boss. So with him putting the cart before the horse, from my understanding, they've persuaded teachers to disenroll or transfer early, right? So you're setting the principal there hasn't been forthcoming. So you're setting the school up for failure, right? And then you're looking at us and saying, well, they're failing. There has to be an opportunity to get this right. There has to be an opportunity to get this right. So that's the expectation, that you guys be intentional. You have community partners that you're not even using. If you're thinking outside of the box, you'll be utilizing those community partners for partners that you don't have, employees that you don't have access to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Superintendent Davis. My name is James Ransom. I'm representing the board of directors of TOBA. We've been a partner with the school districts for 44 years. Every year we actually award scholarships to Hillsborough County public school students, and we've done about $400,000 of that in our history. We just want you to now know that because you voted the way you did, all of us had to come together and try to figure out how to convince you that we care, like you all do, about 100% of the students graduating from school. This concentration of challenging students at one school requires certain types of teachers at that school. The principal told us psychologists and therapists and reading coaches are needed at that school that they don't currently have. So they haven't been given the right resources. They've been given some resources from the district office, maybe from Kelly Services, and you've done some things over there to try to help with the STEM changing in the name and all those things you did. But to bust them out and say that they'll get a better education at a different building is not the same thing as educating them where they live. So you need to think about this and slow this process down and find a way to bring the right resources to these students where they are. The community is behind this. 284 parents have students at that school, and not one of them came to the last meeting. We asked the question, why is that possible? You know why? They didn't know about the meeting. They didn't follow the agenda. There was no meeting with the parents. There might have been an effort, but there was no meeting with the parents and there was no meeting with the community in West Tampa. So now you see the people come out. And you know what else bothers me a little bit now, Madam Chair and Mr. Davis? This agenda item should be at the top of the agenda, not the bottom of the agenda. I stayed there from 3:30 in the afternoon to 10 o'clock at night before you read this agenda item. Look at all these people out here. You should be respecting the people that came to this meeting and have this agenda item at the top of the agenda, Mr. Davis. You should have it at the top of the agenda, and this man works for you. You should have this agenda for the people coming before you to give their fair time to you
Thank you.
and make themselves heard by this board. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you. And if speakers 50 to 55 can please line up.
Hello again, my name is Michael Spencer. I'm going to reiterate my concerns from the previous public comments since they haven't been addressed. Mainly that the superintendent's recommendation should be considered null and void because it changed based on a personal phone call. You see, the difference between scenario 4 and the superintendent's recommendation included moving both the Twin Lakes of Brandon and the River Hills neighborhood from Newsom Middle School, from Newsom High School to Bloomingdale High School. I live in the Twin Lakes of Brandon neighborhood, and I know firsthand that our two neighborhoods are connected not just by the same bus route, literally the same Newsom buses service both neighborhoods. Our children have been going to school together, riding the bus together, riding bikes between neighborhoods to play, and enjoying extracurricular activities together since before kindergarten. However, the day after the superintendent's original recommendation came out to change both neighborhoods, Brenda Wade, a prominent real estate agent, posted on the River Hills residents' Facebook page that she personally spoke to the superintendent and had their neighborhood changed back to Newsom. So he originally recommended changing both neighborhoods and then changed his mind after a phone call. Not a board meeting, not a working group, but a person-to-person phone call. We as taxpayers paid for an unbiased analysis that resulted with scenario 4. Now the superintendent is trying to make a unilateral change, disrupting two intertwined neighborhoods. We paid for the scenario 4, not the superintendent's recommendation. From a holistic standpoint, the school board also hasn't addressed the fact that the new developments are not being held accountable to create new schools. We have thousands of new homes going in the north and south of the county in the A-graded high school zones, which are now overcrowded. And the board's solution is to domino the existing students from those students versus building new schools. You are ignoring your existing constituents and pandering to the new developments. People are always going to keep moving to Florida no matter what the
Thank
cost. We
you.
should build
Thank you.
new
Next
schools.
speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear members of the Hillsborough County School Board, my name is Douglas Pollock, resident of Valrico. I also live in Twin Lakes of Brandon. I'm here today to express my concerns about the proposed changes to school boundaries. I understand that the district is facing challenges, but I urge you to consider the impact these changes will have on our children and our communities. The study came to the conclusion that our Twin Lakes neighborhood should remain with its current schools. The only reason Twin Lakes was reconsidered was because members of a different subdivision lobbied to have us moved with them. Twin Lakes does not want to be moved. They were wrong to say we do. It is absolutely clear that Twin Lakes families desire to keep their current schools. Take notice, there will be no line of Twin Lakes residents asking for schools to change. We are the families affected. I call on our elected representatives to stand up and represent us. I especially call on Patty Rendon. Go Bulls. We're District 4 and we don't want to move. Board members from Districts 1, 2, 3, 5, the rest, please hear my words and the words of my neighbors. Our families do not want to change course. We bought our homes for the explicit purpose of ensuring our children attend the best rated schools in the area. Twin Lakes is a beautiful neighborhood, but we bought for the schools. If we wanted Bloomingdale, we would have bought a home in their footprint. If you change our schools, I will forever feel like my choice was stolen. We're not numbers, we're people, we're families, we're communities. Twin Lakes is unique. It's not like Lithia Ridge. It's located at the dead end of Bloomingdale Avenue. It's an extension of River Hills and should flow through the same schools. The large Bloomingdale neighborhoods are not even remotely close to us. Our neighbor River Hills is the only subdivision within nearby walking distance. It is literally across the street. River Hills is not moving with us, and so Twin Lakes children will no longer interact with them in school, sports, or even at birthday parties. Instead, we'll form friendships with kids in far-off neighborhoods. This will leave Twin Lakes children socially isolated. I'm concerned that my children will become socially isolated and only be able to connect with their friends through screens. Existing friendships with River Hills students will perish, and new ones are unlikely to form. This is not fair to our children and will be detrimental to their mental health. It will disrupt the education of our children and cause unnecessary stress and anxiety. I urge you to consider alternative solutions that will address the challenges facing district without causing harm to our children. It doesn't save money. It's the same number of portables because they're both overcrowded. It's the same distance, so it doesn't change busing money.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alan Brewster, board members, superintendent. I've said last board meeting that I'm not from Florida. And I said that this educational system has some serious problems. It's lopsided when it comes to the resources, what type of education the students are getting in the schools. And it's very sad that this is going on with just elementary. We talking little students. My wife and I, we have 6 kids in this system, and we have advocated hard for 8 years for change in this educational system. And I keep asking, what's the standard for Hillsborough County Public School education? And what is the expectation? I still haven't gotten an answer. But just elementary is an indictment on the standard. It's an indictment. And it's a travesty that this is happening. Why is this happening? Because change needs to happen. And there needs to be some accountability on all fronts, all leaders, those who can make a decision. This should not be happening to little kids. It shouldn't. And I'm telling you that they're going to be affected for a lifetime if this school closes. It just shouldn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Tina Williams Brewster, proud mom of 6. We have our graduating senior number 4. Whew. Okay, you guys know me. I am here for ESE, Exceptional Student Education. Just to follow what my husband said, what is the standard? We all have children. They're all exceptional. We have the fortune, or depending on who you talk to, the misfortune of we have children from all aspects, from the highly gifted to the twice exceptional. I have autistic children, children with anxiety, ADHD, some who it's easy for them to get grades, some who's hard. But the bottom line is, no, we're not from Florida. So I know what filet mignon is. To go from filet mignon to bologna, and not even the good kind, bologna. You remember the kind with the red rim that you had to fry? Welcome to Florida. So I like to say, to follow my husband, what is the standard? You all can make a difference. When's the last time you were at Just? When's the last time you were at Gaither, Jefferson, Plant, Riverview? Why isn't it not fair? You say there are resources, but they're not equitable, and we know not only Hillsborough County, but Florida has a long standing of disproportionate amount of resources. It's time. All these people, change is inevitable, but will it be the right change? Parents, I call on you. Get involved. Schools can't do it all. I'm a mom of 6, from 23 to 13. At one point, I was at 6 schools. If I can do it, so can you.
Next speaker, please.
All right. Hello. Amy Marie Granger Welch. I am the Hillsborough County Council PTA president. Hillsborough County Council PTA believes that in light of past injustices, the district has a continuing obligation to look out for minority students in our schools. The district is considering a plan to close and consolidate schools in order to maintain or improve its financial status. But this financial improvement should not come at the expense of minority students. Ernest Everett Just Elementary School is one example of how minority-majority schools have been disproportionately impacted by the district's repurposing plan. Historically, Just Elementary served as one of the first schools for African-American students and was a hub for the Black community. Even today, it is overwhelmingly populated with Black and Hispanic students, all of whom will be displaced and moved to new schools under the superintendent's attendance boundary recommendation. As early as next year, Just Elementary students may no longer be able to walk to school. Rather, current Just Elementary students may be bused 2.2 miles away to Tampa Bay Boulevard Elementary or bused 2.3 miles away to Booker T. Washington Elementary. Each student will spend 8 to 10 more minutes each day on the bus and may not be able to participate in after-school events like extended learning program, tutoring, or clubs without parents securing alternative transportation. Additionally, the change will likely affect caregiver involvement and participation in school functions. In a year when the district is trying to minimize the number of bus miles driven together and reduce the time children spend on buses, it seems counterintuitive to shorten bus rides for everyone except the predominantly minority kids who attend schools like Just Elementary. During this process, the one thing every community has cried out for is authentic community engagement. As this process continues, we urge the district to go to Just Elementary and the other affected schools, meet caregivers where they are, and talk about what is best course of action for Hillsborough students, engage everyone who is a stakeholder. Closing schools breaks down community support and won't necessarily help students. It just moves them into a larger system. Let's be sure that move is right. Hillsborough PTA supports the district and its efforts to prudent financial stewards, but we are concerned with the greater inequity and disproportionate impact
Thank you.
on District
Thank you.
5
Next
students.
speaker, please. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kristen Valley-Guerin, and I'm here today to offer input on the proposed full repurposing of Cleveland Elementary. Concern about the inequity of these plans, and in particular, the school slated for closure, has been repeatedly expressed, and Cleveland is no exception. I would add that research also has shown negative impacts of school closures include decreased achievement and attendance, as well as fractured ties to schools for both children and families. Throughout this process, it has been stated that community input is valued. I would ask you whether the data you have, especially from the map-based tool, demonstrates support for the repurposing of Cleveland. What does that data actually say about this particular school? From my personal engagement with families, many have expressed concern about loss of history, disruption to community and school ties, and lack of accessibility, such as being able to walk to school. Additionally, I believe you each should have received a copy of a petition via email organized by a community member who couldn't make it to the meeting today, imploring you not to close Cleveland, which states, in part, I don't have time to read the whole thing, Cleveland has been a vital resource for our community, providing students with a safe haven to learn and grow, while also providing essential resources for their caregivers. It has been a beacon of hope for many families in our community. This school is not just a place of learning, but also a community hub. This school is an essential part of our community, and its closure would be devastating. We urge you to reconsider the decision to close the school and instead invest in its future. By supporting this school, you are investing in the future of our community and the future of our children. This petition has over 300 signatures. So now I'll leave you with just some comments from Cleveland families. One said, Cleveland has provided a lot of support for my family. They have come through with food, clothes, and Christmas gifts. It's hard taking care of 5 grandkids, and they've made it easier. We get a lot of support in the school, not only learning. The staff cares about the kids and takes care of them. The kids around here need this school. It's safe and close by. I do not feel the voices of those most impacted have been amplified in this decision-making process. I understand it's impossible to vote on each thing individually, but I do ask you consider the possibility of removing the repurposed schools to be individual decisions so that you can go and speak to these specific communities and carefully consider the impact of each repurposing.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I could get the last 56 to 60 speakers to please line up. Next speaker, please.
Board members, Superintendent Davis, I'm Sylvia Hoard Salter. I am a lifelong resident of West Tampa. It brings to my mind something that I read in The Color Purple. Alice Walker said, all my life, I had to fight. I am fighting now for Ernest Everett Just. Why? It's in my heart. I grew up and I was raised in that community. I was in the first class to enter Just, and I was in the class that went on to Blake. There's a line that says everything I learned in kindergarten. I learned a lot at Just and more at Blake. I would go on to graduate from the University of Maryland with a bachelor's, a master's from North Carolina State University, finished all of the course requirements for the PhD degree at the University of South Florida, where I served as a faculty member administrator. I ask that you give those kids a chance. They need to be in their community. Now, the community is in flux right now, and it's not by their design. They had no choice in it. But the community will come back. We know that. Give them a chance. Put the resources there. And I can say that I have spent 5 years because I wanted to know what the school system was actually like. Yes, I spent 5 years as a sub for Kelly. So I know the resources in some of these schools. If you go to Ballast Point Elementary, it's not overly populated. It's a small school, but it's wonderfully resourced. Give us that at JUST. We deserve that much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Patterson. I represent the West Tampa, historical West Tampa community. I grew up at 947 Union Street in the projects. Although I was living in the projects, my dad chose Catholic schools. But all of my friends went to JUST. And it became a part of who I am. Now, I had experiences leaving my neighborhood. When I went to schools outside of my neighborhood, I was exposed to all kind of things that I didn't see in my neighborhood. As a matter of fact, I can remember bringing things home to my dad, say, look what you paying for. You sent me all the way here to pay for this when I didn't know anything about it in my neighborhood. The only thing I'm asking you guys to do is keep our babies close. That didn't work for us in the 70s. My friends came back talking about fights they had at Robinson Plants and all the schools that they was dispersed to. I don't want our babies having to go deal with something that they're not familiar with. You understand what I'm saying? Every school has a culture. I'm a retired educator of 47 years, as a matter of fact. I taught at Thomas Jefferson High School before I relocated. I taught at Booker T. Washington High School in Atlanta. I've taught all over. I've taught from K to 12th grade. My specialty was 4th and 5th graders, and I'm a reading specialist. Our babies need to be with their family. We do not need to send our babies on buses to get up so early in the morning. I'm not a morning person. You understand that? To get up 4 or 5 to be on a bus. But my first reason is the psychological damage that it will do to our children. The next reason is the community don't want it. And the third reason is, with the growth of the historical West Tampa, we need to leave JUST alone. And all I'm asking, I'm praying in God's name, don't mess over our babies.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. The reason I'm here this afternoon is to attempt to persuade the board to require schools to be more transparent when it comes to reporting teacher qualifications. I went to my daughter's school to ask about her science teacher's qualifications and spoke to a school secretary named Christina Brennick. She told me that I would find the information I was looking for on the school's website under out-of-field teaching assignments. Wow, so helpful. Now, if that had been my first trip, I would be mildly upset. I told her that I was already did that, not my first trip, and was unable to find any information whatsoever on this particular teacher. She then so sweetly informed me that she was not required to provide that information, but that I could always email the school. I think she was trying to provoke me, and it worked. I lost my cool, and I'll never forget the smirk on her face as she picked up the phone to call the SRO cop. Well, needless to say, I hightailed it out of there. I would hate to think what might have happened if the SRO cop had caught me. He said he could say I looked nervous and he felt threatened, so he decided to search me. Then if he finds a pocket knife, he can arrest me for possession of a folding knife on school grounds, even if I did manage to get the case thrown out of court because the knife was considered fruit of the poisonous tree, that is, his search was without probable cause. The California Commission on Teacher Credentialing could still suspend my license for 10 days, permanently staining my record and requiring me to always and forever be answering the question, why was I arrested for carrying a knife on school grounds? Believe me, I know, because this exact thing happened to me, just as I described it when I was teaching in California. I even know the cop just like now because he had the time. Look, my arrest video is on YouTube. It's called Nothing But Respect for the Hillsborough for HCSO. Look it up and you can see what happened. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Diana Williamson. Some of you see me, remember me from before. You know I hate public speaking. I'm only up here because I want justice for the people of Hillsborough County. I've been following, first of all, somebody asked me, one of the school board members, who am I, like 7 times while meeting them. And I just want to say I'm a graduate of USF. That's who I am, magna cum laude. I have an accounting degree, finance degree, and I do help consult with small businesses. I live in the community. District 5 was my original district. It was rezoned to District 1. I've been following the school board for many, many years. I've watched probably every single episode, because that's what they are, episodes. I went through a closing of a school. I actually gathered many people to fight against it. And what happened in the school while my child was attending that school? They came into the school and they told the teachers, you don't have a job next year. All of the teachers ran out of the school and went, and they talked, they couldn't talk to the district because you can't talk about these things in the district. But they went to other schools. And they closed the school down. And ironically, the school was an A-graded school for 10 years maybe, but the year before, they got nominated as they rated as a D school. And of course, this all happened they came in when they were testing. So that really had an effect on the students. Anyway, I've been coming up here telling you about the students in Central Tampa, how they have been scattered across the city, 45 miles. And I'm thinking, wow, it's great. You guys are going to do boundary changes. You're going to make a difference in this community. You're not making a difference. You're closing schools right next to 2 Tampa housing authorities. You have Cleveland. You have a Tampa Housing Authority property right there with, I don't know, somebody earlier said there was vacancies, but there's a lot of vacancies in that property, about 120. And you guys have the statistics because you guys worked with the Tampa Housing Authority. And then also 892 of those people are this year.
Next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Bobby Ewing. I'm a substitute teacher here in Hillsborough County and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm here to oppose the school district's redistricting plan, which would close or fully repurpose 6 schools, including Just Elementary. Closing these schools would disproportionately impact working class and black communities. If these schools are closed, they'll just be privatized and turned into charter schools, which cost just as much, provide a lower quality of education, less public oversight, and have the profits going to ultra-wealthy owners of these schools. This country has a long history of stealing resources from the black community in order to line the profits of the wealthiest members of society, from slavery all the way up until today. And this plan is only one part of that legacy. It is unacceptable that the school board would close any schools at a time when our right to public education is under attack, both here in Florida and across the country, and when schools are being weaponized by the far right to spearhead a reactionary, anti-black, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-working class agenda. Here in Florida, they've already banned any discussion of black history in schools. They've banned AP African American Studies. They've banned any discussion of LGBTQ identities. And all of this is in addition to the so-called Teachers' Bill of Rights, which is only meant to restrict teachers' unions and restrict their right to organize. The far right in this country is trying to criminalize any honest discussion of the history of white supremacy in this country. They're trying to criminalize anything that doesn't align with their racist, pro-capitalist propaganda. They're trying to roll back every single right that working class and oppressed people in this country have fought for and won over the last 50 years. If you're a teacher or a parent or a student and you're not already involved in this fight, please get involved. Anyone who cares about the right to public education, about racial and economic justice, and about improving the lives of working class and oppressed people in this country has a stake in this fight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Our final speaker for tonight. Can we go to employee input?
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm sorry, my name is Nibbity. Nibbity knows I'm an attorney. That is not my real name. I'm very much so afraid of everybody in this room because there's a pernicious history of retribution for punishing black attorneys. And I will say I apologize to the board for having my hat on. Yes, Attorney Carolyn House Stewart told me to walk in like I had some sense. My mama is here. But I will say the gentleman speaking beforehand, we've talked about, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, white moderates. You've done so much for us this evening. I will say the gentleman has talked about criminalizing our education system. We have all this discussion about justice, and to the young lady who was reading about, pardon me, collateral. Boy, was that some collateral. But can we leave our failing schools alone? We've had just there failing and thriving because our community is always flourish or founder. And now that we are flourishing in that community, you now have investors that wish to take from us, as they always do. Please leave us alone. Our black children are screaming. If we leave them to the streets, they will be what? Proselytized and then convicted. The school to prison pipeline is real. We have Sister Jeanette Smith, who's done so much for us. We have Urban League doing things for us. I have emailed all of you one thing. If there's one brave soul amongst you, Robert's Rules of Order. If someone will just say, I move for a motion for this to be tabled, and someone seconds it, it will occur. And then we say, can we second the amendment and have a subcommittee that does not have anything but individually appointed, because we have Dr. Freeman there as well and other individuals who've been in this community fighting stewardship. I have no dog in this fight because I have no child. I have no wife. Good evening, ladies. And I have a destination and desire to be pernicious. I am here and I'm quite fearful of all of you, but as I watch time tick-tock away, I beseech thee. We are clamoring and we want your assistance to be left alone. The Rome Project seems to be coming, and as the individual make the comment from the color purple, they heralded those that oppressed them. And then when they kept going to the oceans, though, they realized they heralded their own destruction. We do not want your assistance. Leave us be, and thank you very much for these words. Good evening.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to employee input, which is 6 o'clock time certain. We have several speakers. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 o'clock. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board wants to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we're creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We're setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and we have 4 speakers tonight. If the first speaker will please come up.
Hi, it's me, Carissa Denica from Gaither High School. First, I want to mention that it came to my attention from at my school that two positions at least were kind of left over, and I just want to make you aware of it if it's not on the radar, that didn't receive any kind of increase of pay. The administrators did. Thankfully, the teachers did, right? The support personnel did. Not that some of those got anything. There were definitely issues within that. But one of the things was, I guess, head custodians didn't. And our head custodian is worth her weight in gold. And she deserves everything. And then principal secretaries apparently were also not included in that. So I just wanted to bring that up just in case it got overlooked, because those are both non-represented parties. Second is evaluation time is up. And this is our first year with this kind of new evaluation system where we aren't getting scored in our individual observations. They're just observations, and then we get evaluated at the end. This is becoming an issue with some of us because some of us are getting dinged on things that weren't ever spoken about before. There's also issues as of on the SharePoint. May 5th was the last day to do observations, and there are still people, at least at my school, that have only had one observation. So then what are they getting judged on, right? You know, so there are some real issues there that I know are not going to be just a single Gaither issue. It is going to be a district-wide issue because of the fact that these were all things that were brought up when CTA talked with Jessica about that initially. So just something that you can think about and make sure that is what was told to us. What was told to us was that there should be growth shown. We should be able to, I mean, everybody's got an improvement, right? So if there's improvement to be made, we need to be told that so that we can actually use that to grow. And I just think that it's not going to be just a Gaither issue. It's going to be a district-wide issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board. My name is Kenneth Hare, and I'm a product of the school district of Hillsborough County. Here in Hillsborough County, I found my passion for meteorology at Robles Elementary, which powered me to attend Jackson State University to pursue a degree in meteorology. With that in mind, I came back home to give back to the community that poured so much into me. As a black male, I know the traumas of absent fathers, broken families, and living in poverty. I currently teach math and science at Foster Elementary, and I know the work it takes to move a school grade. I've heard talks of resources or whatnot, but what use are the resources if you're not allowing the right teachers to go into the school, roll up their sleeves, and do what it takes for our children? I know the commitment it takes to get the job done. Please allow it to take place. I came to Foster in 2019 with the same stipulations from the state with the threat of closing, yet we rolled up our sleeves and put in the work. Again, I know what it takes, and I welcome the challenge of teaching at E.E. Just. I leave you with the notion to vote no to closing Ernest Everett Just Elementary School. Great teachers aren't hard to find. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Roger Marcellus from Blake High School. I emailed you last week, as I keep doing apparently. Great news, Wikipedia is now working at my school, so thank you for that. If you were working on it, I appreciate it. Still hoping that we can get some plagiarism and anti-AI checking things going on. But I am here today not to talk about that. I'm here today to talk about changing the way that we do attendance. Right now, we have attendance and our parents get notified once per day. I think, if possible, and I think it's technically possible, that we should do it every single class period, because it will allow for several implementing the system will help several different areas. So one is going to be improved parental involvement. We do have the Parental Rights and Education Act. Maybe we should make use of that. Parents want to be involved. Teachers want parents involved. Let's get them more involved. By doing so, they will be more involved in their child's education, and that insight will also enable the parents to support and encourage their child's academic progress more effectively. This would also help with student responsibility. So monitoring that attendance on a per class basis promotes greater responsibility among the students. They will become more aware of the impact of their attendance on their academic performance and be motivated to actively participate in their classes. It will also help administrators and help other support staff, school psychologists, guidance counselors, etc., by doing early intervention opportunities. The class period attendance will help them identify patterns of absenteeism and tardiness more quickly, and this will allow for early intervention so that those students do not fall through the cracks. It will enhance communication. Parents will be getting daily attendance, period by period attendance, that will encourage more meaningful communication between parents and their teachers. They'll be able to reach us on campus and be like, hey, so I noticed you said my kid was not here at school today. He is, so he must be skipping, and that will allow for teachers and administration to intervene right away. It will also help academic performance. The students who do the best in school are the ones who are at school and are in class all the time. And then finally, it will provide greater institutional transparency. I know a lot of parents would like to be more involved in their students' life. This is going to be an easy way for us to help them become more involved. So I hope that this is a system that we can implement, because I think it would help everyone, administrators, students, teachers, and of course parents. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker for today? What did they say?
We haven't had enough speakers. Hi, good evening to our elected school board members and our current superintendent. Heidi Glick here from Alonzo High School, the #1 flag football team in the state, going to states, as a matter of fact, this weekend, and our track team going to states in 2 weekends. Yes, thank you. I'm very excited. I had nothing to do with any of it. I will think it's time for us to look forward now. I think it's time for us to start thinking about what the board is going to do and what the negotiating team is going to do with the upcoming teacher and paraprofessional contract. As stated by our magistrate, we need to be paid for what we work. So from that statement and everyone's unanimous agreement that everything he said in his decision was correct, I'm going to conclude, not assume, conclude based on my schema, my background knowledge, and the information I've been presented at the last couple of meetings, that the automatic movement of teachers and ESPs to the next step will occur immediately upon the beginning of negotiations. Ms. Combs and Mr. Superintendent, you all both wrote how much you appreciated us. You all talked about how necessary we are. And I realize that the problem is at the state legislature not giving us enough money. I have a lot of other pages here to speak with today about that, but I think it's more important that someone make a motion to move the closing of the schools, especially not closing of Just Elementary, up to the beginning of the board, to your agenda as soon as I am done speaking, because all of these people are here for you tonight, and I'm seeing them go out and buy snacks for their children because they've been here so long, and I don't think they're leaving until you've had that meeting part. So I would recommend that someone make that a motion as soon as I'm done, and someone second it, and I would hope to see a unanimous vote on it. Thank you.
Move it up.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Go ahead. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. We can go ahead and move. My recommendation is to move Just Elementary School up. Will be the first item to be able to address. That way we're fresh and also values the community's interaction. That would be, through the chair, be 7 and 11.
Yeah, that would be, do the consent agenda and then do that. Maybe do that.
Okay, so we'll do the consent agenda, then and then go back to the proclamations?
That's the superintendent's recommendation,
Right,
yes.
okay, I agree. Okay, so I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. I will be moving on to 7-11. Just that item, and then we'll go back to the proclamations. Booker T. Washington and Tampa Bay Boulevard Elementary School changes and Just Elementary School repurposing. Superintendent David will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. This is the second reading for the recommendation to close Just Elementary School as we launch the 23-24 school year. First and foremost, I appreciate all the community coming out to be able to support students, support Just Elementary School, as we know how precious our students are every single day. You know, for us to come together and really ignite the support process, to be able to wrap our arms around a particular community, it is so refreshing as a leader. We understand that in this role, some difficult decisions have to be made. In this process, as we look at Just, one thing we will always do is continue to make certain that we focus on the legacy of Ernest Everett Just and how he was an African-American pioneer as he transitioned to the physiologically development, especially as he focused on fertilization. And for that name will continue, regardless of what decision is made this evening, will continue to be celebrated and acknowledged within this community, and continue to make certain that it's in the forefront as we make our decisions on the behalf of children, because we know what he has given not only to our community at scale, but globally at his implementation as a biologist. I'm asking for the presentation that I want to do, a little short presentation that really identifies and reiterates some of my recommendations for the board and also for the community. My recommendation is to continue to move forward with the second approval of closing of Just Elementary School for the 23-24 school year. With this said, this will make certain that the original recommendation was to move the 284 students to 2 schools, with the majority of the students going to Booker T. Washington, and then a handful of students, around 55 students, going to Tampa Bay Boulevard. After conversation and listening to the community last meeting, we did add one of the asks from the community, especially from Madam President, was to make certain that we opened up 3 schools that was in close proximity, less than 2 miles, and those were identified as Dunbar, Lockhart, and Tampa Heights. These 3 schools are magnet schools within our community. Historically, we do not open these 3 schools up to students in choice. So bringing this to 5 schools to allowing the 285 students to select where they will attend in an effort to make certain that parents have a continuous say of where their child continues to be educated within our organization. With this said, the district will continue to, if approved this evening, will continue to work with community members, faith-based partners, NAACP, parents, of how to redesign the school, whether that takes 1 year or 2 years to be determined on the overarching theme of what we move forward as an organization. My current recommendation is to transition Just Elementary School into a Montessori focus, which has started really focused on early childhood, that allows students the independence to work in multi-grade levels and really lead in education upon their pace, and to have a lot of kinesthetic learning in that approach. And then also being able to have a staggered approach as we rebuild and work with the community in an effort to be successful. We will also work to coordinate with all of our partners to identify what mentoring should look like in this school. And while we appreciate everyone that has, continues to be volunteers and shows up within our schools to help our children, we truly need to define what mentorship is and how that looks like and what expectations we have going. And that's the 360 accountability for the school district, district staff, school-based staff, volunteers, parents, students, all to have 360 ownership about what we do to be able to accelerate learning and to push student achievement within our school district. And then openly, if approved this evening, we will go within a week and have a community meeting with parents at that particular school and allow the schools that are identified, the 5 schools, to really showcase what they offer. And at the same token, allow parents to, a few week window to determine what school will be best for their learner in this process. As we move forward, reminder, I want to make certain that while this is a initial recommendation, we go back to looking at the overall, this year's progress of Just Elementary School. We look at this is Progress Monitoring Assessment 1, 2, and 3. When we look at this is when you look at this, you see that anything that's in the greens, the blues, and the purples recognizes students who are identified from the Progress Monitoring Assessment by the state of Florida that has been extended as being proficient in that school. When you look at literacy this year in 3rd grade, and the 3rd grade PMA has already been completed. It's it's at the beginning of the year, mid-year, end of the year progress monitoring. 10 out of 46 students have identified to be proficient as outlined by the state's progress monitoring. When you look at the 4th grade, we're still in the 5th grade. We're still waiting on the last 3rd progress monitoring assessment. But when you look at 4th grade, 4 of 41 students are identified proficient in the progress monitoring. And when you look at the 5th grade, 2 of the 35 students that looked at in progress monitoring 2 has been identified as proficient as well. When you look in the area of mathematics, it continues to be concerning. In the 3rd grade, 4 out of 46 students have been identified and proficient from the last progress monitoring and this is the end of the school year. And then if you look at the 4th grade and the 5th grade, we're still waiting for that assessment to finalize. When you look at the 4th grade, 2 of 41 in progress monitoring 2. And then when you look at 5th grade, no student was identified as proficient in progress monitoring in the mid-year assessment as we move forward. When we talk about the community, and I appreciate the community talked about wraparound services.
Excuse me, Superintendent. Excuse me, audience. Please, we need to be quiet so Superintendent, everybody can speak. If not, we've moved this item up. We need to be respectful and stop screaming out, because if not, we will have to remove people, because we need to make sure that everybody can hear. So I would appreciate if the few people would please stop speaking out.
And listen, I appreciate the passion behind it, and I appreciate when speakers were having conversations this morning, and also me meeting with individual faith-based partners or our civic leaders and organizational leaders, is that we talked about wraparound services. This is a multi-year chart that talks about the services that has been implemented in Just Elementary School. When we talk about partnerships, donations, mentorships, organizations that have been present, this has been a multi-phased approach. And you look at what everything that we've identified this year, you see in the last column, there's been a litany of a continuum of services that have been provided. And when you correlate that with the overarching implementation of the progress monitoring, we see there hasn't been adequate progress made, which is concerning for me, and why I would love to keep children in this particular school. For me, and my heart breaks that we have to be able to put them in a situation where we have continued highly qualified, skilled teachers every single day within this organization. When we look at the total expenditures, this year there's additional funding that has been identified by the state, a total of $462,000, but historically Title I dollars have been identified along with other donations that have been identified by continued partners. When you look at the current state of the staffing, and note that the teacher bonuses range from $7,500 to $15,000 on top of their current salary. We have 18 positions that are currently offered in staff allocation that are driven and generated by students. 11 of those have been filled, and 7 of those are vacancies, meaning that a number of our students aren't being served daily by a highly qualified, skilled teacher. All of these schools have had coaches, academic coaches, resource teachers, but those individuals have been pushed in the classroom to be able to create stability for our children. The issue is it's become very hard to be able to recruit individuals to this particular school. My ask to this board is to allow this school to sit for a calendar year at minimum, allow me to work with every one of our civic leaders and put a task force together to be able to identify what's working, what's not, and what we can do differently in an effort to move forward collectively and make certain that everyone here this evening has not only a voice this evening, but a voice in making certain that we move forward collectively and be very surgical and intentional about how we serve children as we get a chance to reboot and reboost Ernest Everett Just Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and second to approve item C711. I have a motion by Member Hahn, and I have a second by Member Gray, Member Washington, and myself. We pulled this item. If we'll go ahead and line up the speaker list. Member Washington?
Yes,
you
let
will
me go
begin.
for it.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming out, the organizations, the community people, the parents, and the students, because this is truly something important in our community. And we heard the voice of the people because we are elected by the people. It's been hard for me dealing with this because I'm part of the people. And I believe we should not close Just Elementary School. I'm going to be honest. First, the reason why, we never had a meeting in West Tampa. I mean, it's like somebody will come in and close your house, but they never met with you. We never had a meeting in West Tampa. We had meetings all over, but never in West Tampa. And I think it's important for us not to close Just because the people over there don't know. Have you driven past Just in the last days or so? Look at all the houses that are being built there. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that the houses are being built in that community. The intentions are good, but the plan is flawed. There is no good plan. And the reason why there's no good plan, because we keep changing. When you keep changing the plan, people don't believe in you. I'm part of the board. We do not have a good plan. We keep changing. Every time we do something for Just, we want to change. We want to do this and do that. So I see why the community don't believe in it. Because you got to have stability, a plan. A plan is what's important when you're dealing with a situation like Just. And not only is Just, but it's the community. We're moving people out to send them to Tampa Bay Boulevard and send them to BT Washington. They got They got to move out the community. Hey, our community is important just like any other community. I mean, you know, hey, we love our community. People come down and say, well, I don't want my kids moved. Hey, well, we don't want our kids moved. At the end of the day, we don't want our kids moved. We want our kids to stay in the community too. We just lost trust. You know what? You know one of the reasons why we lost trust? We moved people out of Meacham Elementary School. And they said, well, we're going to be okay. And you may not be in the soup, but the community have lost trust. We're going to build Meacham back. We're going to do this. Everybody, fine. That's great. Hell, we ain't heard nothing about Meacham. Not a word. We have not heard anything about Meacham. Why the teachers leaving just? Do we know? We don't know why they're leaving. We know why they're leaving, but we don't know why they're leaving. Because I think at the very end, we did not put a full effort into just. Now, some of the worst school I ever been, I've been in the school system for 42 years. The worst school I ever seen in Hillsborough County that we gave help to was Potter. Potter, the worst school I ever seen. Just don't even compare with Potter. But you know what happened? We put a great leader in there, and Tracy Brown did a good job. Turn it around. We had a downfall, people. We had a downfall in Marshall. Who we put there? Shay McRae. Turn it around. Even better than that, we had a downfall at Chamberlain High School. Who they put there? Shake Washington. At the end of the day, you got to have leaders in that school to turn it around. I mean, that's at the end of the day. And what additional resources are we going to have to help these kids if we move them out? We need to have additional resources. Are we going to make Tampa Bay Boulevard transformational school? Because we're sending 200 kids over there. So are we going to have half transformation, and half regular? What are we going to do? Those are the things that we have to plan for. And I think that's very important. When we move to BT Washington, how much time I got? 36 seconds, okay. I get back in the queue though. When we move to Booker T. Washington, are we helping Booker T. Washington? What are we going to do? I'm going to get back in the queue.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, Member Washington, you had 23 more seconds. So there. But at any rate, he'll get back in the queue. And I appreciate those voices from Fred Hearns, Sigma Sci-Fi, Stanley Gray, Omega Sci-Fi. I'm sorry. Michelle Patty, Reverend James Ransom, many of the leaders who spoke from their hearts and their minds this evening. And it has made an impact because now we see that the community has been heard. We see that there will be a committee that should have been done a while ago, and it finally is being done. That particular advisory committee, the hope is that they will plan for the best outcomes for future students. I did want an early learning center. Before that, I wanted the just K-8 with Stewart. But the Early Learning Center has seemed to capture at least many of the interest from the superintendent and board members. Whether it's Montessori, I'm not sure. I think a survey, and this again will come back to the advisory committee. Is that the right fit? Is that the solution? Will we close the school? We're not closing the school. In fact, I do believe that the school will be turned into an emblematic early learning center that we all should be extremely proud of, and we all should work with that infrastructure, including teachers that are certified. We can't continue running a school, and you all know this, with children being taught by substitutes. Some of them haven't even had a full-time teacher the entire year. It is true that when we looked at right before the COVID, 2020, 2019, and then from that point on until the transformation network took place, we did not have adequate human and educational resources. I have been very much involved with JUST, the principal there, as many of you know. I know it is true, and in fact, many children have been let down. I don't think we're going to be looking at that past. I look forward to the future. I look at all of you. You spoke tonight. Many of you may or may not have had a history of JUST, but I know that, I should say JUST. I know Fred Hearns and certainly the Omega Psi Phi, who have helped so much in that school, as have other stakeholders. But I think right now we're looking at a community that is bonded by the challenge of making sure the children have the best educational outcome. I do believe that transportation, I agree. I did work on that the Head Start, making sure those babies get taken care of on the new schools, and Superintendent Davis validated that. But the busing, I can't argue. I can't say that's not going to affect. But the betterment of the educational system will have these students geared towards success, not only academically, but most importantly, social, emotionally. Now, we can't prove that today, can we? We can't prove it tonight. But I believe with the advisory committee, and excuse me for using that same title, I'm sure you'll come up with another title emblematic of this group. But I do believe through the hearts and the minds of this committee that's forming, that you will make sure that the best outcomes do come from these beautiful, wonderful children. And I know the sensitivity of having things taken away from you time in and time out. I was teaching since the 80s, the 7th grade centers, young. Certain centers were definitely segregated. And it is just, this day and age, it should never even happen. No one should have a school taken away from them. But at any rate, I talk way too much. And I definitely say that I'm very pleased and proud of every one of these community members and educators who spoke from their hearts and again their minds for the welfare of these children now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gray, Member Press.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take great issue with the fact that the community is being engaged after the fact. I take great issue with the fact that Lee Elementary, when the school was rebuilt, there was a time when this school was nowhere near full, and it was a magnet school, not a neighborhood school. And we continue to speak of community school, but Lee Elementary is not a community school. You know, Yo-Yo Ma is a world-renowned cellist, Grammy Award-winning Asian American, who said, when you learn something from people or from a culture, you accept it as a gift, and it is your lifelong commitment to preserve it and build on it. JUST Elementary, that area, we have 644 students under the age of 18 that live in that area. In Tower 1, we have 186 students. In Tower 2, we have 170 students. In Tower 3, we have 151 students. In Tower 4, we have 137 students. What has this district done to engage those students? As of today, what I'm hearing is absolutely nothing. We have Title I allocation monies. We have school improvement grant monies. We have turnaround schools supplemental allocation money. And all that funding has not totally been used to engage students in that school because of poor leadership that continue to allow to be in that school and allowed our students to remain without the education that they needed. You know, the definition of gentrification is far too familiar to our students today. Their understanding of the reconfiguration of their urban landscape that is shrinking, and they watch their residential space and options within their neighborhoods and cities shrink as the space for more advantaged residents expands. And they watch before their eyes their world disappear. You know, in some of our country's largest cities, the public school closures have become a familiar occurrence, as it is here in Tampa. Let me ask you a question, Superintendent. What are we doing in Hillsborough County Schools to make public schools the #1 choice for our parents?
Yes, Madam Chair. Every single day we are preparing students for life, and that is our work that we do. This is very evident through every analytic of the last 3 years that this administration has put forward. We're looking at, when I came in, remember, we had 38 historical DNF schools, and now we have 18. We had underperforming schools. We had 28 historical DNF schools that have moved to 5. We've cut the DNF schools in half. We've accelerated and led the state in FTEs, CTE classrooms. We've had the highest graduation rate we've had in the last 3 years. So we're doing everything we can to prepare students to become full option graduates, whether they come to the workforce, post-secondary education, or go to the military. We do that every single day.
Unfortunately, too many children here in Tampa, their destiny is determined by their zip code, because too many kids must walk to school where they don't have a meaningful chance to succeed. And the irony here is that we speak of choice, but we preach of choice. Meanwhile, we're pushing our opinion on a community, and we're taking away this community's choice. We're telling the parents and the students in the neighborhood of Just Elementary that they don't have a choice of a neighborhood school. And unlike their white counterparts, if you're white, you have a better chance of attending a neighborhood school that you can walk to. And if you're black, you have little chance.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Perez, I agree with you in regards to we constantly talk about parental choice. And we have a community of more speakers than we've had in a long time, all coming together, telling us their choice is to keep Just open and to invest in their school. You know, I was a community organizer before I got elected, and I worked with multiple groups in East and West Tampa. And to see this room full of so many groups of people who probably wouldn't come together around another issue, all coming together, you know, to say that they want this school to stay open is meaningful. I don't think people who understand our community and the communities who are coming to speak understand what a meaningful event this is right now, to have all of these people come together and speak up and say that they don't want their school closed. And to me, that underscores parental choice just like any other community. I appreciate the thoughtfulness about redesigning the school. I'm a lover of Montessori. I think Montessori will be spectacular, especially in, communities that struggle when we talk about reading readiness, and we could talk about Montessori for hours. And I appreciate an exploratory committee. However, where I disagree is I don't think that we need to close the school in order to implement those things and for that to be successful. And, when we talk about it last time, what I heard overwhelmingly was we're concerned because we don't have qualified teachers in there. And that's a valid concern, absolutely. However, when I've done some more research, to me, what the problem is and why teachers seem to be leaving is because they know the school was going to be closed. And teachers want the opportunity to get to somewhere where they would have a choice instead of waiting for a school to close and for the transfer period to be late. So they're leaving because we've dangled this school closure for so long that has been their choice to make sure that they can have some say in their academic choice going forward. So, again, I still haven't gotten any information other than that of why we can't keep teachers in the school and what that looks like. And if that is the driving force, then I disagree that we have to close the school in order to focus on that. What I would like to do is I would actually like to make a motion that we table this in order to allow the committee that we've talked about to give us their feedback. I don't think that our community has been engaged enough. I said that at the last meeting when we talked about where our community meetings were. When we first talked about boundary changes, I asked to be more aggressive about letting communities know that we were talking about their communities, putting street signs out like they do for transportation meetings, sending information home with parents like we do when we're advertising anything else. And I don't see that was done with fidelity. And so I think this community is saying, give us some more time. And I understand that from the last meeting, board members are concerned that we're failing the students and any more time is concerning. However, I will say that there are schools in my district that don't have numbers that are that much different than Just. And those students need support just like the students in Just. And we're not talking about those schools that they're in crisis and on the verge of closing. And when we talk about gaining trust in communities, identifying certain schools that are in crisis and not talking about other schools with the same passion, it lends our communities to be suspicious. And what we need to do, and what has been my mission since being elected, is to regain the trust with our community and our school board. So again, I would like to make a motion to table this in order to let the exploratory community that we're talking about come forth with some more recommendations before we move forward on this. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. It needs to be seconded in order for it to be debated. So it's been seconded by Member Perez. If you could clear the board, please. So, board members and Madam Chair, now the motion on the floor is to continue, or to table. What that means is if you're in favor of not making a decision tonight, you would vote yes. If you want to vote tonight on the superintendent's recommendation, you would vote no. You can have a discussion about the continuance, but that's what you're discussing right now. Not whether to close the school, whether to continue this item until another board meeting.
Okay, board members, please vote.
Okay, if you vote yes, that means you will not decide whether to close the school tonight. It will be decided at another meeting. If you vote no, you'll make a decision tonight. So yes means a continuance to another board date.
Washington. Okay, and it fails 3 yeses. Member Washington, Member Vaughn, and Member Perez voted yes, and 4 members, Member Gray, Member Rendon, Member Hahn, and myself voted no. So we'll continue the discussion with Just. So Member Vaughn, we're back to the main motion. Okay, you'll get back in the queue. So if we could please set up the queue again. I think Member Hahn, you were next to speak, if I'm correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if everybody else, other members, if you'll please signal if you'll speak. Okay, Member Hahn? Yep.
Okay, thank you, Chair Combs. So first, thank you to everyone that came out this evening. I know many of you came from a long way, and it's been a long afternoon for all of you. As I said 2 weeks ago when we discussed this, I have looked at this through a student lens. my concern is on 284 students right now. We're often called as board members to lower the dropout rates and increase minority graduation rates and increase literacy and math rates and decrease the number of students going to the school to prison pipeline and increase the number of students in AP and IB courses. And when I am thinking about these children, I think about those things because, and I'm going to talk as a 30-year educator now and not as a school board member, everything I know about education says that these students are in jeopardy, in crisis. And that's what keeps gnawing at me. I love the fact that the community is in this room and they want to wrap their arms around this school. I just keep focusing on these kids, and facts are stubborn things, right? And so when you look at the data, whether it was 2 weeks ago or tonight, and, we look at it and we see that 4 or 10 third graders are proficient in reading. 4 fourth graders, am I right? 4 fourth graders are proficient in reading. 10 third in reading. 2 fourth graders are proficient in math. 2 out of every fourth grader in the school. 4 out of every third grader. 2 fifth graders in the school are proficient in language arts and reading. And there zero proficiency in math. That is incredibly alarming. And you know what? You're right, Member Vaughn. We need to look at every school that has scores like this. And we don't talk about students enough. I think, COVID has really, taken up so much of the conversation, and we need to shift that. So, the data tells the story of these students, how they've been struggling since kindergarten. Think about kindergarten, imagining students entering the school at 5 or 6, not knowing their alphabet, their numbers. First and second graders struggling to read and recognize words, unable to count to 100. How do any of us turn a blind eye to their story? I think it's wonderful that we want to reimagine and recreate this school. But at the same time, I'm trying to find a win-win here where these students are going to win. They're going to have exposure to highly qualified teachers and all of the resources that you've listed on this form. And I that for me exists in those other schools. It's Dunbar and Tampa Bay Boulevard and Lockhart and Tampa Heights and Booker T. But to leave them in a triple F school, knowing what we know, looking at the data, that is heartbreaking to me. And it's heartbreaking that it got to this point. Absolutely. We can't turn back time. We can't redo what's been done. We can do better moving forward. As we talk about how to reimagine Just Elementary School. But for those kids, the decision has to be made now. They don't have another year. They don't. I just, if we want to close the achievement gap, we have to do right by these students tonight and then work together as a community to reimagine Just. I would love to see over the next year a principal hired, lead teachers hired, meeting with the community to get that going. I'll get back in the queue. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Hahn. Excuse me, everyone, please, if you can give everybody their attention. Member Rendon?
I've not been a school board member for very long, but I take it very seriously. 4 a.m. in the morning, many of these guys will have emails. You'll see emails responding to you. Midnight, 4 a.m. I showed up at Just. I just want to see the kids. I want to talk to the teachers. I want to talk to the principals, the APs. I want to know how they were, how they felt about things, because it was very important to me. Some of our community members were there, walked right by me, and I understand they may not have seen me, and that's okay, because I wasn't there for a reason other than the kids and the teachers. I talked to Miss Snively, Member Snively, because she's been around a little longer, and it was important for her historical perspective on things that she's done and voted for over the course of time, because it's important, because I don't have the historical knowledge that she has. I have the research. I talked to our staff throughout the district and got their expertise knowledge of exactly where we are for kids. There's not a parent out there that doesn't think that the critical time in a student's education is K through 5. It is the foundation of everything they need for the rest of their education. What they get wrong and how long it takes to make it up is double and triple the time. Someone said to me this morning, you know, you could vote from a political point of view. I won't do that. No matter what the issue, I will not vote for a political vote. It'll never happen as long as I'm sitting here and my vote counts. I will only vote when the most important person is the student. And I cannot sleep at night not knowing that I've done everything I can from the experts from the school, the principal, the AP, who I do highly respect, that go to work every single day, that protect these children. They dismiss several children at different times because they're protecting the children. They sit there after school because they're protecting the children. They're there hours after school. They are there, by the way, at career fairs. They are out there recruiting teachers as best they can. That current principal brought teachers from other schools, and they are still there. And teachers have not left today and will be there that have been there all year until the end. Nobody has left and transferred out as of today. They have told me that they have looked at other positions for next year, but they have not transferred out today. The AP and the principal sat there with tears in their eyes when I asked them, do you feel there's anything that I or any board member or any of this district could do right now to change the trajectory for next year? They believe they have all given 150% towards their students. And I respect them because they are putting in the time. They are putting in the work. These parents that came here today want Just Open because they trust those teachers. They trust that AP. And it's very important to me that I respect them. And I ask them, how are you? How are your staff? It's not easy for them at all, but they have done the time, they have put the effort, and they want their students to succeed. I will close you with the two most important things I left with from that school is each and every one of those faculty members want to make sure personally what goes on with each and every one of those students. I also want to personally thank every single member of the community that's come out here, every single member of the community that's reached out to every board member that have taken the time. I especially want to thank the Omega Psi's because not only have they come out, but they have actually put time in at that school on an ongoing basis. And I thank you for each and every one of you for all of that.
Thank you, Member Rendon. I I have a lot of the same sentiments. A lot of the people that I look around that came today and spoke, I mean, I didn't know 3 years ago until I got elected. And, you know, when I came in, my heart is in the same place that it was 3 years ago. For me, all of it comes down to students. What's best for students? I just want to know that I did communicate with anybody who reached out to me, who wanted to talk to me, and I respect everybody in the community who comes out here. And I know that this is, you know, what people don't realize, we are in such a huge crisis here in Florida. It is like the worst of all. Here we are, our veteran teachers are paid 47th or 48th, can't live here. We have the highest inflation in the state, in the country. And we are getting the per pupil allocation of less than $8,500. To go to any private school in this city is $20,000. What are we supposed to do as board members when we are supposed to make sure that students have the resources and make sure that they have the resources when we're not getting the financial support that we need? We're the only district in the state that did not pass a referendum. How are we supposed to pay people when you offer people $15,000, but they still don't want to go to certain schools? Why? Because we're 1,500 teachers short. It's not a problem at Just, it's a problem everywhere. And on top of that, what people don't want to talk about, and I would love for everyone to see this, is what I shared with my board members. And what I'll share is when you look at our districts and you look at the enrollment of the last 15 years, what you see is the enrollment has gone down. Why? Because parents want choice, and we want to support that choice. But how do we react when the enrollment has gone down? In Mr. Washington's district alone, my district and Mr. Washington's district have had the largest number of losses. In 49 schools, 44 of Mr. Washington's schools have gone down enrollment. And including my schools, a lot of my schools, of 30 schools have gone down and only 13 of enrollment has gone up. We have lost thousands of students. As a matter of fact, at Just, in that neighborhood, 300 parents don't choose to go to Just. Okay? That from choice. So what do we do when we don't have the financial support and when we look at boundaries and we look at closing schools, it's going to repurposing school. It's going to be much more than 5. We're going to be looking at 10 or 20. Next year, we're looking at House Bill 1 coming up in July. Do not think the enrollment is not going to go down more. What am I supposed to do? Not pay teachers? Not pay bus drivers? Not have guidance counselors in front of those students? The community has spoken. Yes. So what you see is and I am going to speak now as an educator. I've been an educator since I was 19 years old. I taught at Franklin, I taught at Sly. I used to bring students up 2 or 3 levels. Students learn from one another. When you have all these students working at a low level and you have all these substitutes, you have a recipe for students not to be able to succeed. Am I supposed to sit here and wait for another year and hope that the students, there'll be a substitute teacher, or we hope that we have more volunteers? No, I have to think about students first. And so for me, I have to put students first, and then I have to make sure that the resources are in front of the students. So for me, I feel that when those students end up, when we repurpose that school for a year or look at what we can do, we can revive that and bring that back for early learning or K through 8. We have to be innovative. But first of all, we have to put people first. Thank you. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all have different lenses, and my lens are totally different from my other board members at some point. Why don't we have an advisory committee? Because we didn't have any type of communications over in West Tampa. Why don't we formulate an advisory committee before we close? We want to close and then formulate an advisory committee. Let's formulate one before we close and put people on there that knows the community and could give some input how we can help. I also spoke to some teachers, and that's not the report they gave me. I mean, I'm not being derogatory, I'm not being negative, but I spoke to some teachers, and they feel we have not did what we should do for Just. I mean, that's, you know, everybody have opinion, just like a doorknob. Everybody got one. Get a turn. But when they spoke to me and said, you know, Mr. Washington, I don't feel that we have had a fair opportunity like other schools. It may not be. I mean, it may not be, but that's their perception, and their perception is a reality. And that's their perception, is that you haven't done what you've done at other schools. Number two, I think if we can get advisory committee, we got Bueller, we have Omegas, we have a lot of people helping. Let's see how we can work and help it. Give us a chance. You know, we don't want to close and then give us a chance, because it may not open again. It happened before, and I'm not saying it won't, Sue, because I have trust in you. But at the end of the day, it has happened many times. We close schools and never open. How about Carver one time? They said, we don't close Carver, we don't do this. We ain't heard nothing else. They don't have no Carver Miller School now. So we have lost a lot. I think we need to, we really need to set back before we jump conclusion, keep the school open, and work with the community. Hey, let's draw something up. Let's draw up a contract. We got the school board attorney here. We got other attorneys here. We can do something where we can keep our word, because it's all about keeping your word. You know, we have lost our word. And when you lose your word, you've lost everything in life. You know, people respect you when you do what you say you're going to do. And I think if we could just sit back and not just, hey, look, don't rush to close it now. Just get an advisory committee to come up with some important people, put them on there, and let's come up with some suggestions so we can work together as a team. That's what I believe we should do. Because I just don't believe in just closing anything. You know, let's try to work it out. Just like we want to talk about, just like we're trying to say, you know, we want to say the things that we're going to do. For example, if approved, the district holds a parent meeting and invite all 5 schools that are listed above to show their offering. Why don't we have the school listed before we close it? Why don't we do it before we close it, you know, and let them come in and see what the parents think about it? Because right now we're making a decision. And I understand we're a school district. We have to make decisions. But we don't have enough of parent input. Let the parents come in and say, okay, if we want to open up Dunbar, if we want to open up Lockhart, in any other school, let the parents decide. And then we can tell if the parents want the school open or not. Because once you close the school and they choose, then we out of luck. So my suggestion is not to close it. Let's see what we can do and keep it open. And I understand about academics. It's all about academic, but it's also about mental health too. It's not all academics, because you can move a kid. The kid could be the smartest kid in the world. You can move them, and they're in an environment that they're not accustomed to, and they're not accustomed to working with kids. It could be a problem, because mental health is very important. So we got to feed the mind too. Feed the mind with something they really like. Because they don't want to leave their kids, their friends either, you know. So let's look at that. I mean, that's a suggestion that I make. Let's look at it. Let's try it. We done tried everything. Let's try it before we shut it down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray?
Yeah, I just had a few questions for the superintendent and Shay McCray. And in answer to the question, why don't we keep it open for another year, you know, there's been a lot of attention given to the academic deficits in reading and math. I mean, you all saw the statistics. But, you know, every time we have a child that cannot read, because of such things as testing, which is an artificial way of saying to a child that they're successful or not successful, but if we don't have the children who have the ability to read, and we say, well, let's wait another year, that's compounding lower scores and lower success rates. So, Member Washington, you're very respected in this community, and you should be. You've done so much for every one of the audience and the children. But I definitely can't agree with waiting at the educational expense of the children. And I know the community leaders, and I see them here, and very clearly they will step up, and they will commit to helping these children. But that takes a little bit of time. I look forward to seeing this committee being extremely influential and determining, and this is going to take a commitment from every one of us, including you all, to see what we can do for the kids, no matter what school they're going to. And I don't say that lightly, because one of the things I'm concerned about is the busing. So, Superintendent Davis, it's a nightmare for most parents to have their child bused in this day and time, maybe even years ago. Safety and everything else. So, how many children do absolutely walk from their house to this school? Do we know? I mean,
through the chair, I'll have to get that information for you. I do know that when we look at the 4 schools, the majority of we have to look at each individual student, depending on where they will select if of the 5 schools, to determine how many would ride a bus, and then look at hazardous, riding hazardous road issues that we may have to provide ongoing for transportation, and then identify those that qualify outside the 2 miles. As relates to internally right now, I have to get that number related to how many students actually ride the bus currently.
Right, and we hear from the community that the housing will promise to even put more children within the community, walkways, etc. I would say also the first bullet point, trying to put together the things to do for an advisory, is to make sure signage and safety areas, sidewalks, are definitely built within the infrastructure. You have BOCC Gwen Myers on the county commissioner. I'm sure she'll be an asset, but those are real concerns that need to be met for the safety of the children. The other question, or I have 2 more, we're talking about this emblematic Montessori, and some of us may or may not believe it, but I want to know, Superintendent Davis, how are we going to pay for it in the real world that we're living in, which is unprecedented in terms of our finances?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is an opportunity for us to leverage federal dollars to be able to look at whether it's Title II for professional development, whether we're looking at capital to be able to purchase furniture, and then we can use a number of other recognitions of potentially Title I funding for ongoing recruitment training, professional development, and also capital for furniture. So there's a number of funding sources that are out there that we can reallocate funds to be able to serve and stand up. And that's no different than any other type of thematic approach that the community selects they want to be able to implement to that school that makes sense for children. We can leverage all these different pockets of funding to be able to alleviate general funds, as we want to be able to use and leverage general funds to be able to properly pay and incentivize our teachers as they transition in and out to serve children.
Well, and that's a big concern, because we have to make sure it's realistic. If we're promising the community a certain type of building or structure, then we have to make sure it can be done, and monetarily those numbers are going to be critical. The other question I have, and perhaps Shay McRae, we're hearing that teachers, they're leaving. Well, and then at the same time, we're seeing this on the screen here, that these teachers now under transformation can receive up to $15,000 just to stay there. So my question is, why are teachers leaving if that were the case? Do we know? Well, I want the answer to the question, because, it's not making sense to me right now.
So through the chair, I want to be clear. The $15,000 is a state recognition funding for those who qualify to be highly effective in their evaluation through their VAM. anyone that is effective through their evaluation to the state qualifies for the $7,500 related to being able to have additional pay to their funds. So they have to have those two qualifiers. When you look at this particular school anyways, when we work collectively with the state, our role and responsibility is to make certain that we only hire individuals that are effective or highly effective that transition to the school, because the overarching needs of students that have particularly may have underperformed, and we want to put our best and our brightest in front of our students to be able to accelerate student achievement and unlock their full academic potential. I'll transition to Ms. McCray if she wants to add anything else.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of doubt in this room about why teachers are leaving, why aren't they highly skilled, or, we have substitutes teaching these children, and we have teachers leaving, and yet we have the umbrella of monetary benefits. So do we know why the teachers are leaving?
Let me say through the chair, anyone I've ever met in education, they always want to do a good job. No one goes into education to do a poor job for children. And when I walk Just and I have conversations, and I'm sorry that we've had different conversations with different employees, because I've had conversations with employees that Just are thinking us that they think they need to transition to go to another school. They think it's the best for the served children. And we won't say names. We appreciate them being trusted to us. And I'm sorry there may be mixed messages, and evidently there have been. But when you look at the individuals that are there, they're exhausted to be able to have to cover classrooms. I mean, we're spending Title I dollars, UNICEF dollars, TESSA dollars to pay payroll for them to be able to cover classes and to take on more students to ensure that they have a qualified teacher versus having a systemic sub every single day. So a lot of it is through exhaustion. And it's not only that we're having to focus on the exacerbated achievement gap, but being able to help our students from a social, emotional, any trauma that may have been exposed to be able to help them be successful every single day. So when you look at class size, when you look at additional coverage, and you look at all the complexities of being a teacher, I think that folds into the fact to determine whether or not that $7,500 or that $15,000 is enough to be able to attract individuals to school that need us the most. So I think for us, we got to go back and really figure out, is there additional salaries that are more attractive that we have to put on teachers to go to students, and not only in the transformation network, other schools that need us the most, and how can we leverage either going to the community to raise that money, or whether we leverage looking at every one of our different grants, federal funding and general funding, to be able to create different salary schedules, especially in particular for Just Elementary School. Sorry, Ms. McCray. Whatever you want to add.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question is very critical, because if we're going to move these children, 284, to another school, how effective are those teachers, and do we have enough teachers? That we just have to make it, we all know, it has to be incredibly strategic when we're moving kids to another school. What is the fidelity of the teachers there, mental health included?
Superintendent Davis, you wanted to say something?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. And in this process, sometimes we think the fit matches, whether it be internally or from leadership, and I'm not talking about leadership at the school, but it could be any school, and sometimes it just doesn't match. It doesn't match the time in our life. It doesn't match the experience that they have to be able to serve a certain pocket of learners. And we have to be able to make adjustments along the way. So we recognize sometimes that when teachers transfer over from one location to the next, we want to do our due diligence and understand, do they understand the culture, they understand the climate, the community, the students that are serving, and have that match be in sync. But sometimes openly we recognize that may not work. So we're committed to make certain, no matter what position at any school in this district, that we find the right matches. We continue to have individuals that have the spirit, the love, and the efforts and energy to make certain that they go to a school that really helps children excel every single day. We have done that in the last 3 years and made that commitment. I know and I don't say this in a bragging manner because it's not to brag about, but made close to 100 or so changes in our school district at the principal level. And I think that really has made a major difference in student performance and creating a culture of care within our school district.
And in closing, thank you, Superintendent Davis. I definitely think from from the results of listening to the community members and the deficits that they're seeing with the fidelity of the quality of teaching, I definitely think that you're looking at, and I hope so, of a higher, for lack of better words, schedule, motivation, pay for those teachers that are in those high-need schools and the principals as well. So that's what I think I heard you say.
Through the chair, I think we got to continue to look differently about how we incentivize staff at schools that need highly qualified, skilled teachers and leaders the most.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I can't hear.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Perez?
So I'm gonna, as a licensed clinical social worker, I'm gonna speak from a place of transparency, especially since we're in Mental Health Month. Unfortunately, we're having this conversation. The community has disclosed that information has not been provided to them. Am I correct? Okay. We have a school, Just, that was rebranded, and no one was none the wiser. Am I correct? So the disconnect is palatable. The disconnect from the top down. But the ones that feel it the most are the students. You mentioned a minute ago, Superintendent, that closing the school will allow us to get funding, to better situate the students. Am I correct?
Through the chair, I don't recall saying anything related to generating funding by closing the school. If you close the school, there will be a financial savings, but this is not about our financial savings because our plan is to reboot and redesign the school as we move forward.
Okay. Because there was funding that was never used. There was Title I money allocations that were never used, only partially used. There were school improvement grant monies that were never used. There were turnaround school supplemental allocation funding that was never used, and to a tune of almost $500,000. Wow. So there's a problem. But not only with Just being closed, because from what I'm seeing as a board member and what I'm seeing when I'm speaking to the community, and I'm out in the community all the time, is that when we talk about closing schools, the schools that we seem to close seem to be in our Black communities, in our Black, Latino, and low-income student schools. And our Black and Latino and low-income students are falling further behind than their peers because of unequal access to reliable learning time with their teachers and their peers. If we continue to put them on buses, they spend more time on buses getting to and from school than they do spending time in school. I get phone calls constantly that our students miss first period and at times second period, and their teachers fail them for missing first and second period when it's no cause of their own. And that is why our Black and Latino and low-income students seem to be failing. I get phone calls constantly that our students are being left at the bus stops, 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. What makes the guarantee that our students, especially our kindergarten through fifth graders, why are we promising that moving them to other schools and busing them out is going to improve their grades when they're being left at the bus stops?
Okay, Superintendent Davis, you wanted to comment back?
Yes, ma'am. To the chair, I just want to make sure we make a correction. And we talked about $500,000 not been expended between Title I, UNISIG, and TESA. It doesn't even total $500,000 that they received. They've only received $460,000 plus, around $462,000 at the school. There are some expenditures they haven't spent, but they spent this money on T-Pay, technical supplies for technology. They've also, for covering classrooms, school supplies, supplemental materials for instructional. They covered student uniforms. They created a closing closet items for this money. They've also looked at food pantries, hygiene items. So they're spending this money, and certain of these monies have to be unpacked through state regulations. So we can't tell schools how to spend Title I dollars. They took that away from the district years ago. So Title I schools get to choose how they expend their dollars. As relates to UNISIG and TESA, that also is at a school level that they choose of how they have to get approved and how they're going to provide ongoing intervention. As it relates to bus, this is one of the biggest reasons that we brought this app this year called Here Comes the Bus, which really talks about, gives a geofence of where that bus is. It's an application where parents can identify if the bus is 5 minutes late on time, where it is, so that the learner can be at the bus stop in a safe manner. When you look at Just, only one bus that we have at Just. If we have any issues, we will address. As it relates to, next year, we have a strategy we're working in place to be able to address it, because like everyone throughout this nation, every school district, there's thousands upon thousands of vacancies for bus drivers. We increased the salary last year. We're going to have to do something else differently to be able to compete with FedEx, with UPS and Amazon. From our perspective, though, we are going to be bringing a recommendation to the board in the next 30 days to be able to address busing to ensure that students are getting to school on time. One of the other things we'll do is meet with Mrs. Hill, the new supervisor, director of transportation, Mr. Farkas, Mrs. McCray, and also Mrs. Burkett, to really identify schools that need us the most, to make certain that we have consistent routes, especially for those schools that are in transformation or on the bubble, to make certain that those students are consistently have a driver, to make certain that they do not miss first period, second period. And we should never hold students accountable where we have issues where we have a double back of a bus driver that has to do 2 routes, because it is not the learner's fault. We are starving, like everybody else in the nation, to be able to find drivers to get students on time to school. And we are committed to doing that and working with teachers and parents if they have any issues related to academic performance, and that if that's hindering them on a daily basis.
But when we're lacking equipment for our students, I don't think uniforms should be the first on the top of the line to make an expenditure. It should be the supports in the community to bring into to school that we should be spending on our students. And when we're pinpointing what the students need, we should go to the community to find out what those needs are.
Superintendent Davis, and I think Ms. McCray.
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, I just want to be clear that JUST has a one-to-one devices for technology. They have the infrastructure, the accessibility, they have supplemental materials, they have strong Core 1 curriculum, they have pantries. So there's a lot of resources that have been pushed in for that school to be able to be successful. Ms. McCray, anything you want to add? Go ahead. What?
So they do have one-to-one devices. Our deficit, and I heard it in the back very clearly, is that we don't have the teachers. That is the main issue, is that we don't have the teachers. It's not the devices, it's not the resources. And the community has been great, is that we don't have certified teachers in front of our students.
And through the chair, I wish that I wish we could go over and beyond the $7,500 and the $15,000 to go over and beyond with this categorical money from the state. But we haven't got an agreement. Now we can push and try to ask them to create an ask to say, you know what, can we push to $15,000 to $20,000? But the problem is that this is systemic throughout the entire state and not just unique to Hillsborough County. But we have no problems of pushing the state. I'll be with the state on the 22nd, 23rd in Miami, and so with Ms. McRae, that we can have conversations about how we can think differently about how this categorical money can grow to be able to incentivize teachers to come to schools that need them the most.
And I posed the question at the last board meeting, how many teachers had already exited, and I was told 2.
Okay, thank you, Member Perez. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to start to say there have been some public comment here that has questioned the intent of some board members, and I truly believe that my fellow board members are here because they care about kids and that this is really hard decisions to make, and we might disagree on how it's made. However, where I tend to disagree again is I don't think, and I said this the last board meeting, that putting children who are already so far behind in a classroom and expecting teachers just because they're certified in classrooms that are already overrun, that is going to all of a sudden make up for those gains that those students have. Also, what we're not talking about when we're talking about student success is consistency, support, whether or not their parents can be a part of the conversation. Having support from a community, from mentors, from teachers, from your parents being able to have access equates to just as much success as sitting our students in front of qualified teachers. And what we're measuring here is, are we going to uproot our students again who've already gone through years of COVID and had disruptions? And as a board, I know we've all talked about how much consistency and stability is important. Take them out of their communities, put them in with completely different peers, completely different environment, in classrooms with teachers who are servicing many students who are, don't get us wrong, those other schools may not have learning deficiencies that are on the same level as Justice, but they have issues where teachers are already differentiating and doing everything they can to help raise up those students' academic success. And we're going to say that we're going to disrupt students, we're going to take them out of the community, we're going to possibly put them on buses, we're going to stick them in these schools, and then all of a sudden, because they're in front of qualified teachers, which we're about to do teacher appreciation, teachers are the doorways to everything. I'm not undervaluing how important it is to have qualified teachers in front of our students by any means, but I don't, again, think that's the magic key that's all of a sudden, in a small amount of time, going to propel these kids. What I do think will have a huge impact is a community of support wrapping its arms around students and keeping that consistency and giving them mentor opportunities. And while I think every single one of my board members up here are leading with their hearts when they make this decision, I do think that what we see over and over again is many communities coming and us saying, we think this is what's best for your students and being student-led, and those communities organizing and us yielding to those communities. However, when it's communities of color, we don't have the same response to those communities that we do to the communities that come before us. And I don't think that's intentional. I'm not saying that anybody's intentionally carrying that bias, but I am saying that, we've had communities come here throughout this entire boundary, and we've said, hey, we made these plans because we think this is best for students, and this is what's best for our district, and this is a long-term goal. And when they organized, we listened to those communities, and we leaned in, and we changed. And here it is, communities of color doing the same thing, and what we're saying is, we know best up here, and we're not going to listen to you because we're being student-led. And again, I don't think it's intentional from any of my fellow board members. I truly believe that every single one of my fellow board members are educators or involved with children or mental health counselors, and everyone, one of the best things about working on this board has been how I feel like we've all really rallied behind what we think is best for students and public education and for this district. But I do think that here we have a community saying we want to wrap our arms around our kids, we're going to give them the support, and we're saying that's not enough. The key is certified teachers that may or may not have the time and the bandwidth with changing standards, changing curriculums, overcrowded classrooms, to all of a sudden sit your kids in front of those teachers, and that's going to fix all of their problems. And again, if that was the solution, I think that we would have been able to fix a lot of our problems earlier on that were we're facing. So again, you know, I'm imploring my fellow board members not to close the school. The other thing that I'm concerned about is even if we close it with good intentions of reopening it, we have no idea what legislation is going to look like when we go into the next legislation. We've seen in this last legislation, they take away our capital funding and open it up to charter schools. We could close it with the best intentions, and once it closed, legislation could come in the next 6 to 8 to 10 months and say any schools that you've closed, charter schools get the first choice at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Vaughn, and I really appreciate your words of support and understanding, because many times we sit on this board and we make different decisions, but, you know, there are just, you know, a lot of different ways to solve and overcome challenges, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't, but we all do keep kids at the center of our decisions. So I appreciate your kind words. You know, I'm concerned about the 5th grade data. We have 2 students that are proficient in reading and 0 proficient in math. And how are we following them once they leave just into middle school to ensure that those students aren't falling through the gap?
Yes, from the chair. One thing we do is we always identify early warning indicators at the beginning of the year and throughout the year that triangulates academics, behavior, and attendance, and determine to identify cohorts of learners that we have to provide ongoing supports academically or ongoing supports to social workers. So those individuals that transition not being, that are underperforming, they will receive intense academic services through interventionists, whether it be a push and pull in model, and then also making certain that we leverage our instructional framework and working with students in a small group instruction. So our staff has done a really good job, and I say staff, schools with their school improvement plan, to identify students who need to continuously be tracked, not only for students who are under the 33% threshold of the bottom quartile, but students who are not proficiency, to make certain that they have ownership and understanding, but also intensive interventions to be successful.
I'd like us to follow those 68 students and get their PM scores as they move into middle school, because I don't want them falling into the gap and being lost within the system. They're at high risk for, you know, for dropping out, for, you know, just all the things that we don't want to happen to kids. So I would like maybe that put on the suspended agenda so we can follow those students and make sure that they have the resources and we don't fail them as they move through middle and high school.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Because that, you know, that concerns me. Regardless of where the vote is tonight, you know, the 3rd and 4th graders we can certainly follow, but those 5th graders are now moving outside of this conversation. And so I want to make sure that that's not lost as we move forward. You know, I struggle because I certainly believe in the fact that communities are a big part of school success, no doubt. My push and pull comes with the students that are sitting in the school and are in crisis. And, you know, I'm looking for the best of both worlds. And to me, unlike some of my other board members, the best of both worlds is making sure that these students are in schools where they're receiving high quality instruction, and then working with the community to rebuild the school. And that's just a different way to come at this. But my inclination is to protect those students moving forward. And I can't shake that. As much as I'm moved by the passion in the audience tonight and everybody's comments, I keep going back to those students. And, you know, they cannot afford to lose another year. They really can't. And I'm glad mental health was brought up, because, you know, when you think about, and my career was in special education, I understand struggling students, not that these students are in special ed, but they are struggling. And we know struggling students feel frustrated, they get anxious, they have high stress levels, they get depressed. And I know moving schools is stressful. I know that in the short term, but I have no doubt that if these students do move, that the teachers and the principals at the schools that they're going to will work closely with them and their families to make new connections and build those relationships. You know, I truly believe that whatever happens tonight, this community is going to rally around these children. My decision today will be made with the best intent of the students in mind. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'm just sitting down here making me some notes. You know, I'm thinking, I say, once again, we are putting black and brown students on buses to move them out. And they are, to me, that just doesn't make sense because we say we're trying to save money, but are we truly saving a lot of money? Because we're busing them out to do 2 different schools. Is that truly saving money? Look, it's just the perception of it. It looks like every time we want to move students or do something, it has to be the black and brown students. And I think that's the perception we're looking at now. Because, you know, no matter if you haven't lived in the neighborhood or been around, you got a different perception from me. Because I've been there and I've done that. Man, I am. Wait. We got to do better than this. I mean, we have to look out for students. And I know academics is important, but again, mental health is important. These kids are moving out because all the other kids come down here and their parents speak. They say, well, we don't want our kids to leave their friends because they want to. Well, we feel the same way. And it's not that I'm kind of upset a little bit because I know my board. I think I have fair people on this board. But we looking at it from a different viewpoint because I'm black. And that's not being derogatory. We just got different viewpoints how we look at things because we have lived in the neighborhood. And you know, you say, you know, and yeah, I'm old. And I go back to when they closed the schools up. You know, my son, we lived in Belmont Heights. We lived on 22nd and 14th Avenue. They moved my son from there and said, you got to go to Alexandria. You realize how far Alexandria is from 22nd and 14th Avenue? Why we had to move him? Because we needed more blacks at the school. And I'm not saying that to be racist or nothing. This is a reality. But they never moved people into our community. And you know, but until you have been through all this and done, you don't understand, kind of. We've been through this road before. We've been down this same road before where we just take our kids and say we don't do this. And I understand education is important, but we got to look at the welfare of students and their families. How can my kids? I mean, how can the parents get there? I mean, we just had a parent come at me and say, you know, I couldn't get there. You know, we didn't have a meeting in West Chapel. We had a meeting over in Belmont Heights. So we don't even have transportation to get to Belmont Heights. So look, I'm baffled. And I'm not upset with anybody because we all have our opinion. But last but not least, how are we going to attract all these students? Because I want to know if we move them, because you can move a student out of a building to a different building. That doesn't make them smart. Buildings don't make you smart. So if we move these kids out of the building and put them in another building, how are we going to track the evaluation of the students and progress? And Sue, you know, and I trust you. I mean, but in this case, we got to do what's best because we got 283 kids being moved.
And through the chair, absolutely, we have mechanisms to track academic performance as students move from one location to the next. And when I say that, there is a database that allows us to see student performance the same way that our.
Please be respectful as the superintendent speaks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The same way that I articulated progress monitoring 1, 2, and 3 analytics today, in the same way the state identifies student progression, we have the ability to capture, even if a school elects on a voluntary basis to do monthly assessments, we have the ability to capture that information and share to the board. No different than the board member just asked to potentially put this on a suspended agenda to provide updates of students that are transitioning from one location to the next. Transformation, or whether it be the chief of schools on traditional side, that we always look at analytics to make informed decisions. We will not transition students and not be able to look at a number of information to be able to drive and prescribe instruction. As you know, as a former educator, it is so important to use analytics to be able to inform and differentiate instruction every single day, and we'll do that. And I do believe putting students in front of a highly qualified, certified teacher, it truly makes a difference. And as relates to any type of legislation that comes out, I'll commit to this board. I said it to Madam President in multiple meetings that we have. And let me tell you, our meetings are very interesting, and she fights for this community every single time, and I appreciate that, and holds me accountable all the time. And as it relates to our work, I will move my office if that needs to be to make certain that that's where I work every single day so the state has no access. I said that, and I'll commit that process to protect that school.
I thank you for that those comments. They sound good, but we don't know what's going to happen in the future. I mean, we really don't.
Right, and no, I agree. And through the chair, I can't speak to what happened in 2019 when they launched this new initiative. I can't speak what engagement was there and what not was there. I can't speak to what happened to Meacham related to the elementary early childhood. But only thing I can do is commit to promises, made promises kept in this process. And we've done that for the last 3 years, and we'll do that as we implement this plan, if approved or not. Either way, we'll have the committee, and we'll continue to help children be successful.
No matter what happened, I still like to see that advisory committee.
Absolutely, sir.
But I'm hoping we don't close them.
Yes, sir. And I'll lean on Madam President, also Reverend Dames and other elements to be able to help us in Stanley Gray and Fred Hearns, all those individuals to help us be successful every day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Rendon?
Sheikh, I highly respect your opinion. And you're right. I've never walked in your shoes. I've never walked in any one of these board members' shoes. I've never walked in any of the audience's shoes. And so I can't make my decision based upon something I've never experienced. Nor would I judge anyone for having their opinion of that. I can only go off of the things that I know and the things that I have to do. And I've been charged with making a decision that's best for students. Now, Member Vaughn, I respect the fact that you respect we each all have different opinions and everything else. But I also don't respect that you've said that I don't listen to this community. I listen to all aspects of the community, and I don't just choose one over the other. And I never have, and I never will. I'm going to make my decision based upon students. And I'm very thankful for every member of this audience that is here, because it's not just about Just. It's about everyone that's here and everything that you've done all over the community, not just this year, not just this month, but over time. That is something I cannot relate to because I've not experienced it. But I do have to make a decision based upon where these students are and where the professionals that are working within this district that are advising us on exactly what they need. And you're right, they need teachers. They need more social workers. They need more psychologists. They need more aides. We've not been able to hire them. At the end of the day, it's not for lack of trying. Shay McCrae herself has gone out there. They go to the community. Miss Whalen goes around to many aspects of our community. We have many universities sitting here in our area. Recruiting teachers is a high priority for this district. We're not filling the slots. And unless we get highly effective teachers in front of these students, their futures are in jeopardy, and that's not okay with me. So again, I do sincerely thank each and every one of you for being here. Sheikh, I very much appreciate your candidness. And you know that I do, as well as every other board member's comments.
Thank you, Member Rendon. And just a couple more comments, and then we'll be closing out to vote. You know, some of the things that people, and I said this the last time, 10 years ago, there were 8,000 students in charter schools. There's now 35,000 students. There's 63,000 students who are homeschooled. That's all about parent choice. But we have to reflect as an entity when things grow or don't grow. That's what people do. In District 1, the total down in the last 15 years is 4,000 students. That's my district, where we have a large population of Hispanic students. In Member Washington's district, we're down 7,500 students. Okay? And as a matter of fact, even from the beginning of this year, the loss has been over 800 students. We have to make sure we put the resources in front of students. I will tell you that I taught at Franklin Middle School. I taught a dropout prevention program many years ago. I would move my students up 2 or 3 levels. Why? Because I had a variety of students in my classes. Because I was able to have quality teacher that was next to me. There's no question that the 2 biggest factors to move students are 2 things: the class size and the quality of the teacher. You know, people can do many things in the community. They can help support the home. They can help kids after school. But at the end of the day, those students deserve the same teacher in front of them every day. They don't deserve a substitute one week, the next week another substitute. Those kids deserve consistency. And if you care about those children, then you'll want them to go to a school that is going to have more wraparound services, that's going to have more certified teachers. Tampa Bay Boulevard is one of the schools that falls underneath where these kids would be redistricted. That school was 2 points from a B. They've had 1 opening of a teacher. They have had the same assistant principal for years that moved up to be a principal. Kids need consistency. And that's why for me, we have to vote what's best for our students. And we have to really look at this community and see what we need to do. Do we need to do a K-8? What do we do? Or do we need to get affordable housing, to get teachers in that area? What do we need to do to put the right people in front of students? And we need to stop thinking about the building, but we need to think about the history of the building and make sure that we remember that, but make sure we put the students in front of the right place to be successful. Okay. Thank you, board. If there's no comments, we will go ahead to move to vote. Board members, please vote when your lights are flashing. Mr. Porter, if you want to explain, you'll be voting.
Yeah, it'll probably be helpful for the superintendent to repeat his recommendation. The motion on the floor is to approve the superintendent's recommendation. If you could just repeat that, because it's been a while since it's been uttered.
You ready? Okay. Through the chair, my recommendation is to move forward with the closure of Just Elementary School with creating an opening for the 284 students to have access to five sites. In addition to that, being able to actively engage this community to identify the next steps for a thematic approach, and being able to make certain that we identify what mentor and support staffs as we move forward to be able to serve children.
So if you're in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, which is to close Just, you would vote yes. If you're against the superintendent's recommendation, you should vote no. The superintendent's recommendation is to close Just. If you're in favor of that, vote yes. If you're not in favor of closing the school, vote no.
Okay, and the superintendent's recommendation passes with Member Gray, Member Rendon, Member Hahn, and myself voting yes, and then Member Washington, Member Vaughn, and Member Perez voting no. Okay, we will now take a 10-minute break. We will take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Listen, I'm the superintendent of Hill.
We got to do the recognition.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we will now move on to the proclamations, recognition and proclamations. AO1, adoption of proclamation, Teacher Appreciation Week, May 8th through the 12th, and National Teacher Day, May 9th. Member Washington will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's truly an honor. The National Teacher Appreciation Week and Day. Every day a teacher can say, I made a difference. Not many people can say that. We all have at least one teacher we remember who made a difference in our lives. Teachers fill many roles. They are educators, listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. The country chose May 8th through May 12th as the National Teacher Appreciation Week. But because of testing, many of our schools held events last week to honor teachers. It has been outstanding to see so much of our staff, families, and community come together to recognize and appreciate our amazing Hillsborough County public teachers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. I need a motion and a second to approve Teacher Appreciation Week, May 8th through the 12th, and National Teacher Day, May 9th. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Perez. Any discussion? Okay. We'll start with Member Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for reading that so eloquently. I tried to take that proclamation from him yesterday, and he refused. So hopefully that means that there are so many of us who really want to talk about how much we appreciate, and I'm going to say educators, right? Because we say teachers, and teachers are absolutely the glue. I'm an educator myself, but we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about how we just celebrated Administrators Day and our principals and our admins and everybody in our schools. I consider them educators. So educator appreciation. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to all of our educators, to all of our hardworking employees who show up every single day. I don't think anyone who hasn't been an educator understands what the life of an educator is and how exhausting it is to pour your energy and love into children all day. But it's also incredibly rewarding. So, I try to make sure that my actions always match my word when it comes to educators and make them know how much I appreciate our educators. We learned through COVID, we had so many people coming out and talking about keeping our schools open and what that looks like, and talking to the value of our educators and how they watch our children and take care of them. And it's been really disheartening for me over the last few years to see the attack on public education and the attack on our educators and what they've had to go through. So again, I just appreciate this proclamation. Happy Teachers Appreciation. I hope everybody's doing whatever they can to appreciate their educators, sending notes, sending gifts, if you can afford it, just saying thank you. Educators appreciate that so much. But ultimately, we all know the best way we can support our educators is by making sure that they have a livable wage, and also making sure that we support them every day with our actions. We don't overwhelm them. We trust them. We give them the benefit of the doubt. So I'm glad that my fellow board members all value educators as much as I do. Our superintendent, our district staff is also made up of educators. So thank you every day for what you do. We appreciate you as well and all your guidance. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is truly an honor to have read the Appreciation Week proclamation, because I come from a family, my immediate family. My wife was a teacher for 41 years. I was in the system for 42 years. My son is in the system. He's now 25 years. My daughter-in-law is in 22 years. And my daughter, before she went to medical school, she was a teacher for 3 years. So we appreciate education. We appreciate all the hard work that teachers do each and every day, because it's not easy. So I have something I want to read him for a quote from Leah Coker, who's the automotive giant. He says, and I think this is kind of unique, it's different. He said, in a completely rational society now, he said the best of us would be teachers and the rest of us would settle for something less. He said, because passing civilization along from one generation to the next ought to be the highest honor and the highest responsibility anyone can have. Well quote words by Lee Iacocca, and I truly believe that. Education, teachers are number one. I always said that. Teachers are number one. And I think doctors. Because you know what? Teachers taught the doctors. And nurses. And all the medical people. All of us. So teachers are number one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Washington. And as the late Earl J. Leonard has often said, the teachers are the train that keeps the schools moving. And certainly Teacher Appreciation Day, Teacher Appreciation Week should be every day of the school year. The kids, you know, they won't do well without the teachers. And that includes academically, that's obvious, but social emotionally. In so many ways. And I thank Mr. Crete also for what he does to align the many teachers under your roof in harmony with what we're trying to do to motivate and to keep our teachers. Also, I think that Member Washington, you are dating yourself with all those years. I also spent 4 decades as a teacher in many grade levels, and it is an awesome responsibility, and it is I always called it a positive addiction. According to William Glasser, there is a book called Positive Addiction, because the kids just give you so much love, and in return, you're just motivated to give back over and over. Thank you, teachers, and that's my comments for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon.
You know, we have Teacher Appreciation Week, or we have Educator Appreciation Week. But at the end of the day, the most important profession we have, with the exception of being a parent, is being a teacher. Nobody spends more time with our children than our teachers. And so from the bottom of my heart, I thank all the teachers out there for everything they do on an ongoing basis, from protecting kids, training kids, teaching kids, directing kids. You make a difference. And so thank every single one of you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Combs. As a former teacher, and I think back to Teacher Appreciation Week, it was such an exciting time. Even as a former student, which is going back a really long time. But, you know, the students get so excited to really spoil and celebrate their teachers. And it's such an uplifting time to be in schools this week. So it's been really nice kind of going through schools and seeing some of the celebrations. I do hope everyone has a wonderful week and really enjoys being celebrated and spoiled a little bit. Everyone likes a little spoiling every now and again. And, you know, it's certainly been a challenging few years for sure. You know, teaching it's always been the hardest job, always. And not because the kids, but because of just how exhausted it is, the time you put into it, and it's the kids that really keep you engaged and keep you going and really make you love going to work each and every day. So thankful that all the teachers chose Hillsborough County to teach in, and you know, we celebrate you each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Perez.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all the teachers, especially those that, you know, I have the opportunity to work with, who taught me. Shake Washington. You know, sometimes the teachers can't shake you, and no pun intended. And we end up, you know, Shake was my driver's ed teacher, believe it or not. And, you know, you have the opportunity, the amazing opportunity to work with them later on in life. So, but thank you, teachers, for all you do.
Thank you, Member Perez. And I also, just like my fellow board members, there's no more important position than in education. It's the people that make the difference in the district, our teachers. You know, there's a national shortage right now of teachers throughout the country, and especially in Florida. And we know that the teachers are the core, and that's the biggest difference. You know, our population, I say this often, our students are 20% of the population, but 100% of the future. So really making sure that we value our teachers, and if we can't value them financially, we can value them through, you know, positive, doing things in the school, but really making sure our district makes some really hard financial decisions in the next couple years, and we put people at the front of it, the bus drivers, the secretaries, our paraprofessionals, our teachers. That needs to come first. We need to value our people when it's so difficult for people to pay their bills right now. And remember, I always say this, a good teacher can inspire hope, ignite the imagination, and instill a love of learning. And that's the most important thing for our society, is really to push learning, because that is our biggest asset, is our students. So thank you to all of our teachers. Please vote when the lights appear. And it passes unanimously. AO2, Adoption of Proclamation, National Mental Health Awareness Month. Member Perez will be highlighting this proclamation.
So my pleasure to read this proclamation. National Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental wellness is an important part of a person's health, productivity, and overall happiness. Through education and practice, our district aims to decrease stigma, provide resources, and advocate for programs that support the whole child. This year, our theme is promoting resiliency to all stakeholders in our district. During Mental Health Awareness Month, several activities will take place to promote resources around mental wellness and discuss ways to increase resiliency with our students and staff. Some of these activities include daily social media posts and tweets on strategies to promote wellness, student-led awareness activities such as a Spirit Week, and high school art contests. Schools will also recognize this month by promoting mental health awareness on their marquees and other communication outlets. The district would also like to recognize our partnerships that include our managing entity, Central Florida Behavioral Health Network, our contracted community mental health agencies, and members of our local planning team that all strive to support the mental health needs of our students and families.
Thank you, Member Perez. I need a motion, a second, to approve National Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2023. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? Member Perez?
So May is the Mental Health Awareness month. You know, changes in mental health and signs of distress in young people can show up in many ways. Some examples of mood changes are irritability, anger, and withdrawal. Other signs can be changes in their thoughts, appearances, performance at school, and sleeping or eating patterns. It is important to note that having a mental disorder was most common in children with depression. About 3 to 4 children with depression also have anxiety, and almost 1 in 2 have behavioral problems. What we know is that depression and anxiety have increased over time. And keep in mind that for adolescents, depression, substance abuse, and suicide are important concerns. Early diagnosis and appropriate services for children and their families can make a difference in the lives of children with mental disorders. Here in Hillsborough County Schools, we strive to provide access to mental health services. So for more information, please contact your school social worker, psychologist, or school counselor.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Madam Chair, and thank you for that proclamation. I just want to say on behalf of our staff, Holly Saya and the mental health team, they really have put in so much effort in the mental health department. Hillsborough Healthy Schools pays a lot of attention, because without the mental health of our students and their well-being, their academic improvement usually does not occur, nor can be sustained. So again, Superintendent Davis, I want to thank through you the mental health team that you have. So many of them give up their time and their effort and their expertise, go beyond, make phone calls at night. I mean, it goes on and on. Also, I want to thank the Crisis Center for capturing a lot of these horrible cases that are coming through, the fentanyl crisis, and so many are from mental health challenges. So thanking them as well. That's all.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Thank you again, Member Perez, for always being such a strong advocate for mental health. We've sat through several meetings where we have certain members of our community who come and speak and say, just teach reading or just teach math. And while that's important, we have to think holistically about our students. And mental health is such a huge, huge piece of that. Thank you for using your time to let our students and our employees and anyone listening know what the resources are, because sometimes just knowing what the resources are is so important. Thank you to all our mental health counselors and all of our counselors in school who really help our students who struggle and who focus on that. And the best thing that we can do when we talk about mental health, aside from talking about resources and making sure it's not a stigma and putting the counselors and the people in our school, is to make sure that we're creating inclusive classrooms where every one of our students feel valued and loved. And I appreciate my fellow board members for always talking about the mental health of students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Our final proclamation for this evening is A03, Adoption of Proclamation, National School Nurse Day, May 10, 2023. Member Vaughn will be highlighting this proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. National School Nurse Day, May 10th, has been designated as the National School Nurse Day in the United States. This day provides us an opportunity to recognize the importance of school nurses and observe what is done for our school community. School nurses provide frontline health care to ensure that physical, mental, and emotional well-being of our students and our employees are met. School health services staff will be recognized through email blast, banners, announcement, local health departments, and National Association of School Nurses, NASN media campaign. So I just want to take this opportunity. I'm not going to get back in the queue, but to say, Member Washington, you talked about how important our teachers are, second to doctors and nurses, and how important our medical staff is. And I think it's an amazing thing that in our schools we can make sure that we have qualified nurses and medical people, because healthcare is such an access point to our students' success. If our students aren't healthy, if they're not taken care of, if we can't take care of their injuries, they can't be successful in learning. So I'm just so grateful that our school is able to provide that, and thank you to all of our nurses and healthcare workers in education and across the world.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. I need a motion and a second to approve National School Nurses Day, May 10, 2023. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Gray. Any discussion? Member Perez?
Yeah, as someone who works in the healthcare system, I truly appreciate the nurses and doctors that work alongside of them. So, without them, where would we be? I mean, the doctors really depend on their nurses too, so they're fantastic. Thank you to all our nurses who assist with our students.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And as of March 8th, and this comes from Dr. Ross, who is the supervisor of the nursing, and sometimes the nurses don't appreciate me because I have to physically train them every year to be fit, because sometimes they take care, most times they take more care of their kids, their students, I should say, in the school than they take care of themselves. True about nurses and true about teachers. On March 8, 2023, and this comes from the newest amount statistic, there are over 99,593 students at Hillsborough County Public Schools with reported chronic health conditions including ADD, ADHD, life-threatening allergies, asthma, autism, bleeding disorders, cancer, heart conditions, cystic fibrosis, diabetes, seizures, kidney disease, lupus, mental health conditions, and sickle cell disease. What does that spell? That spells one heck of a busy nurse. Sadly, we are missing, due to pay, we are probably short right now about 107 nurses. And I know that Superintendent Davis, we're going to vendor, or we are vendoring, but they play a critical part in a student's life and their physical and mental well-being. And I want to thank the Dr. Ross and her wonderful staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. And now for all those patient administrative assistants, thank you so much for all of everybody here. Superintendent Davis, you'll be highlighting our administrative appointments. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for, as we said, we got a lot of clapping going on. Listen, we appreciate you hanging around. It's a big deal.
I was going to say, don't they get an extra day off for having to stay so late?
I think... I believe somewhere around July 4th, 5th, I don't know, one of those days is coming up. One of those days. So tonight we have an opportunity to name some leaders to some new positions, and so excited to be able to recognize leaders who continue to give back to this community. I think this is one of the greatest things that we've done in the last 3 years is hire first-round draft picks to lead students. And tonight, as we had a regional superintendent open in the Transformational Network, we thank Ms. McCray and her team because we didn't fill it because we thought it was so important to lead principals in their schools because I believe that's the most impactful position along with the teacher to stay in consistently. But we offered interviews. We could have hired any of the candidates. They were so great. But we had an opportunity to hire a 20-year veteran in Hillsborough County that started in 2003 as a kindergarten teacher. In 2012 was an AP at Carrollwood, 2017 an AP at Forest Hills, and currently the principal at Forest Hills. The new regional superintendent is Mrs. Regina Gordon. Come on down. Come on down. You got to walk on down. You don't get out of this. Yeah, come on. Congratulations. You ready? We just added days to your calendar. There's no days off, but listen, we look forward to learning alongside you and helping children and helping adults and building capacity. So congratulations. We have a lot of work to do and look forward to our partnership.
And you're one of mine, huh?
And I'm certain that Shake Washington was your teacher. Congratulations, Miss Gordon. No worries. Also, we have an opportunity to name a new principal at King High School. I don't see Mr. Basham. Is he here? He's not here tonight, but we're going to recognize him. 26-year educator, 17 in Hillsborough County, was a band director at Newsom, AP was AP at Plant, AP at Blake, became the principal of Rogers in 2020, has done some really remarkable things, brings some good ability to connect with climate culture, and bring accountability measures. Look forward to having him. Greg Basham is the new principal at King High School. And then one that's very near and dear to the heart of Member Washington, with the trying to define the principal at Middleton High School. We asked Mr. Washington, does he want to go back? He said, no way. he said he'd rather poke me and be my boss. And but nonetheless, after a search and trying to work with our staff to get this right. I had a chance to go out and visit with this individual, and this is the right leader to take on the reins at Middleton High School. Began her career in Key West as a biology teacher, taught Algebra 1 ESOL teacher, was a supervisor of science in Monroe County, was the director of secondary, also did some work as a consultant with Pearson, which means she knows instruction. She came back in 2015, joined Hillsborough County. She was an AP at Middleton. She is now the AP at Brandon High School. This is your new principal at Middleton High School, Mrs. Camelia Burton. Please stand up. Come on, walk the walk. I asked Miss Burton.
Go Tigers.
Yeah, I asked Miss Burton. I asked her, was you ready to go? She goes, were you ready for me? And I'm like, okay. Somewhat, I love this. No bobblehead. She's pushing back, don't even have the job. Pretty much, sat in the hallway with Dr. Klein, and you know what? Just impressed me tremendously. She has a game plan. She has a will set, skill set, and the heart to go to the school and really build on the foundation. I look forward to be a partner in this work for you. Congratulations. All right. Also, we have one of our legendary principals that are retiring, Mrs. Sullivan. Stand up at Plant City High School. Stand up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have the opportunity to hire a native and graduate of Plant City High School. This individual began her career 14 years ago, and I believe she did you go to Tomlin? I think she attended Tomlin. Was an AP at Plant City. Has been a principal at Tomlin since 2015. Is the new principal of Plant City High School, Mrs. Tracy Durrance. Congratulations. No. I gotta walk down here. What are we doing? There we go. Congratulations. Woohoo! All right. Best of luck to you. You've got to run 2 schools now. From now to the end of the year, she's out. Just kidding. Sullivan's got graduation and testing under control. All right. Also, we try to, we had a individual that moved from Mann Middle School that transitioned to a new school of Williams, but we also have a individual that continues to lead and build a bench of administrators. This individual, who is going to be the new principal at Mann Middle School, was unfortunately, he was raised in Ohio. He's a Buckeye fan, I believe. Die hard. I'm just going to say go Gators. Also went to University of South Florida, 18 years in Hillsborough County, was a science teacher. Was 10 years as an AP at Webb, Shields, Pizzo, Memorial. He's done it all. He's now the new principal of Mann Middle School. That is Mr. Brad Brooks. Come on, Mr. Brad Brooks. Come on. There you go. Congratulations. And with our principal of Edison moving to a new location, what lovely. She's done a really good job building a bench at her current location. We have an individual that's been in Hillsborough County since 2005, was a second grade teacher at Dunbar, taught at Edison, was a reading coach in transformation, was an AP within our school district at Moeller, transitioned back to Edison. This is our new principal of Edison Elementary School, Mr. Jennifer Hines. Woo-hoo. Congratulations.
You look familiar, Miss Hines.
Uh-oh. Okay, what was your grade in his class? Okay, just tell us.
That's right.
That's right. Probably was an area superintendent or something. He's probably taught your classroom. That's right. All right. We also have, Cindy Guy's retiring as well at Gibsonton. She's done a really good job. Congratulations. Cindy, stand up, Cindy. Oh, yeah, stand up. Woo-woo! All right. We talk about succession management. It's so important. You see the succession management we created in our schools. We have an individual that's 13 years in Hillsborough County, first grade teacher at Lomax, was a teacher, reading coach at Gibsonton, is built relationships, knows instruction, and I hope I get her last name correctly. Bree Biddlecheese? Close. Okay. We're going to ask you to come up to the microphone and announce it for us. Congratulations, Bree. I got close. What's the right pronunciation? Vital cheese. I was very close. As I said, Mrs. Bree Vital Cheese. Woohoo! And finally, an opportunity at Kimball Elementary School. We have a Tampa native, a product of Hillsborough County, began her career in 2004, was a professional, paraprofessional, moved up to be a teacher, an instructional coach, a district trainer, and 8 years as an AP. This is a new principal at Kimball, Mrs. Era Fiello. Please come up. She here? She's not here? Was she double? Oh, she was. Listen, she got to go to school tomorrow. Thank you. We've seen our attendance rates. Thank you so very much, Aaron. Welcome. We'll look forward to seeing you. We'll come visit you. But we appreciate all that you've done as well. And we look forward to doing some cool things. So that's it.
Congratulations to all those administrators. Congratulations. You don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. The following items will now be heard: C-105, C-111, C-115, C-502, C-503, C-701, C-702, C-703, C-704, C-710, C-712, C-901, and C-1101. So we'll start with 502, which is the naming of the sports facility at Orland H. Bryant Gymnasium at Brandon High School. Superintendent Davis will be highlighting this item.
Yes, Mayor, the Chair. This is the approve the naming of the sports facility at the Orland H. Bryant Gymnasium at Brandon High School after Coach Russell Cozart. This is an individual that began his career in 1978. He has a combined record to be able, in a wrestling perspective, 732 wins, 8 losses, 27 state titles, a national championship, in a national consecutive lead for wins, 450 consecutive wins as a wrestling coach. That's unbelievable. He continues to give back to our community. He high-fived me a minute ago. He gets another year of drop with us, and to be able to extend our work. It's it's a pleasure to be able to make this recommendation. Coach, thank you for everything that you've done. Thank you for building a culture. You've given your time, your effort to this community, and you give back to the school and the teachers as well. So we're lucky to have you. We're lucky to be able to pass the torch. I know that your son's coaching as well, but we'll continue to highlight you and the great traditions that you've established.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C-502. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion?
Yes.
Member Washington.
Koza, stand up, please. Coach is one of the greatest coaches, wrestling coaches I ever seen in my life. I think when I was your AD at Brandon High School, we set the national record. How many wins was it, Coach, there?
459 consecutive wins that covered 34 seasons,
34 years.
Yes,
in the history of anywhere in right.
Amazing.
And you know the greatest fear, we all used to say this when we was the APA. If you came to Brandon High School, you feared if Coach lost the match, you'd be one of the first APAs they were firing in Hillsborough County. Yeah, but Coach, thank you for all you've done, man. You have done a great job helping students, mainly helping your students. You made men out of boys, and that's great, Coach. And I admire you, man. Your family. Joey, now the son, he was a little baby running around when I was the AD there. But thank you, Coach, for all that you have done for Hillsborough County, and I really appreciate being your friend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Perez?
I just want to thank you for everything that you've done. I've heard great things about you, and it's just an honor to vote on this today.
I also want to say, anyone who knows me knows I'm a huge fan of wrestling. And why? Because it really impacted my son in such a positive way. And the way you've impacted thousands of students and around the district, and not only the students that you've impacted, but the coaches. I know personally how many coaches you've impacted who've impacted those students in the schools. And I just want to thank you for all your years of service. And I'm so glad that we have you for another year. And you're just a legend in this district. Thank you so much. Thank you. Member Rendon?
Just briefly, you're my area. I know it's Shake's area, but Brandon's still my area. And I'm the one who lives there. So you are a legend. Clearly, there is nobody that doesn't live in the Brandon, Valrico, Lithia area that doesn't know who you are and what you have done for our community. Everybody stands up and just says thank you.
And congratulations. And we also have we have Dr. Klein here as well, the principal at Brandon Senior High School. And Coach, you get as many years as you want, as long as you don't put me in a wrestling move. We're good to go, sir. We need you. Go ahead, Doc.
Because you guys obviously said everything, how fantastic Coach is. I had the opportunity to talk to Orland Bryant and gave him a phone call, and I want you to know how honored he is who hired you all those years ago. The gym is named after Principal Orland Bryant, so we're adding Russ to that. So he is so very proud to share this naming with you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bufano to share some personal thoughts from the athletic director side.
Thank you. I've been the AD at Brandon High School for the last 5 years. But in addition to that, I've actually competed against Coach Cozart as a wrestler as well as a coach. So one thing that you see from a lot of coaches is they don't want to give their secrets up. Coach Cozart's the complete opposite. He's always willing to give back to the coaches. When you talk to him about his free kids club, his eyes light up like a kid in a candy store. So Coach Cozart's done a lot of things that a lot of people don't realize. He gives back to the actual school. He's purchased cafeteria tables for us, custodial supplies. He's purchased meals for the faculty for pre-planning. There's a lot of things that people don't realize from Coach Cozart and how genuine he is. He's truly a legend with the Brandon community, as well as he's represented Hillsborough County to superior level. So thank you, Coach, for everything.
Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So it is my honor as the principal of Brandon High School to name our new sports facility, the Russell Cozart Sports Facility at the Orland H. Bryant Gymnasium.
Woohoo! Congratulations. You gotta get together, take some pictures. All right. All right.
Congratulations. 105, 105 Agreement of Technical Services ATS 23008 DSTEJ with Lutheran Services Florida Incorporated for naturalization application services. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is a grant of a citizenship and integration grant that was provided by Tallahassee for us to be able to serve and help with citizens from a legal naturalization process and also from a comprehensive refugee services as well to be able to help through Lutheran Services. Lutheran Services is committed to be able to help our most vulnerable members of our communities, whether it be children, families, and youth. And this is a nonprofit organization that we've had a partnership with the last 5 years. This is a $150,000 expenditure, as I said, and Lutheran Services is a provider for the subgrantee.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and second to approve item C 105. I have a motion by Member Rendon. I have a second by Member Perez. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you. I'd asked this question from the dais before, but now that we have an agenda item that's kind of related to it, I would just like clarification as a board. Now that the legislation has passed, making it a felony for any person to be with any undocumented worker, or undocumented person, we have so many students that are undocumented, and I'm imagining that this organization is going to interface with them. How is that going to work in regards to our bus drivers or organizations that we work with who are working with undocumented students?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. As related to students' perspective, this doesn't and after speaking to legal, this doesn't impact our work at all. We will continue to serve children every single day. What this does is really try to really help families that and adults through this perspective, through this grant. But from what we do every single day, we will continue to educate children and provide them educational services. Anything?
Is it possible that one of our employees could catch a felony if they're interacting with our undocumented students?
I'm going to let Mr. Gibson from legal to answer that question.
From my review, I think a lot has been come out in the press on that if you actually read the statute, it doesn't actually say that. I find that would be very, very difficult for any of our staff to be in jeopardy or for any of our families to be in jeopardy because of this new legislation.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 111, sole source, 23055 SSD-SK Digital Civics License, Discovery Education. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. One of the things we did this summer was expand for Rising 7th graders and students transition to civics a summer civics camp. And this is really to expose them to learning, being exposed to civic standards, and at the same token allow them to have exploration through civics and social sciences. For what this bringing to the night is a multimedia resources for civics to be able to expose children so they can have interaction at the 25 middle schools that we have civics camps for. And this, once again, is for our Rising 7th grade students. This really focuses on new standards, as we will have new standards for implementation of the 23-24 school year. This is being able to use $75,000 to the American Rescue Plan grant, which is associated with being able to address summer learning camps.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C-111. I have a motion by Member Rendon. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
Just a couple things. First of all, thank you so much for taking the time out. Sorry. Thank you so much for taking the time out to go over the Discovery Learning Center on the TV. It was great. I think it's got a lot of really good information, a lot of interactions for the students. One of the things that was not really easy to understand is I'm assuming there's an established curriculum we're going to go off of that we're going to be utilizing digital. And that's not what I really saw. I really saw how they're going to use the Discovery as a supplemental material, but wanting to make sure that we're going to keep it within the constraints of our curriculum.
Through the chair, absolutely.
And that will be published at some point, what that curriculum looks like.
Mr. Connor. Through the chair, we'll make anything available to our community that we need to.
Okay,
yes,
thanks.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Board members, anyone? Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 115, agreement addendum to quote Q2203721 and related documents between the School Board of Hillsborough County, Florida and Amplify Education.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. We always talk about being able to focus on literacy as the foundation of all within our school district. And this is an opportunity for us to continue to find proactive solutions and supplemental materials to be able to address the basic literacy skills of our students. And what this does is allow us to actively engage and leverage DIBELS. DIBELS is a dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills. This allows us to provide benchmarking and progress monitoring for our students in literacy from K through 6, and then also being able to branch out in mathematics from K through 3rd grade, which looks at our fundamental skills and outline requirements of our needs for mathematics. When you look at the literacy perspective, this really focuses on the phonemic segmentation, the letter naming, sound fluency, word naming, fluency, elements within our schools, and also oral fluency and also vocabulary. One of the big things we did with this is bringing on board, and I appreciate Tracy, Daniela, and Mr. Connor and their team, is what we also purchased in this suite is Lectura, which provides in Spanish to support for dual language students as well. And this has also been recognized as a measure to really validate and evaluate whether or not a student may have any type of risk screening related to dyslexia. So, I appreciate board members pushing us to make certain this is in place, focus on early literacy. We added mathematics, and this will be used with our reading plan categorical funding for $749,000, which really focuses on early learning as we move forward. Ms. Tracy, anything you want to add? All right.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C-115. I have a motion by Member Rendon, and I have a second by Member Vaughn. Okay, Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you. I had originally asked for a universal screener for dyslexia, and I'm really excited. I know you guys were already working on this, so I'm not trying to take credit for what you've been working on, but I'm glad it kind of married together. I learned a lot from our conversation. I would just like to personally ask for some data as we move through this to kind of see what we've identified and really understand how this tool is working, especially if we're gonna, is this a yearly, remind me, is this a yearly 748?
Yes, ma'am.
So like anything else when it comes before the board next year, I would love to see if it's help identified, if it's created some, support systems that we weren't utilizing before, and really get a feel once we've implemented this for the, how well it's working for our students and what that looks like. So I'm excited about this, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Members, please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 503, amendment of the student progression plan. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. One of the biggest changes that we have in the student progression plan is the calculation of GPA. Currently, when a student takes an honors class, he or she is added a 0.04 added to their GPA. And when they take an AP class, they're added a 0.08, which is added to their GPA as well. This will result in an unusually high GPA for students that are engaged and take these types of classes, and potentially start to take classes they may not need, but they do take classes that pushes their intellectual knowledge. Sometimes this gets into a big push for Val and Sal, and we appreciate students who dedicate this process. The proposed changes really allows us to have a better centralization of what's going on in the state of Florida, and it really aligns with every school district in the state as we make this adjustments. So this is for the 23-24 income and ninth grade students class, which would have additional weights. This would only be weights that will be earned to their grades for any A, B, or C in their courses, and not their overall GPA. So an honors course would earn an additional 0.5, and an AP dual enrollment ACE IB Cambridge course would earn an additional 1.0 of the weighted process. I'm going to transition this to Mr. Connor and his team to be able to talk more about this. If approved tonight, we are ready to go with a communication to income and ninth graders and for middle school students, also with video and informational so they can understand what that impact will be.
Thank you, board members. I know we've spent a lot of time talking with you one-on-one about the adjustments that are occurring in this proposal. We're very excited. We have worked about a year on this process, bringing together a group of over 25 individuals from principals, counselors, teachers, parents, university partners, and through the direction of Dr. Von Aken here, he has done an outstanding job in really bringing those stakeholders together, analyzing the trends around GPA calculations, not only in the state of Florida, but nationally. And we think we've come up with a great plan that puts us in line with the expectations as students transition into their college level, that they have a GPA perception that better prepares them for going into college, and seeing that consistency across school districts. So when students transfer from one district to another, they're going to enter in under this particular system probably in a very similar fashion. Right now, our GPAs result in excessively high numbers that can exceed 10.0, and our state system doesn't even allow us to go above a 9.99. So this brings this in line with most other districts, and I know we've had a lot of conversation individually, but we present this to you today for your approval, and we're excited about this moving for our ninth graders coming in the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. I need a motion and a second to approve item C503. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Perez. Member Gray, Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Member Gray? Start with Member Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And as a former teacher in the AP world for many years, I had taught at a school that we did a lot of college visits. Many of them looked at GPA scores. They looked very closely at the AP scores, 4 and 5s. Many of the students I taught had perfect SAT scores. and or near that. They were high on the echelon. And when we talk to colleges, and we're inclusive, U of F, AMM, and Florida State, Yale, Harvard, Brown, we realize that the most luring factor to get into those colleges, it was interesting, was that AP 4 or 5, and where I taught, if you made a 3 or 2, it wasn't really thought highly of, but not necessarily the GPA. It was the amount, because once you have that brilliance, it was really the amount of community service that differentiates. So those letters were written accordingly, but colleges nationwide and statewide don't recognize these GPAs. They probably think it's from another planet because time you get to 18 AP classes or 14 Florida virtual and 23 dual enrollment, this came from one of the committee members, the quality is diluted, and colleges look at that like, are you kidding me? It has very little fidelity, meaning. When you play the GPA game, what happens to the student? They're chasing Florida virtual classes. They're chasing an AP, by the way. I mean, kids used to call me all times of the night because it really is a driver of stress and anxiety. But when you add all the other classes, dual enrollment possibilities, this was this thing of the past. We used to not have all this dual enrollment. We used to not have all this virtual. And so those paths of adding up more points was done in this particular county, and I guess other counties, but it since has lost its meaning and relative relationship with the real world of how colleges select those students. So I think the past was good. I mean, I guess it was recognized to be helpful, but I think our students are paying the biggest price of all, which is their mental health, and they're not getting the gains of being accepted to the colleges that they would like to come and go to. And this is not only true of Florida, this is true out of state. So, I just recognize, anyway, I want to thank the committee members who, when you look at the quality of committee members and their educational background and their principalship and the value that they have submitted, it's to me without, at least from my bit of knowledge, it's just without match. So I congratulate you, Mr. Connor. I think you and your team did a very thorough job. Thank you also. And your name's not coming right up, Johan. And I should know you because you've been at Eisenhower for years in the past. But you did a wonderful job, and now it is relevant. And I think now scores, GPAs will have real meaning finally, and we'll be jumping into the real world. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
Well, as these guys know, I have a little different perspective. So I've actually gone and I've actually gone out and met with some of our school principals, and I've taken the top 5 students with this current GPA and compared it to our new system. It'll mix it up. Hands down, the first is no longer the first moves to 3, 5 moves to 2. It's all mixed up. What concerns me about this factor is when you move it to a situation where each AP class or honors class or dual enrollment class gets the same weight when you add on the 0.5 or the 1 over the course of 25 classes, which is going to be a minimum, right? That little bit of weight holds no weight. It doesn't then give the escalation of what you've done. So as a student, every one of the top 5 students in almost every one of our high schools are almost a 4.0. That differential between 5 and 1 is so minor. So if we are doing this to stop the excessive amount of classes, it will not stop it because we've not come to a system. It'll actually make it harder to get that differential because right now with a dual enrollment class, if you take a speech at an HCC, you're going to have like a 0.01 or a 0.1. If you take a calculus at an HCC, it's a 0.16. This new calculation gives absolutely no differential between a speech or a calculus. We have an unfair weight of what's doing it. What I've discovered from doing this research is where we need to fix the system is where our kids are getting 75 classes is they're taking FLVS biology honors. They're taking AP biology. And then they're taking dual enrollment biology. We as a district need to stop that and say you're taking biology. Pick one. Pick the level you want to take, but you can't take 3. We're not going to pay for 3 because it's the same class. That's where the mistake comes in. When you've got the valedictorian currently out of one school right now, 104 classes, 35 honors classes, 54 AP dual enrollment. That is impossible. It's ridiculous. We are multiplying the same things. So what's happening is that when we do this to affect the top 5 kids, we're hurting all the other kids that may want to take a dual enrollment, but are going to work harder, and that little weight will not matter at all throughout their degree. And my kid did. My kid took the excessive amount of classes because she was fighting for the GPA, not because we said to do it. Believe me, the other twin didn't do it. So it was because that was her drive to be number 1 in the school. And that's fine. But you're actually setting them up to take more because they're going to have to do more to get that very little differential. Again, we've got to go back to really organizing what kids can take. The other thing I've discovered is the fact that by the fact that these students are doing this, it's long-term hurting our FTEs. It's long-term hurting our units in our schools. Because when we get to high school, every single class is being calculated for the attendance. And so if we don't make a system and look at this, don't just look at the GPA, but we have to look at our overall system and say, if students are going to be enrolled at our high schools, they have to be enrolled for 5 core classes. Because we've got to make sure we have enough units to put that in. And then we can take those AP teachers and we can also offer the dual enrollments, but we've got to keep our students in our schools. And so this is more than just a GPA. The other thing is when we talk about colleges, it's all fine and dandy, but no matter what high school you go to in the state of Florida, when you're applying to a college, you have to plug your grade and your courses in for the entire application. So it doesn't matter whether we give it a 0.5 or we give it a 0.16. The colleges are going to calculate their GPAs as they want them to do, no matter where you go in schools. So at the end of the day, all this is going to do is it's going to make kids not want to take the advanced classes in case they get a B. Because we are now then going to decrease their weight instead of giving them that extra weight. Who cares if they've got a 10.0? It really doesn't matter because like we said, it doesn't have any meaning other than to the school they're in. But at the end of the day, we need to figure out a better system of how we are organizing our classes and protecting our schools. And then make sure we're protecting our students. Because we really don't need to worry about universities. They're going to calculate our GPAs all over again.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Just a couple things that you said. I think, telling parents that you can only take one class from here or there, that's not going to happen. This is a parent choice type of world that we live in. It's all about parent choice, and by the time a child's in high school, they're even more in charge of their choices. So when you look at the programs that we offer in IB, ACE, dual enrollment, our students have a lot of different choices that they can make. We need to make sure that they're motivated for the right reason and not the wrong reason. I really trust, even though I'm a lifelong educator, I am not a cabinet member. I am not a counselor at the school. I'm not a principal. I believe that you created a group of people who really understand education, who are face to face with students every day, the principals, the counselors, the APCs, all of them, and you came up with this recommendation. So I have to trust in the superintendent and your recommendation, and I do trust in it. And I also have to trust my own personal experience. I have a good friend who's a university professor. She says it's a joke. When Hillsborough comes up, those GPAs are jokes because they know they're so overinflated. We now have students at 6th grade who are trying to already start their GPA because they're trying to vie for who's going to be valedictorian. That is the reality. We have kids in 6th and 7th grade stressed out, trying to make sure that they get ahead. And there's parents who know how to work the system, and they're going into 9th grade with already, half the credits, or they're graduating early. I also have to talk about my own personal experience as my daughter who's a senior. Last summer, she said to me, and she had one of these crazy GPAs, she says, I'm going to take 3 classes this summer. And I said, why? She goes, well, I want to be above a 7 when I graduate. And I said, well, why are you doing that? She goes, well, I just want to have a higher GPA. And I said, take the summer and do volunteer work or find something that you're interested in. Don't try to do that just to boost your GPA. In the meantime, her classmates who have a high GPA, that's a misleading GPA, did not get into colleges because they thought, okay, well, I have a 5.5. I should get into UF. Well, no, because your 5 is not really a true 5. Because of the way it's weighted. It's very confusing. Surrounding districts are not doing this inflated GPA. All of you know my intern from a year ago when she came, she was valedictorian of Sickles High School. And I know she wouldn't mind me telling me this. She said, you know what, Nadia? For me to be valedictorian, I slept 3 nights a week. That's what I did. I ended up taking 14 AP classes because at the end of the day, I had to be valedictorian. She goes, even to this day at UF, when I meet students from Hillsborough in a competitive way, they are still vying that way. It is not a positive thing for our students. It's not a positive thing for their mental health. It's not a positive thing to vie for that. We want students to take classes because they want to take them, not because they're trying to boost that GPA and take random classes. And I see that, and I think when all the other districts are doing that, we need to be in compliance with that. So I appreciate you taking the time to do this. I think this is a very important move for our students and for our district. Thank you. Member Rendon?
I want to clarify, I'm not trying to take parent choice away, but they don't need to take 3 biology classes. They're all the same biology class. It's choosing the level you take. And that's where we're getting in the differences, where kids are taking multiple classes for the same, like biology 4 times is not going to change biology. You choose to take either the AP, or you choose to take the dual enrollment, or you choose to take the honors. So it's not taking away the choice. If I was taking away the choice, then I would be taking away the choice of them taking the 75 classes. That's what they're doing, not because any one of us sitting up here is choosing that, or anyone's telling them they can't, or parents, in most part, are not. That is something that they're striving to do, which is why they're striving. This is not going to change those that are taking the most classes. They're still going to do that. Let's make that very clear, because those that want to win are going to try to win.
Okay, thank you, Member Rendon. Members, please vote when your lights appear. If you want to change it, you put yes. If you want to change, if you want to make the recommendation.
The recommendation on the floor is to approve the student progression plan. If you're in favor of that, vote yes. If you're against it, vote no.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, and it passes 6 votes for yes and Member Rendon voting no. Okay, next is 701. Approve Resolution 2301 and the purchase and sales agreement. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is to purchase a future elementary site in the Plant City area on 4811 Charlie Road. This is for 15 acres at $1.8 million, in which we'll use impact fees to do so. As you know, we got to build 18 schools in the next 15 years. This is one of the schools that we have to build. So being able to purchase property at this particular price, we had to move forward, and appreciate our growth management team and operations for making this a closure to bring to the board for approval.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item 701. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington. Member Gray and Member Rendon, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments? Start with Member Rendon.
Okay, so one of the questions I had on here was we're purchasing this property, but have we looked into the possibility of the lease build and what that difference would be on this?
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. We looked at it probably about, I want to say, a little bit of a year ago, and some of this to look at potential area in Plant City at the technical school and also at an elementary school in the South County as well. I think there was some differentials related to whether or not it could be implemented, related to a cheaper model, being able to make certain we're using our current vendors, and at the same token, is it going to be best as we move forward? One of the things that we discussed, we had continuous conversations. The company that we were engaged with kind of backed away from Hillsborough, and so for us, we had to go find a site, and this is why we're bringing it to the board.
So did we ever bring it to the board with the option of what that would cost, what that would look like?
No, ma'am, to the chair. We had multiple conversations with board members one-on-one and as we engaged that process. Mr. Farkas, anything you want to add? It's before your time, sorry.
I know.
It's before your time. But if you want to, we have all, I think we have all the stuff that we have no problem.
Well, it's just, there is a look at that, and coming from a point of view of spending and putting out such amount of money for a school site, if it's something that we could spread over time in being when the lease options and the build options, it could financially be more of a beneficial to us. And so not seeing, and now again, a year ago, 18 months ago, cost of doing business is even different today. So, and property values are different today. So in thinking and looking that way, I would have probably liked to known the difference and where we're at today and what that looks like. We do, like you said, have 15 schools and a lot out in that east area that we're going to have to build. So making sure that we have looked under every stone and making sure we're cost effective, as well as from a speed point of view, right? The speed of which we need to build these schools is huge.
Yes, ma'am. And through the chair, we have no problems. We can sit down and kind of go through that. I think one of the biggest issues that we had and one of the greatest barriers is that our financial advisor had some hiccups with the implementation of that plan. So I just couldn't move forward knowing that that they didn't support it. If they reviewed all the elements and were actually engaged in that process, we can always revisit and see if it makes sense for us. We always want to be able to be innovative in our financial expenditures and build a plan that may help us in the future. So we can potentially have more conversations if that's something the board wants to look at.
This is one of those things that I've got to go back to my, as I bring up frequently, a risk management specialist looking at the differences of doing these type of things and looking at our long-term risk of knowing where we're at with how many. Even though there's a financial piece, there's such a large other pieces, from an environmental piece, from a liability piece, so much, and looking at a lot of things. And so I'm going to bring back that need for really having those set of lens to look at some of this.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. I think one of the biggest other things with our financial advisor, there was never a financial structure that really made sense for us that was presented. So, of that, we'll still have conversations and we'll schedule some time.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis and Member Rundon. Member Gray?
Yeah, I just was excited about this because, we have met long-term plans for development as it relates to the Plant City mayors, Rick Lott being the former. But the housing growth, and I know that Member Rendon knows this as well, is just amazingly quick. The communities are growing quickly. The need for schools, as we all agree, is at its all-time height. But, to the credit of Plant City, they've built their infrastructure, their road systems to really clearly welcome this hopefully new school in the near future. So I think it's very exciting for Plant City and good for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. Karen and Len. Okay, and it passes with 6 votes for yes and Member Perez voting no. 702.
which is the 10th Amendment to Primary User Agreement between the University Area Community Development Corporation Incorporated and the School Board of Hillsborough County. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an agreement for the area community complex in the university area for our adult basic education, where we provide GED, ESOL, family literacy classes for our community. This is us leasing 2 classrooms, which usually historically serves around 100 adult educated enrollees. And this is all to be able to help them grow educationally. They have daytime classes, educational classes, public transportation, on-site daycare, and then after-school tutoring as well. So this has been a long relationship since 1999, $73,000 expenditure through workforce development.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C702. I have a motion by Member Rendon. I have a second by Member Gray. Member Gray, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, I have a comment, and again, and I know that Superintendent Davis has heard me relentlessly, but the idea of child care in many of these centers, inclusive are our high schools, is just so appealing that here again we see an example, and I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that suggestion.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think that will bring and garner a lot of competitiveness, and that's really what I wanted to say. Also, I want to thank the University Area Community Development Corporation for making this happen. So,
Yes, ma'am. Committed to it.
thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 703, Amendment Number 8 to the parking lease agreement between Tampa Hillsborough Expressway Authority and the School Board of Hillsborough County. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. As we had a continued adjustments for the last 3 years of staff being at Rosac and deploying most of our staff to our schools and making adjustments financially, we were able to cut a number of parking spaces that we had to lease with the Expressway Authority, moving from a $55,000 expenditure to $37,000 and only needing 98 parking spaces as we move forward. So this saves over $17,000 in our school district, and bringing it to the board and pulled it due to the fact that it's general fund dollars.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C703. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Rendon. Okay. Any discussion? Member Rendon? Oh. Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 704, approved transportation service agreement between the School Board of Hillsborough County, Florida, and the Bell Shoals Church for use of school buses to shuttle participants to and from Camp Kulakwa. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is an agreement to be able to assist one of our local faith-based partners to move students to and from their church summer camp from June 26th through June 30th. What they will do is pay our drivers $30 per hour, and they will pay us $1.75 per mile. So just bringing to the board to recognize this agreement and for what they'll do from a compensation perspective for our employees in our district.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C704. I have a motion by Member Rendon. I have a second by Member Hahn. And I pulled this item, and it was mostly, Mr. Farkas and I talked about this, mostly about what the cost looks like, and are we losing money? Are we making money on these types of transactions, and especially when we have shortage of bus drivers? Go ahead, Mr. Farkas.
It's actually a positive. It's an opportunity for us to give our drivers work in the summer. We get that, so we do not lose money. We make money, not a lot of money, but it makes money to cover the cost of the maintenance and the gas in the vehicle. Plus, it's a minimum for our drivers that to go out there, so they get to get summer work. So it's a positive all the way around. We're able to provide a service to the community, and our drivers get extra summer work, but we make money on that project.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Farkas. Member Vaughn?
Yeah, I just had one question. During something like this, who covers the insurance and liability?
We're self-insured when it comes to that, so it's factored into the cost, maintenance, the part we have for our insurance for our drivers, but there's not an extra blanket policy for that policy.
So it's covered throughout the year no matter what?
Right.
We don't pay extra? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. 710, the Carrollwood School Pre-K through 8th grade boundary change proposal. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is part of the rebounding process. One thing we did is, the parents of this community actually engaged our leadership team about potentially expanding, their school from an elementary to a K-8. A lot of these students were choicing out within the neighborhood middle school, so being able to actively work with them to identify a solution to keep students in their neighborhood is bringing this to the board for a second recommendation, having a multi-year phased-in process from going next year to a K through 6, the following year through K through 7, and the following year a K through 8, and having a true progression as we boundary Carrollwood K-8.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 710. I have a motion by Member Washington, and I have a second by Member Rendon. Okay. Well, I pulled this item, but, and does anybody want to speak? I don't. Okay. Okay, anybody? Of course, Member Vaughn. We'll let Member Vaughn.
I'll be brief because everyone's tired. You guys are falling asleep. Congratulations. This has been a long time that you guys have been coming and advocating for this. I'm excited about the process going forward. I hope everybody understands, what a transition this is going to be and, how much hard work it's going to be for everybody, but I'm excited. And I just want to make sure that you guys have committed you're going to Chamberlain, right? Investing in Chamberlain. Good, because that's what I've been telling everybody. So congratulations, and I hope to come see the school and welcome the first class of 6th graders, and, I'm really excited. Thanks.
I'm watching you.
That's right. Chamberlain Storm.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
Okay, so I just got to make a little bit of fun. So we're going to be tracking that data. So, but, we've talked about this a lot. And so, we're so glad that you're up for the challenge. But it is a challenge because, I've had a conversation with some people today about K-8s. And so your job is to prepare them for high school. And they need to be prepared to be active, engaging members of their school so that they can go into high school and continue to be engaging members of their high school. So that's a challenge. And so, we wish you well, but take the torch.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we expect to see you here in the future too.
Don't hide them.
And I said maybe one of these individuals will run as a board member one day now that they've been inspired. 712, district-wide boundary changes for proposal for school year 24 to 25 and new attendance boundary for high school UUU school year 2025-2026. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. Through the board, this is the big analysis that we've done since last summer. And this is when we had our partnership with WXY Studios to be able to bring and do a full review of every one of our schools to make informed decisions about utilization. As you know, we have 23 schools that are very overutilized or very underutilized, very overutilized being 110% or greater. Very underutilized is 60% or below, and really trying to find a sweet spot of the well-utilized school, which is between 80 and 95% utilization within our school district. After the review, they brought multiple scenarios that we went out to the community and engaged every facet of this community in multiple fashions. And then from face-to-face to virtual and send a number of parent links out, and then coming up with a number of recommendations, with a final recommendation openly being shared with the board on March the 9th in that workshop. No adjustments were made after the 9th March workshop. However, I did provide the board with a review of the 30 ideas that were identified within the school board, identify whether or not we can embed it into the boundary or not, or we could start looking at that as we move forward. One of the biggest things is being able to have a future review of all of our magnet schools, to look at the utilization, to look at the thematic approach, to make certain it's serving our children, and also is it aligned with the workforce and also post-secondary educational opportunities and CTE opportunities. To the board bringing you tonight, we moved from a reduced the number of very over and very underutilized schools from 23 to 2. We increased the number of schools of well utilization from 67 to 80. We also eliminate the 13 underutilized schools from 13 to 0. We moved the number of impact students from the original recommendation from 24,000 to a little bit over 15,000 students. And we reduced the number of schools impacted from 126 to 103. And we reduced the number of travel time by 39,000 miles for our students going to and from school, with an annual savings of $13.4 million to the school district. Bringing Just back online, you could look at between $800,000 and $900,000 you can reduce with that process, but that is inclusive of bringing Adams back as well in a 2-year period as a Cambridge and collegial mindset as we move forward. This is once again very difficult decision to make, but I think we've had a number of one-on-one conversations, a number of community meeting conversations. We've sent out parent links to communities identifying the implementation of this structure. And I believe as if we don't do something now, that we will have continuous issues for utilization within the school district. One of the constituents spoke about West Shore at 139%. We are moving that to 101% implementation. That was addressed. I thank our staff for this very difficult task. And my recommendation is for this board to move for the first reading with a current plan in place and allow us to have continued for second reading in June.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C712. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Hahn. Member Gray, you pulled this item, and I know almost everyone will have a comment to speak. Member Gray, would you like to, we'll begin with you. And members, if you want to sign up to speak.
Okay. Member Gray, here I am, and I will speak. I just want a clarification on the savings. Superintendent Davis, we looked on, I'm just referring to page 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Reduces annual expenditures by 13 mil, and then the transportation. Is that 13 and 4, or that's separate? So
it's through the chair separate. So it's a total of $13.4 million would be the overall savings. Once we bring Just back on, you can calculate between $800,000 that you may need to fill the front office, additional staff at that particular school. But as we staircase Just Elementary School coming back on board, there may not be that overall cost. But of $800,000, but you can deduct that 13.4 as the number as it sits right now for next year.
Well, and my comments are, mostly financial and probably not as exciting in any way, shape, or form. But when we talk about unprecedented times, I think we're really looking at what's going on within our state of Florida and within the various bills that have been passed. And I'm reminded that some of the figures that I've accumulated with January 2023 already a loss from charter FTE cheeks in the seats has come up to $259 million per year. That's just this not even this year finished. That's since January. I just want us to look at the yearly cost that's draining our funds. And I can guarantee you the bond agency is looking also that we are keeping more of a mindset to save money. So $259 million since January losing to charter schools. On top of that, a yearly cost of $36.7 million to sustain the second step of the salary, which we all agreed the teachers will get that second step. And that is yearly increase. And then if we add House Bill 1259, which we're really saying, or they're saying to us that we must share our capital funds to a 12.5 million figure the first year. I can't remember all the subsequent years, but I have a feeling it's a little bit more. Then if we add HB1, which is now signed into law, that's your voucher bill, we might presume, not assume, but presume that we're going to lose another possibly $4 million the first year. and that's an underestimation. So the total amount of revenue that we will have minus in our school district, and this is per year, so far has come up to $312 million. I only say this because that is interfaced with the amount of, I just mentioned nurses. So we are minus 107 something nurses. The reason is because they're getting paid somewhere else. We just can't afford it. But we're also minusing teachers. I know that Dr. Whalen said we were 514 teachers short. There's vacancies. But importantly also is the amount of guidance counselors that we're missing because they're getting paid more somewhere else, and that's 45 guidance counselors. And then we have the social workers. We have 21 minus social workers. This is for the next year. And, you know, if we keep going into this, we're seeing that fundamentally we can't pay, in other words, we can't keep human resources in our schools because they're getting paid either other districts higher or in other private capacities. So I just know that if we don't start really cost cutting, and I welcome board members if you can find other sources of revenue, but we have to remember even our grant money, the ESSER 2 and 3 with $250 million, it's gone. Thank you, Member Rendon. It's gone. So we don't have any money revenue other than, thankfully, our business partners, such as Mr. Rios, who gave us $35,000 at Eisenhower just 2 weeks ago for the PBIS room. We are relying on those funds that come from grants, as Superintendent Davis has shared, and what revenues do we have coming in? Now, I know we have, the typical ones, but if we don't keep in mind, in parentheses, in our brains, that every month, I don't have it broken down for a month, but every year we're looking at $300 to $15 million deducted from our annual budget. And by the way, we all know, board members, this is a very smart board member cachet. We know that we are responsible, and number one priority is our annual budget, and that we need to keep within our annual budget. That is a priority. So what I'm saying, Superintendent Davis and the rest of us, in a nutshell, I hope that we are up to making those tough decisions, because this is nothing compared to what we are going to probably face and what we had to face when we had to take out a $1 million loan and our bond agency put us triple negative because we didn't have enough money in 2 weeks to pay our teachers' salaries. So I'm telling you, we better start getting really brave, have courage, and start saying we have to do these hard decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I don't disagree that we're definitely hitting some hard times and that we have to make hard decisions. And I think that's why so many of us pull so many agenda items and we look at every single penny that we're spending. Personally, I think that the approach, as opposed to closing schools, right? Because once we close those and we eliminate those units, we eliminate the opportunity to get those students back, and we eliminate the opportunity for the FT, for the per pupil funding. I know you've worked really hard on this, Superintendent Davis, and I appreciate all your hard work. I know you've been reflectful of board member comments. I've had concerns from the beginning with the data, with the fidelity, with the choices that we've made, with the outreach to the community and what that looks like. I still, even though I'm not going to support this agenda items, support a reboundary. This is just not what I envisioned in which the direction that I think our district needs to go in. To be successful. We spend a lot of time talking about how we need to be competitive and things that we need to do to get, our families to trust us again. And to me, this is the antithesis of it. And I know hard decisions have to be made. I'm certainly not one to shy away from hard decisions. I don't think any of us on this board are, especially after the past couple years, and even just Member Rendon being here the time she's been here, she's had to see. So it's confusing to me why when we disagree, some board members continually act like some of us aren't able to make hard decisions or are leaning away from that, just because we disagree what those hard decisions look like and what's for the benefit of our school district. Again, I would have liked to see more engagement with our communities on this. I think that what I've modeled going forward is to make sure we're being reflective of our communities and really being in tune with them and seeing what they look like and what they want and meeting their needs. And I don't feel like we've done the job when it comes to this. So unfortunately, I'm not going to support this agenda item specifically. And again, it's not because I'm afraid to make hard decisions, just to be clear to everyone who's watching. But again, I do appreciate your hard work on this, and I hope that if it does pass tonight, it's the right direction for our district and that we capture the data that we need to, and we really see that savings justified going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
I represent District 4, and so I find myself in a very different situation than a couple other board members here, where I have so many schools that are over capacity. And so my situation being over capacity means I'm dealing with safety issues with my students. I'm being dealt with opportunities of classes and CTEs and programs that we're unable to put into schools because of this scenario. I'm also dealing with staffing issues that constantly occur. We are also, like we talked about, we need to build 15 schools. Several of them are going to be in District 4. And so no matter what happens tonight, boundaries in District 4 are going to continue to happen. We've got to get it right early, because if we don't do it now, we're going to be shifting multiple times. There's a lot that goes into it. And unfortunately, when you look at building a new elementary school, a new middle school, a new high school that's going Waimama area, building a new high school, a new elementary school in Plant City, then those middle grounds are having to shift because of it. And so, District 4 is definitely in a position where a lot has to change because of it. And so we've been limited. And I don't even think our parents understand what programs we don't have in District 4. The number of, the junior achievement, we don't have anything out there. The number of CTE programs for our kids to get certifications for work programs, we don't have them out there. Not to the level that some of these other schools do, because we are overcrowded. We are not providing the right opportunities for our students unless we equalize our schools. And so at the end of the day, it's, District 4 has a very different problem that is facing it. And security is also one of the highest ones. And like I said, our opportunities for our students that they don't get. And I think that's another thing that, one of the things that I've tried to communicate with a lot of families, and I know that, we've had some speakers there that will say, well, Patty Rendon, yes, Patty Rendon gives out her cell phone. And I have no problem doing it to any parent that wants a conversation, because we need to understand and be transparent of where we're at. And I absolutely will at any point in time, because it's very important that we have those conversations when we want to and when we need to and when parents want a better explanation. And so I think what parents felt was like, it was maybe, but it was always a work in progress for the last year. Starting last summer when we introduced possibilities and options, it has been a work in progress and evolving and changing all along the way. And so, and our student populations have evolved and changed over the course of a year. And so that has taken into consideration. So, it's a hard decision, no matter which way we look at it. I've had parents that have said, here, tell my child where they need to go. And I have to look children in the eye and explain. I've offered to give children tours. And I said, I'll walk with you in the school. I will show you around a school. Any parent. So it is a hard decision, and I know it affects a lot of kids. But I have to look at the long-term success and stability of this district. It was only 3 years ago that we were possibly under the governor taking over, and we have to remember that. We have to remember that we are one step away from not being in control of this district. It is the 7th largest in the country, and we should be on top. So this is what we're going to need to do. After 20 years, we've never reboundaried unless we've opened a school. So we have to now look at where the population shifts have gone And they've shifted all over our district. And so it opens up what we have to do. So as hard of a decision it is, it's a decision we have to make.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Chair Combs. I have some of the same issues, especially in South County, around overcrowded schools and, losing a lot of students to charters. It's a very, charter-friendly area. So, my parents and families are, asking for a lot of these changes. I also have the second highest number of students moving in this scenario. So it's impacting District 2 a great deal. I guess the only thing I ask is that if for some reason this doesn't pass this evening, that we then as a board really look at breaking it apart so that some of our schools can get some relief while other decisions are being made. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Washington?
Thank you. That's something you said, Mrs. Rendon. Member Rendon, you're right. And because we have different scenarios in our district, like in District 5, it's going to affect about 4,200 students. And we are talking about 23 schools after I looked at it. And it's going to cause a disruption. So every time I think of this and I look at it, we take the buff, the buff for everything in District 5. So I'm not going to support this because I don't see moving 4,200 students. I think I may have the second highest or first highest. First, yeah, I have the first highest and you have the second highest, right? So I just can't support it.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Gray? Oh, sure. I can go first. First of all, I just want to say that it has been really challenging. I have read all the emails, parents coming in and speaking. This is a very, very difficult decision. Even when I think about repurposing of Cleveland and I think of the library that the mother had taught in there 35 years and now her daughter's a librarian there, it's so hard to think about repurposing schools and the emotional connection and the student connection and all of that. We started this process about a year ago. Some people will argue that maybe WXY wasn't perfect, but I know Mr. Farkas and our district worked very closely. We went out to community. I went to so many events. I went to so many homes and everything. Really worked hard on this. And what you hear often is people are saying, I don't want change. I don't want move. I can't move. It's very difficult, but we have to do something. So, board members, I gave you, or superintendent emailed you this, and I tried to really take time and look at, and I made hard copies of this, the overall 15-year enrollment of our district, what that looks like. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and now. And what does that enrollment look like? Because one thing that has not increased substantially in the last 15 years is the base student allocation. We are still very low at how much we're paying our teachers, how much we're paying everyone. And what you'll see is over and over, there's a trend. And unfortunately, that trend trends down for Mr. Washington and my district. For example, when you look at, I say this over, it's gone from 8,000 charter school students to 35,000 students. We have lost over 15,000 students just in the district in the last 15 years. When you look at District 1, 40 of the 40 schools, 30 schools, the enrollment went down and 10 of the schools went up. Okay? And it's a District 1, the loss is over 4,500 students. When you look at District 2, there's been a gain of students. District 3, there's been a loss of 3,000. District 4, a loss of 1,000. And District 5, a loss of almost 7,500 students. What you're seeing is there's a pattern in certain areas where parents are making other choices. So, I feel like when I was elected, one of the reasons I was elected is because of my background in education, but also my business background. And so we have to put people first. We cannot keep not paying our teachers or our custodians to keep schools open. It's painful
to have to move people. Obviously, it's very hard. And my heart goes out to those parents that have to move. But as a district, we have to respond. We've got to do something fiscally right to make sure. So for me, on the record, Superintendent Davis, I support this, but I don't think it's enough. When I look at some of our historical large schools like Newsom, Plant High School, Steinbrenner, those are still, we're going to be back to here within 2 or 3 years. So I at least want to be on record to saying I'm going to support some boundaries, but I still don't think that you've gone enough. And I've said that from the beginning because when you move students, it's very difficult, but what will happen is teachers will move there and students will end up going and increasing and doing better. Like you might not be top 10% at Steinbrenner, but at Jefferson, there's amazing teachers and you might be that top type 10% and you might go to Princeton. People have to start realizing that it's not the building, but it's the person in front of them. So when we look at a district where we are really, really so short, when you look at across, when we are losing a total of 15,000 students in the last 15 years, and when you see the highlights of yellow means a loss of students and green means an increase, when you look at almost all these pages, you're seeing tons of losses in these schools. We have to respond to that. We cannot just ignore this and keep going on and pretending like everything is great when we don't have counselors, when we're losing principals to go across the bridge. And how can we even consider asking for any type of referendum or anything like that if we're not willing to make some really difficult decisions and repurpose some schools? I think this is just the beginning. I think there's so many more schools. We can't keep schools open with 200 or 300 students. We can't. When there's 2 miles down the road, there's another school that's 40% under enrolled, another school 60% enrolled. We built schools on top of each other, and unfortunately, the students are no longer coming to every one of those schools. Thank you. Member Gray?
Yeah, I mean, the data is real. The decisions per district board members should be extremely respected because that's their constituents. And there is a lot of emotionalities, and there's a lot of displacement, which results in students, mental health difficulties. Every board member that has their own district, which is 5 of them, have had one hell of a time in making their decision right because you've got so many sections, I don't have to tell them, they know, so many parts of the communities that have different needs. We've been kicking the can down the road, and principals will tell you this, for over 10 years. Superintendent Davis, make it, whether you're popular or not, you made a very difficult decision to take on a boundary challenge. I mean, very difficult. And in so doing, you made these board members have very difficult decisions. And these neighborhoods, these communities are, they are very upset many times or most of the time, and they should be. But at the end of the day, if we don't have money, and I'm telling you, people may or may not believe this, but you're talking $300 million per year deducted without a revenue source to offset that. And with knowledge that we have a voucher system, which will definitely be perhaps a nail, hopefully not in a coffin. It is up to us. We need the courage to say we want our district to survive, and we do have to make these changes, and this is not the end of it. And I don't know, what we have to do to convince, but maybe when we get into that situation in 2017, when the roofs were caving in, the air conditioners were shut down, we had to go for a referendum, and that too was met with much distaste. But we finally did. If we don't show the public that we are willing to stand up for the frugality, the fiduciality of our of who we are as leaders in this district, then the public's going to lose trust in us, because it's nice to have everyone love you. I mean, I'd love to have a district and say, oh, you gave me so much and thank you for this school. And, but if you look at the entire district, the welfare of our survival is determinant on decisions that are not necessarily popular. And yes, it may cost an election or two. But you know what? Who sleeps well at night? Those who make the decisions that are best for the survival of this district. Because guess what? Teachers, every one of our staff, transportation depend on us to make sure that they get paid and that we have a future for them. So I don't know what it's going to take, but if it comes down to getting another $1 million TAN note, going minus again on the bond rating, paying outrageous interest, not unlike the debt ceiling right now, that's an analogy. You don't pay, you're going to have to pay eventually. So that's what I see this. Maybe people disagree with me on the board, and I'm so sorry, but I'm taking this from experience, and that's all I can say. Bye. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Washington?
Just a quick note, and I've noticed in District 5, because I've been studying a couple of things, in District 5, we are losing students, but we are losing students to charter schools because they're putting charter schools in the community, and the parents don't want their kids to go on buses and out the community. So we're losing kids because of the charter schools, and they put them right in the community where the kid can feel safe and walk to school every day. So we got to take a better look at how we do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Rendon?
One of the things, I think we briefly touched on it, but I think it's important to say, and I hope my fellow board members don't mind me saying this, but for those of you in the community that are watching, I know a lot of people that may not be in the audience but are watching on TV, knowing that we're going to be talking about boundaries right now. I think it's critically important to understand that everyone sitting on this dais right now has read the emails, has taken the phone calls, have gone to the community events, have gone where people have asked them to go. So please note that I think it's important that everyone in our community knows that not just one, not just two, but all 7 of us on an ongoing basis, our secretaries point them out to us, make sure we follow up on them. So there have been thousands of emails that have come in, and we do read them and we do look at them and we do that. So I do want to thank the community for that and making sure that you are aware that we do take them into consideration. We have seen them, we have read them, and we thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. Member Gray, I hear your concern when it comes to the finances, and I do believe that you're very concerned about that. You model that in everything that you do. But honestly, this is a small, and I'm not saying it's not valid. This is a small dent in the grand scheme of things. You listed off so many different ways that we're going to be compromised financially when it comes to legislation. And my concern is the way that you frame this is that this is the magic solution and that we're not going to be in concern when it comes to our finances. This is not the solution. And while I appreciate, that every member sees things differently of how we need to be financially responsible because we're put in a very hard situation, what I don't appreciate is discussion about single member districts trying to do something for popularity reasons or trying to do something to make people happy. I gave every single one of my fellow board members the benefit of the doubt in the last vote when we talked about just, and I would appreciate my fellow board members doing the same. Again, I am tired of the rhetoric that some of us who don't support something like this or have leaned into what our constituents want are afraid to make hard decisions. And I keep hearing that narrative, and I'm starting to get personally offended by it. I can assure you I am not afraid to make hard decisions. And when I listen to my community about what they want, it's because it doesn't matter where we district them. With school choice, if they don't like where we put them, they're going to choice out. So listening to our districts and being reflective is not afraid to make hard decisions or sticking our head in the sand or kicking the can down the road. It's leaning into our communities, which is all we talk about when we talk about getting our schools where they need to be and figuring what attractor programs we need to do and how we re-engage our community. So to point out that if we represent a district and we don't support this, it's for some popularity reason or because we want to be reelected is offensive. And I give all my fellow board members the benefit of the doubt, and I would appreciate the same. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Okay, members, please vote when your lights appear. So if you support the superintendent's recommendation for a boundary change, you would vote yes. And if you don't support it, you would vote no. Okay, and it passes 4-3 with Member Gray, Member Rendon, Member Hahn, and myself supporting it, and Member Washington, Member Vaughn, and Member Perez voting no. Okay, now we will move on to 901, which is the contracted services for special education. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 901. I have a motion by Member Gray. I have a second by Member Washington, Member Gray, and Member Rendon. You pulled this item. Member, we started last time with Member Gray. How about we start with?
You know, this is not an area, special education, that is my area, and I know that board members have this particular specialty very, very much matured. But I did want to say regarding this is that there is a huge need for this particular agenda item, contracted services for special education. I don't know, Superintendent Davis, did you give your take first, which is what you usually do? Or if not, I have it all written here for you. But you go ahead and start.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is an opportunity for us to address the continued voids for filling positions in our school district, whether it be for ESE teachers, ESE paraprofessionals, speech pathologists, school psychologists, physical therapy, occupational therapists, and the list continues. Registered behavior technicians. So being able to partner this allows us to not only work with 6 local providers, but also to work with 3 national providers to be able to fill these positions. I know that we've had a number of one-on-ones to be able to have conversations about who owns this process as a collective with HR and also with Exceptional Students Division as well, and bringing to the board to make certain that this allows us to fill staff positions potentially in the summer, which is a $420,000 ask from now until the end of the summer, but also start to being able to address what potential needs we have as we go through the following school year, which would be up to $4 million. And this is only using vacancy funding. So once we fill the vacancy, that chips away at that position. We hope we'll be able to create a longer, stronger bench to this process through having these providers not only locally, but also through a national provider. And we appreciate our staff working through this because they had to go through a number of conversations with me and board members to be able to get to a point where we're comfortable, but this will help us be able to assist and move the needle forward to be able to serve children.
Righto. And, you know, I think also when we talk about critical shortage, there's being district-wide, and I know many of you serve beyond your own district for sure, and you care beyond your own district. But whenever you go to a school and you talk to the ESE-related person or in that field, they'll tell you the number one concern is we don't have the staff. One person handling a ESE class, it's usually one class person, one student is equal to almost an entire classroom because of all their needs, physical, mental, etc. But I'm not here to describe what an ESE teacher does or a para. I'm just here to say that there is a critical need for this to be done and done soon because we are having tremendous risk. 504 plans, they may or may not be done with full fidelity. We have secretaries doing some of this. I mean, there's all kinds of gaps. And unfortunately, this is a federal situation. We could be sued on many different levels. So there is that. Again, I'm looking at it fiscally for lawsuits, but I think for the well-being of our children, the most vulnerable, we need to make sure that this particular agenda item does get passed. I don't know, Dr. Hickman, if you want to add to anything, or if you want to say anything towards this. I did. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gray. Member Rendon?
We know that it's been a challenge to get this to the board, and I think it's critically important to get it to the board. I appreciate the changes they made to the piggyback, really affecting it, addressing Hillsborough County. That was a big concern I had of mine. Obviously, when you look at the vacancies, ESC is some of our smallest amount of needs, and yet the largest amount of vacancies. Our largest risk in the district from a multiple level. That when you look at these vacancies, and it's staggering, and it is our most vulnerable population in our schools. It leads to multiple issues, safety issues, educational issues, health issues, and it's just staggering. So I challenge you, this is not enough. No offense. There's a shortage of individuals working with disabilities across the country. We know it. It's there. But saying we're going to work with 7 companies is not enough. We have to get bigger. We have to expand. I would like to charge the district to bring this back to us and give us an update by July 1, because we can't start the school year out with this many ESC vacancies, because this is the same vacancies we had in August, which meant that number of ESC students were out of compliance on our federal level. And we cannot hold ourselves at that risk anymore. So I think the board needs to have a more updated version of not just our openings, but where those openings are and where our risks are sitting. And this is the pulse has to change. Individuals with disabilities, 504 plans, and IEPs have got to become the priority here. We are risking, Member Gray, you talk about financial. This will make every other financial piece a cupcake. The lawsuits we are holding ourselves to, the legal fees, I can't even go on. But we have to figure out a way that we're going to get this staff. And so we've got to find a way to make it a priority. We cannot keep the same open positions in these categories this all year long. And we have. So I'm charging you to bring it back to the board quicker and figure out what we're going to do better.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Please vote when your lights appear. And it passes unanimously. Our final item for tonight is 1101, approve the application for Excelsior Prep Charter School. I need a motion, a second to approve. I don't even see the superintendent comments. I need a motion, a second to approve item C 1101. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Perez.
And the superintendent should give it.
Yes, I know. Superintendent Davis.
Yes, ma'am, the chair. This is an opportunity for us to bring to the board an application to expand elementary, current Excelsior Prep Charter School to a middle school. They originally opened up in 2017, 2018. They did not have grades at that particular time. At 2019, they reserved their first grade, which was an F school, and this was at the elementary side. Therefore, they weren't able to bring any type of application process to the board because they were underperforming academically. So now that they've received in 2022 a C grade, they're bringing the application to us to expand it to expand the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade on the same campus starting in August 2023. With this, we reviewed this through Chincia's cohort in her division, and they meet all the requirements as outlined by statutory requirements.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion, a second to approve item C 1101. I have a motion by Member Perez. I have a second by Member Washington, Member Gray, Member Vaughn, Member Rendon, and myself pulled this item. We'll start with Member Vaughn this time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Chinchilla, we talked a little bit earlier about this. So how many times did they have to resubmit the application because there were concerns with it?
Twice.
Twice. And so the elementary school has brought their letter grade up to a C. So I guess I want to highlight some things that I appreciate about this school and then list some things that I'm concerned with, just so parents who are making decisions have an idea of what their choices are. They do offer Spanish, which I think is nice that they offer that option for families that value that. I'm glad that they're focused on getting their grade up. It looks like it's going to be a smaller environment, only 88 students, which I think is good. However, some concerns that I have are when it says here that they've chosen a for-profit management company. Is that an option that they have where they could do not-for-profit or for-profit? And can you explain how we do talk about charter schools being not-for-profit, but how it works when they hire a for-profit management service?
Absolutely. So all charter schools are governed by a private board that is a not-for-profit governing board. Some schools, some governing boards choose to contract with management companies, and these management companies, all except our Schools of Hope, are for profit. So this particular school has a very small management company. It has a school in the Miami area, and then this school in Hillsborough County.
Okay. And so what happens if we approve this and their letter grade drops from a C to an F and their middle school continues to have an F? Are they held to the same accountability? What does that process look like going forward since they had struggled previously?
So the law says 2 double Fs, consecutive Fs, are an automatic closure.
Okay. And then I know that you said we had some concerns and they resubmitted because there were some concerns in their financial plan and their outlay, but you said that they've resubmitted that. So you feel comfortable, and I'm assuming the superintendent did too, with the documentation that they've submitted with their financial plan going forward?
Yes, ma'am. The first time we didn't even do a thorough review because we saw immediately a discrepancy between the projections, enrollment projections, and the budgeted. There were some discrepancies, so we knew we couldn't do a review of the budget. So they withdrew immediately and resubmitted. And then when we did a thorough review and saw that the budget numbers and the budget narratives had discrepancies also. So when we did the capacity interview, they saw where it was going. So they asked me, they asked for it to be withdrawn again, and then they resubmitted. And unfortunately, the law changed a couple of years ago. So instead of once a year applying to a sponsor, they can apply any time of the year. So that's they follow the law, and they have this opportunity to submit anytime they want. So, but the third time was a charm. We completed the review, really looked closely at the budget, and it met our review, and we recommended it passed all the requirements, the state requirements based on the standard rubric that the DOE has, and recommended it to the superintendent for approval.
I appreciate that. I'm going to say I'm disappointed that a school that's already in existence had trouble submitting an application for a middle school, and that, with their experience, we would be concerned with a financial structure and some of the stuff that went into the plan, especially given their letter grade. So what I'm really hoping is that the school is successful going forward and gives our students, who make this choice what they need. It's in University Square Mall?
That is correct.
And you said they they leased another part of the mall in order to expand the school?
That is correct. Yes. So they will be co-located and together, but separate. So they'll be next door to each other. They do have an outside area. I know everybody tells me, how can they have a school in a mall? But if you go there, they have cordoned off with the approval of the facilities, an area in the parking lot in the back. So they have some kind of PE area, private area. They do have a cafeteria. And they have classrooms. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Not on this agenda item, but going forward, I'd like to revisit the conversation we had about charter schools being held to the same accountability with some of this legislation, because I think you had said yes, but I heard from other counties some interesting information about whether they're still being held accountable. So I'd like to know as a school board going forward if there's the same accountability. So if we could revisit that at some time, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, and just a standard measure when a bill is passed and it does not mention charter schools. The standard of measure is, does it have to do with safety or the health of students? And if it does have to do with safety or health, then the charter schools are held to the same standard, because they're not exempt from bills concerning those two things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Rendon?
So let me make sure I'm clarifying and understanding. This year was last year was the first year it was a C.
Yes, ma'am. 2017-18, the K-5 school opened K-2, so they didn't have a grade. Then in 2019, they had third graders, but they didn't have any learning gains, so they received an F. And we find that it's very common for brand new schools with just third grade and no learning gains. Then the 2 years of COVID hit, so there were no grades. They came to us a couple of years ago, or last year, maybe last year, and they asked, they told us of their intent to apply, and we told them honestly, if we're to be transparent, that's a non-starter with an F. Bringing something to the board with an F wasn't a good idea, and they listened, so I appreciate them listening, and they waited until they earned the C grade and were ready to push forward the application for the middle school. Middle school will only have 88 students, and they have the support of the existing parents in the school.
Okay, and then when I've reviewed all of this, you've got every single standard has been met, including the financial piece.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we have. I work with die-hard accountants that pull apart that budget, both the narrative and the budget, the numbers, and nothing passes by them. So they're sticklers. So when they say it's good to go, I trust that it's good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rendon. Member Gray?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dilling. I definitely worried Superintendent Davis that when we're starting to compare schools, as we should, school choice by definition should have that comparison also, and I'll talk about the finance piece in a moment. So when we compare Adams, Buchanan, Greco, D, C, D, respectively, then we know, well, the public's going to look for other choices, right? Because look what's going on right next to them. So we have to dig our heels in deeper to make sure those schools are not getting those type of grades. Likewise, this particular school, Excelsior, doesn't have the greatest track record either. But my main concern, and I talked to you about the teacher certification. They're all certified, which I thought was was good. Is that correct? They're all certified teachers?
Except 2. So 14 out of 14, 12 are certified. 2 are long-term substitutes that are working towards their certification actively.
Okay. All right. So there's a good amount, though, of teachers that are certified, which is always a plus, especially with this shortage. But when we have a report, it says 5, number 5, contain an annual financial plan for each year requested by the charter for operation of the school for up to 5 years. So that's a plan, but shall we not expect also a report? In other words, how are they spending their money for PD, for books, etc.?
Oh, that's all included in the 5-year plan. So we ask for a 5-year budget that includes everything, textbooks, PD, salaries, everything. And we go through that the entire 5 years. And we also ask for a Plan B budget in case they don't meet the projections. So they actually have to submit 2 budgets to us.
Correct, and that's, good bookkeeping, etc. But what I'm asking for, possibly if there's room in this conversation, that we absolutely have their expenditures. In other words, just like I would ask our CFO, how are they spending their money? That kind of reporting.
Absolutely. And our office requires monthly financials from all our charter schools, and we do review them every month. And every year, of course, we require an annual audit. So it's monthly financial reviews and a yearly audit.
Okay, well, I'm not going to make the request right now because we're tired. I'm tired, and I'm not sure exactly how to verbalize the request, but I will get with you regarding a yearly type of, I don't want to say audit, but some type of recognition of how they're spending their money. Likewise, I would do the same for any public school as well. Do you see what I'm getting at as well?
Absolutely. And we have those on file. Yes.
Okay. All right. To be fair. Thank you, Dr. Delane.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Member Gray. Vote members. Board members, please vote when your lights appear. Okay, and it passes unanimously. We will now move to superintendent comments.
Yes, Mr. the Chair. Tonight I had a lot of stuff. I'm going to push it to June. I'm really going to push it to June, but I have to show 2 slides, and I promise I'll be out of it. If we'll get that presentation up, and the first slide is, they're like, hold on. They're like, no, they don't want to do it. One of the biggest things we have is graduation coming up. So we want to be able to recognize that we have so many graduations that start on May the 16th to the 18th. That we have will be exceptional centers, will be at their general locations. And then also we have from May the 24th to June the 1st, we have 32 plus graduations that will be located at the State Fairgrounds, and that's inclusive of virtual career centers and traditional centers. Do we have it or no? And I guess we're not going to go. And then also we just want to recognize that May 1st was National Principal Day. So thank you to all our principals for everything that you continue to do. We know this work is hard. And then this continued week, while we have, as I said in my communication yesterday, while we recognize it this week, it should be recognized 180 days for everything you do. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week to everyone. I had an opportunity to go to some schools, hand out some donuts, and one teacher, I walked in her classroom while I was asking her, thanking her for what she was doing. She was still teaching, and she grabbed her donut, continued to teach, said thank you, and that just shows how resilient our teachers are, committed to children. One student said, excuse me, Mr. Davis, I can't see. I got to see what she's teaching. She's not stopping. And that's awesome. We always tell them that no matter who comes to your classroom, continue to do cool things. And we saw that in our schools. I'm going to go to some classrooms tomorrow as well and recognize our teachers. But that's all I wanted to say. We have so many celebrations. I'll wait till next meeting, but also thank this board for having difficult conversations, making difficult decisions, and know that I'll continue to steer this school district in the direction to be able to help us in so many facets. I look forward to engaging this community for just. So thank you for this evening. No need for the PowerPoint. I just went over it.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tell you what, I've been to a lot of events, and I'm only going to talk about a few because I know the hour is late, and I'm not a young guy anymore. So, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Coach Alma Fullwood over at Corbett, over at Milton High School. This is the first time they had a winning record in years. Softball, yeah. Sue, softball, they're 13-4, and she was recognized by the Florida Activity Association, District 5 Coach of the Year.
Oh, awesome.
So she's doing a great job, and that Mrs. Fullwood daughter, and Derek. So they're doing a great job. Let me move along here. If want to do, 5,000 role model, please. Thank you. I know. Anyway, come on. Okay. Okay. So we had a great time on the 24th of April, the 5,000 role models. Miss Williams did a great job, and it was on a Monday, and we had Miss Rendon and Mrs. Combe came. It was really a nice ceremony. It was a symbolic event where students expressed their comments on being mentored. And we had about 60 young men there, I believe, somewhere in between there. The speaker was Deputy Chief Calvin Johnson of the Tampa Police Department, did an excellent job, did a great job explaining to the students about doing the things it take to be successful. Now, some of the schools was there was Alonzo, Blake, Brandon, the Success Center, Gaither, Leonard, Middleton, Newsom, Plant, and Tampa Bay Tech. But we probably would have had more there, but I think that was the first day of football practice. So I understand being a former coach. Some of the kids couldn't make it there. And had a lot of great sponsorship, but it was really nice. As you can see, we were tired, but the tires were already tired. We just had to put it over their head. But it was a great event. And now, we often talk about pipeline. This is going to help the pipeline because what's important about this is being able to mentor young men and get them going in the right direction. So, it's going to take time. It's not going to be an automatic fix, but I guarantee you this 5,000 role model is going to really, really change some students' minds. And Mrs. Williams does a great job, and it was fantastic over at Jefferson. Okay, so let me move now to the reader, celebrity reader. I had an opportunity to go out to Mrs. Reddick Elementary School. What a great event! We had the kids out there. We had maybe about 40 or 50 kids, and I had the chance to read my book, and they enjoyed. This is the book, The Little Hen in the City. So I had opportunity to read the book to the students. We had in Spanish and English. We had the teacher read in Spanish, and then I came back and read in English. They were really attentive, and I told the assistant principal, these kids are really, really disciplined. There was no noise. People didn't act up, and they loved about the little hen. And, when I tell stories sometimes, I exaggerate almost like I was in the book myself. So they really loved that. So it was a great event. Also, if we go to We See You, we had an event over at at the centers, and it was let's stop here. Let's go back to Tampa Emancipation. It was great. We had a large crowd. Fred Hearns did a great job with introducing what had happened over the period of time in the Tampa, and all of us had a chance to read a portion of it. And I want to thank you for being there. And they almost forgot you too, didn't they? I know they almost forgot. And also, both of my members was there. And you know something. I think it really went nice, huh? Yeah, it really did go nice because we had people and we had a chance to read. Because I had a difficult reading to do because I had to do Louisiana, and those names, Fourche and Saint Bernard and all those names. But because I went to school in Louisiana, I could pronounce the names. So it was real easy. It wasn't complicated. So my last one, do we have We See You on there? This is it. We See You scholarships. And We See You is sponsored by Price Waterhouse Cooper also. They helps out a great deal. And our young man was Caleb Walker. So each year what happens, you give $1,000. They tell you what they want. They're going to college. They'll tell you what they want. I got to go real fast now. So they tell you what they want, and then you go out and buy it. So we give him $1,000, and this kid got everything. He was a student at Milton High School. So the parents were real happy, and we gave him $1,000, and he's going to Miles College. So thank you, and that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it took up a lot of time.
No. Thank you, Member Washington. Member Perez?
Yes, I don't have as many slides as Member Washington, but I had the amazing opportunity to read with the superintendent in our celebrity read, and we read the same book. Yeah, I think we have. I have a couple of pictures, slides there. It was the Little Hen in the City, La Gallina en la Ciudad, and of course. The superintendent did not read the Spanish version. Yes, and the students were amazing. They were just absolutely amazing. Yes, and my little stuff was with Emancipation Day, and then I got the chance to see the students in Waterworks Park at the Riverfest. Music festival. The elementary schools were, doing a lot of their music, and also Helios Ed Foundation with Blake High School. They did the art reception there, which was amazing, and also our dual language graduation with Bellamy and Crestwood. It was the first graduation, fifth grade graduation that we've had here in Hillsborough County, and we're going to continue doing that as well. And also, I like to announce, I don't know if you have this, but my cyber task force is going to. We're looking for ways to keep our children safe online, but if you're not sure where to start, there's no secret that the internet can be a dangerous place. And as parents and caregivers, it's important to take every possible precaution to protect our little ones. And that's why we're excited to invite you to the Cyber Task Force on June 5th. At this meeting, Internet safety expert Bianca Goolsby will guide us through the process of setting up parental controls on Apple and Android devices so you can keep your children safe while they explore the vast world of the internet. With simple language and straightforward instruction, Bianca will show you not only how to set controls up, but also how to tailor them to meet your specific needs. Don't let your child become another statistic. Join us at the task force, the Cyber Task Force on June 5th, and take control of their safety online. And that is it.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Gray?
Whew, thank you, board members, for hanging in there. Superintendent Davis and staff. I know it's late. But anyway, we had a great FACE team, Family and Community Engagement. Dr. Felita Lewis, Angela Fullwood, and team. They really were impressed with Principal Otis Kitchen, as everyone is, from Town and Country, one of your schools, I think, Nadia Combs. And what happens at Town and Country is they my goodness, he's so eclectic. He develops those resources and pays attention to their physical well-being by walking every day and their kids socially, by having parents involved and peer-to-peer mentoring. And Pablo, do I have a slide on that? I know I have a slide here and there. Is Pablo there, or did he? Who is there? Oh, they're up? Okay. So now that's the wrong one, but that's okay. I'll jump right over there. So hold on. Yeah. Go back. Okay. Now this is one of those huge gardens, Garden to Farm, and we're putting that on the Hillsborough Healthy Schools components. But nonetheless, we're trying to get a garden and this slide on here. We're trying to get a garden in every school in terms of rewarding principals for advocating. And jumping over to, now this slide is not mine, but that's okay.
Maybe that's why they didn't show.
I don't know. Give another slide, please.
We don't know who that is, but thank you.
Okay. This is all about Buckhorn. And Buckhorn, my gosh, what a great principal that we have there.
Going downhill fast.
Yeah, it's going downhill fast. But anyway, that's another example of School to Farm. And forget about the videos, etc. Let's just do this verbally. Want to thank Jennifer Shriver and Principal Schwanzel of Lopez Exceptional Center for celebrating National Autism Month with many new gardens, a chicken farm, paintings, and supporting vendors. And she did this on Saturday, and we have photos, but we're not looking at them now. So other than that, we are just happy to announce that our Hillsborough Healthy School Gold winners have added up to 96. Silver, thank you, Member Washington. Silver status was 55, and bronze was 32. And the following schools have gotten gold every year: Alexander Elementary, Bryan Elementary, and Muller Elementary. And one of Member Rendon's schools, we recognize Bevis Elementary for earning the highest score on the survey. So, at any rate, we're going to have that presentation during the Leadership Institute in June, and we'll be ready. Okay, board members, thanks for, hanging in there. Find out where Pablo is, too. I don't know.
Thank you, Member Gray. Okay, I have a long closing. No, I'm just kidding. Seeing no further comments, this meeting is adjourned.